Are we live? I said, are we live? All right, y'all. The show don't start till 2 o'clock. I'm going to show the footage from yesterday. If y'all don't want to watch it, fine. Come back at 2 o'clock when we start the show. All right? Let's get it.
Yo, bro Darrow, the one-man chef. Bro Darrow. Gotta keep it going for no track. Brother Derrick. Because I am the only person, the musician, who brings you the facts about what's going on. But I tell you what you don't want to hear. What you need to hear. And if you can't relate to that, then you got the problem, son. Wake up and become conscious. Yo, dark is coming. Dark is starting you up a loose slam pound of the eardrums of you dumb. You don't want none of this attention. You promise all this discharge from MCing you chumps aboard. Don't like it. Who gives a I won't miss you nappy-headed drunk. Go get drunk. Go smoke the blunt. It's time for a change. Time to rearrange the perception of a rapper from a thug childhood to a battler, a scrapper, someone with something to say. The positive MC should get the ad crazy. That's the problem with black folks. The only one to hear gossip and dirty jokes. Who gets evicted? Who's going broke? Who got locked up? Who got shot? Who got dropped? Yo, enough is enough. We need to stop. I want to hear who's making it. Who's doing right? Who's winning the fight against racism, homelessness, and poverty? These are the issues that are important to me, like cancer, high blood pressure, and the curve for AIDS. See, there's more to life than just getting laid, than getting paid. Yo, can you feel my rage? Yo, a new day is coming. Well, that's the way it is. Things are never going to change. Time go by, but our situation stays the same. Us black folks will never learn. How many more times do we have to get burned? Yo, but that's just the way it is. Things are never going to change. Time goes by, but our situation stays the same. Us black folks will never learn. Get a grip on reality. Stop pushing jump and bring us some quality words full of hope so we can look forward to a new day.
Things are never gonna change.
Because we all struggle, we all scrape to make ends meet, whether it's a 9 to 5 or hustling on the streets. We're in this together. Our race has weathered for hundreds of years, slavery, Jim Crow, and segregation, but we're still here. But we have to overcome the last 2 generations who don't have any respect for each other. The elders, not even their father or mother. I'm not pushing, I'm telling the truth. Stop renting New Jack City and check out Bruce. Black people are the only race with no culture, but we do have a history. It's the knowledge seeping into you. Yo, listen to me, because it's hip-hop culture. It's manufactured by others, but it's all we got. Who says was hot? Who says was not? Not me and you, but you go along and listen to whatever song gets at play. Then you buy the gear and the video, Lexus, Mercedes, and rodeos. That park in a project next to the hobos.
Alright, y'all, it's time to get a grip now. I've been nice, now it's time to bring it. That's the way it is. Things are never gonna change. Time goes by, but our situation stays the same. Us black folks will never learn. How many more times do we have to get burned? Yo, but that's the way it is. Things are never gonna change. Time goes by, but our situation stays the same. Us black folks will never learn. How many more times do we have to get burned? Yo. But that's the way it is. But I don't feel like rapping, y'all. I feel like talking. Because it seems like I'm walking. No rhymes. Look, y'all, we need to get our act together. I'm so tired of riding by the projects and I see all these nice cars parked in front of these houses. Why don't you get the house first and get a driveway to park your car in? Why are these women buying all these wigs, press on nails, trying to look like somebody else? You're a black woman. Wear your hair in this natural state. When are you going to start being conscious? When are y'all going to wake up? It's like you unconscious. Why are these men worrying about getting trucks and worrying about playing PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2? Why don't you play being a husband? Why don't you play being a father? Why don't you take control over this community because it's slipping? The women are taking over, and I see it. It started with the government checking the house. Now then, put your butt out the house. Come
Hey, Chantal, good morning.
Let's get it together, y'all.
All righty.
Yo, bro, Darrow, the one man shit.
All righty, y'all. The coverage starts at 2 o'clock. But I got all this heavy video sitting on my computer. I want to show it so I can delete it. So that's why I'm starting early. So if y'all want to come back, that's fine. I won't be offended. So let me drop this animation. And go to Windows Media Player. And let's go in here. Go to Desktop. Action Cam. And let's show this video. I can get it off my computer. Just you see it's 9 of these, and man, each of these videos is 5 gigabytes. So let's get it off my computer.
All right, turn the music on. Music. Turn it down. All right, Charlie, roll. Sit here. Then the girl said, hey, we need roll out. All right, y'all. I'm turning the camera around. But I can chat with y'all. Let's turn it on. And let's go. We out of here. We on the move. We gotta hurry up and get up here. Hopefully everything ain't gone, but I know tomorrow's the 1st. And people gonna be up there buying up everything in the market, so I need to get here and just get some stuff. And then we'll go Wednesday. We'll go back to the market on Wednesday. Let me know about the music, y'all. Is it too loud? Oops. But that's one good thing. At least we ain't got no riots going on in Baltimore. Yeah. Hopefully. I think we had enough of the riot back in 2015. I think we had enough of that back then. But everybody else seems to be breaking out. Like I said, I'm grateful that we was able to cover that footage. But I was kind of disappointed. I thought that it was going to be some more action. You know, I don't want to see nobody get hurt. But I thought they would have put up, you know, a bit of a more struggle, more of a fight, you know. They hit them with the gas and hit them with some rubber bullets. And everybody went home. Now, y'all might not agree, but I'm going to tell y'all, you got to be organized. Who was the organizer of the riot? You knew the police said they were going to fight back today. They were going to have stuff in their gun. People out there with no protection on them. They ain't got no goggles for the face mask. You know, they wasn't ready for nothing. That's all I'm saying. They wasn't ready for anything. You understand? I mean, you know, they even could have had, you know, bicycle helmets on. They could have had something. Now, there was a lot of white kids out there running and bring their paintball guns. That's basically what the cops were using on them. Their paintball guns. How come the white boys wasn't out there with the paintball guns? You see me with a rubber bullet. I see you back with a rubber ball. You see me with a damn rubber ball bullet. I see you back with a pepper ball round. You know?
I'm listening.
I need you to come down here when you get a chance to help me out with this computer, whatever it is. I download all my answers over here, but I don't know how to open them.
Wait a minute. You say you downloaded your what?
The apps from the Play Store, but I don't know how to open them. They installed on the computer, but I don't know how to open them. And I've been searching for a couple of days.
That's because they're not designed for the computer.
Yes, it is. One of them already plays on here. But the other one, I can't get it to play on here.
Wait a minute. You trying to download apps from the Play Store to run on a computer?
Yeah, I already downloaded them, but I don't know how to open them.
Why don't you just go to Google, type in the name of the app, and put for PC, and get the PC version of it? You trying to use the Market Store?
No, I'm using I'm on Wi-Fi. I don't have like no phone hooked up to it.
No, but what I'm saying to you is that the Play Store is designed for the phone. But those same apps, if they have a computer version, you'll find that on Google, and it'll do the same thing. Windows and Android are two different platforms. Now, some apps make versions for both. You need to find a version for the PC. All you gotta do is just type in whatever you're looking for. Like if you're looking for eBay, you can just type in eBay for PC. That's just an example. You know, if you were looking for something like Open Signal, Open Signal for PC, or like the Telegram app I showed you, PDA Net. There's one in the market, and then there's one for the PC.
There's a PC one that you already got on here, so but I'm not hooked up to. It says you want to allow this app to make changes to your device. I have but I don't have the PC. Like the phone hooked up to the computer. Right.
But you said you got Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
Wi-Fi is stronger and better than the phone. Shoot, I wish I had Wi-Fi.
I don't know how to do it.
All right, I'm live right now, but
Okay.
Give me a couple hours. I'll swing around.
Okay.
But we covering the ride right now. All right, I'll see you later. All right, bye-bye. Alrighty, y'all, that was my neighbor. She's talking about she's trying to run Android apps on the PC. Really? That's why it's called Android apps. It's for the Android. iPhone had their own apps. They got their own store. But you go on Google and you just type in the app and see if it's a PC version. Then if not, then you're gonna have to download an Android emulator. As soon as I get up to the market, I'll start the show. I just want to get some of this footage out because I'm gonna erase it. This footage is very heavy on the PC. I should have got one with more memory, but this 360-degree video, just 10 minutes, is like 5 gigabytes. So that burns up a lot of space on your PC, slows it down.
There's probably about 1% of our population that actually go paintballing. They already got the gear. They already got, the padded suits. They got the helmet, and they got the guns. They got the hoppers on them. How come they didn't come out there? When they shot something, they should have shot something back. No justice, no peace. And they would have had to say, wait a minute, we need to retreat. Y'all understand what I'm saying about that? If you really wanted to do it, if you were serious about the riot, that's how you come. You don't come out there with nothing. Lewis said they still protesting this day. Yeah, Liz.
if I had the power and I was out there, I would have everybody out there in fatigues. We have helmets and goggles and gas masks, and we would have those high-powered paintball guns that got the hoppers on them. Them hopper attachments, they can hold 300 rounds. And we would be out there. They would shoot it up, and we would shoot back. And we would have wooden shields. And we would duck down and form a line the same way they form a line. And they shoot, we shoot. They try to advance, we shoot them back. So that way, when they advance, they ain't got to run. You make the cops run. If you want to do it the right way, that's all I'm saying. If you're serious about it. You know, if they serious about it. Whoa. Back it up. Hey, so we had it. You messed us up. We had it. We had it. Put it that way. Put it that way.
I'm taking my medicine, y'all. I'll be with y'all in a minute.
I don't want to let you fight the free, yo. Come on, girl. Give me across the hurry. Give me across the street. Get me across the street. Oh, look at that. The kids having fun. How y'all doing? Yeah, that's good. People in Baltimore having fun.
They ain't got no mask on.
They ain't worrying about the rockets. They said they still out there protesting. Yeah, it's nasty, but they know that they can go push them back. But the good thing is that the curfew ain't till 8 o'clock, so they can go out there and march all they want until 8. But when the boys come out, they're gonna run home. Now see, if I was in charge out there, I would challenge the police. You know how you challenge them? Do what I said. Go out there and make them back up. Because if they have to use real bullets, the country and the world ain't gonna go for that. That's what I gotta understand. The country and the world ain't gonna go for that. The same way when they was putting the doves on the little kids back in the 60s. The world wasn't going for that. So if they come up there and run here and shoot back, the world gonna say, hey, they doing what you're doing. You know, no matter how you want to slice it. The world gonna say they doing what you're doing. So, beat them at it. Why you need bullets? Beat them at it. If you shooting tear gas and pepper spray and they shooting pepper round back, okay. If you shooting rubber bullets and they shooting rubber balls, okay. You started shooting. Don't run and get no gun. Hold on, if I can. No, I'm not promoting more. I'm just saying if you're going to do something, do it right. Like you saying that people standing there in full riot gear with guns. And you sitting there saying, hands up, don't shoot. Really? That's all I'm saying.
scooter and start spamming people, they want to lock me up. I'll say it again. If I had to get off this scooter and start busting people up, they want to lock me up. Now, if the day ever had a riot here in America, we already did it. It ain't nothing changed. The same stuff still going on. But they was able to do something that, how you doing there?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Here in Baltimore, they did something that they can't do in Minnesota. We made the police say, hey, I'm going on. I ain't fooling with this. I ain't done it. They haven't done that day yet, but they did it here in Maryland. They said, hey, you know what? Police said, well, we ain't doing nothing. Gee. And that's y'all don't believe me, look it up. Okay, thank you. I'm telling y'all the truth. They had the mayor up in a tall building on the edge of the city, surrounded by helicopters. She telling them, yeah, go home. How did that look? They had the mayor hiding. That was the difference. Well, like I said, business owner in Dallas. Business owner in Dallas. Is this peacefully protecting, promoting for change?
Alrighty.
You know, I was trying to show y'all in the video I started off with that somebody put together. This is not just one case. That's why the whole country is getting into it. It ain't just one case. If it was just one case, it would be Minnesota and they were dealing with it. But you got cases all over the country. This isn't something new. You know?
Hello.
And you know, that was the problem is, you know what I'm saying? It's not new. This has been going on all over the world for over 100 years, if not more. So this is just, how you know, sir? Nothing. Medicare pays for it. Yeah. Medicare pays for it. I'm telling your doctor you need a scooter. Next time you go to your doctor, tell them you need a scooter. Call them when you get home. Know the wrong way? Know the pharmacy? Definitely. I'm telling you. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I had a bike, but they give me a hard time about it, so they gave me a scooter. Alright, so we at the market.
Let me change that background animation.
We got our own back.
Oh, crap.
Actually, we got two of them. Before we can go in, I mean,
back it up. You try to see that old man. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. The screen block.
For over 100 years, if not more. So this is just, how you know, man? Nothing. Medicare pays for it. Yeah. Medicare pays for it. I'm telling your doctor you need a scooter. Next time you go to your doctor, tell them you need a scooter. Call them when you get home. Know the wrong way? Know the pharmacy? Definitely. I'm telling you. Yeah. Huh?
Why everybody want to talk to me, y'all?
I had a bike, but they...
Why everybody want to talk to me? That's it. Everybody want to talk to me. Let me go, man.
All right, so we at the market. Let me, we got our own thing. All right, we got two of them.
Thank you.
Before we can go in, let me get my hand sanitizer. Y'all can see we got our, hey, what you turn around? See, we got our hand sanitizer. We bought this from Giant 2 weeks ago. What they say? Don't drive down slowly. That's why I made sure I put it on the camera.
All right, let's fast forward. We in line yet? All right, y'all. Now, I showed them before I came in the store.
To the side a little bit.
Look at
Look at I came up with this. You didn't see me. I made sure I made a big deal before I came in. Wipe my hand. I even got it on camera. Yeah.
Look at the pretty guy. Look at He ain't fooling nobody. Look at
I came in. I made a big deal of showing that. I know how that goes.
That daggone shame, man. Let me see that again, please. Yeah, give me see that racism again. Give me that.
Let's pull up. To the
Look
side
at
a little bit.
Watch it. Look at
No. I came up with this. You didn't see me. I made sure I made a big deal before I came in. Wipe my hand. I even got it on camera. Yeah. That's the first time I got to ask you. This is the fourth. That's it. I made sure I made a big deal. I came in. I made a big deal of showing that. I know how that goes.
Hey, that's a daggone shame. That's a daggone shame. But anyway, I wanted to get that out with daggone computer. So let me close the Windows Media and we'll get the show started. How's everybody doing today? Hey, Dave. So Papa Grizz is live saying he could have lasted 15 minutes with the cops, knee on his neck. He said he's sticking up for the cop and saying horrible things. You should go mess with him, BD. You always trying to get some jizz off of something, man. Find a topic, man, that's going to propel you, Dave. Seriously, Dave, find a topic that's going to propel you. You know, thanks to Snazzy, Unicorn Riot, Reg, Incognito, we put up some serious numbers covering the riot. Go do something that's trending. We get ready to get into the riot coverage right now. Our biggest video, we got 1,800 on. You know, if he's doing that, maybe he's trying to get some views. Most people with sense are going to ignore him. But people are going to go in and that's what he's looking for. He's trying to create drama. Hey, what's going on, Naya? You know, like yesterday was our lowest total. Yesterday wasn't a good day, but it was a good day. We got 80 people to watch me. That video I just showed, the live stream, you notice there's a phone on the handlebars. We got 84 views. 84 people went with me to the store. That's good. We usually only average 40. But yeah, he's trying to get a reaction. If you're a content creator, you want a reaction out to people. Somebody sent me a video today. Let me show y'all. This was so retarded, I wasn't even gonna mention it. I don't know what's wrong with these people out here. That's not it.
You know.
That ain't the video I want. Hold on. Where's the video? Where's the video? It should be this right here. Now that's my fault. And I sent the wrong video to the wrong person. Hold on, sir. Happens sometime like that, y'all. Wait a minute. I know somebody sent me that link. Why can't I find it? Don't you hate when you got a link you can't find it? Oh, it irks the heck out of me. Why am I picking up the wrong thing? Wait a minute, I know I sent it. Give me a second, I'm trying to find this link. I sent her a daggone text. I don't know why I don't see it. Is this it? Oh, it's on, they put it on private. Dang. I was going to show y'all a video this person did today. If you don't believe there's something wrong with our people, somebody made a video today. They put it on private. They literally put it on private. It had some woman talking about she would lay up with other YouTubers even though she's a married man. And they kept playing the same comment over and over again, and more people kept coming into the chat. And I'm sitting there like, Why? Why do you keep coming into the chat? Why do you want to hear somebody play the same thing over and over again? We've been covering the riots. I haven't played the officer putting his knee on George Floyd back to 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 back. But they'll sit there and they'll listen to a woman, a married woman, who says her husband won't mind if she mess around with some other YouTubers. Then name two of them. And then say they could eat her out. People sat there. But all this going on with the CV going on, with the riots going on, people sitting there just all riled up and revved up. It's some sick people in this world. We got some sick people. I'm sorry to say it. It's some sick people in this world. So, all right, y'all, let's get the show started here. We got lots to look at. I don't even know where to start at. I got so many links, it's ridiculous. We're just going to stumble into them. All right, y'all, this is the Minnesota governor. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Oh, the video went off? Hold on. Y'all know how this go. We got to find where to start at. All right. Let me check one more time on the OBS, make sure y'all can see it. All right, and let's get it.
That does not put equity and inclusion at the center of it is certainly going to eventually come to the places where we're at. This is a moment of inflection. It's a moment of real change. It's a moment that those folks who are out there demanding this are not going to take a commission or a report. They're going to want fundamental change. And that is what I think, that's one of the exciting things in the midst of all this. You can feel a sense of optimism coming back. I just want to say, you'll hear from some of the things in the updates where we're at. I don't want to paint a picture that this is over. But I do want to paint a picture that I think we as Minnesotans have regrounded ourselves in the values that we care about. It looks to me like there's a clear delineation between the folks who are rightfully pained and angered, wanting to see change and expressing it in lawful ways, and what we witnessed on several days earlier in the week, those that are bent on wanting destruction of the very communities that are most pained. I think as citizens, as residents of Minnesota, we can continue to maintain that, and this gives us a space now for a time of unprecedented opportunity to address things that have been around in many cases decades or since the founding or prior to that. So in moving forward and in that light, I want to talk a little bit about the posture we're in terms of law enforcement on the streets. I signed an executive order in consultation and leadership with the mayors of Minneapolis and St. Paul. We will be extending the curfew for 2 days, but the times will change. It will go from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. And one of the reasons in this is Minnesotans have taken charge of this. The only way these things...
All right, wait, hold on a second. This is boring anyway. Hey, Dave, let me tell you, okay? The road you keep going down is the road to nowhere. Okay, if you want to grow, find something you're good at and use it. You sit there and the hottest thing out of the sector I came out of right now is a man who we think was smoking crack online while he was live streaming. It's a man that extort women in his chat. He gonna show their naked pictures if they don't give him money. This is a man that keep lying about his daughter needing insulin when insulin does not cost $2,000. If it did, diabetics would be dead because they can't afford. Who can pay $2,000 for 5 pens of insulin? Who's gonna pay $2,000 for 5 pens of these? Seriously, how long this lasts? But yet he's on there saying he needs $2,000 to get his daughter's medicine. We don't even know if he has a daughter, because he ain't never showed her. A man that said that he would rape a 2-year-old. This man is the hottest thing in the sector. Please explain. Why would you want to be involved with idiots that would keep watching that man? I'm just asking. When you want to get into these beefs with YouTubers to entertain people, you lose yourself, because now you're not a content creator. You are a comedian. And you're doing what certain people want you to do. But if you get destroyed by the person you're going after, those people will move on to the next person that's going after them and forget all about you. Is that the way you want to do your YouTube career? If you're going to do the wrestling, then stick with the wrestling. If you're going to do video gaming, stick with the video gaming. Pick something and ride with it. Stop trying to bounce all around. Bouncing all around doesn't get you nowhere. It doesn't make sense to keep trying to go and somebody chat and start something. The people are in that chat for a reason. They want to see drama and ignorance. You can't go over there, participate in it, and then try to come back to your show and do your show and think they're going to follow. Because the few that do follow, when they see you're not doing that stuff, they're going to leave. You don't get nowhere doing that. Find out what you're good at and stick with it. You know? If you want to be controversial, then be controversial. But you don't need somebody to be controversial with. I was just as good outside yesterday than I was sitting here. I didn't need to go beef with somebody. I didn't need to go argue with somebody. You said the man was over there making comments. He's over there on his channel making comments. If you don't agree, then you do a show on what he is talking about. Do the opposite. But when you mention him, you giving him exposure. You're making people go see him. If you don't like what he's saying, why would you want people to go see him? Do you understand what I'm saying to you, Dave? If you don't want this man's message to get out, why are you spreading it? You're spreading this man's message. People are going to see you whine about him, and they're going to say, well, let me go look for myself. That's all I'm saying. All right, we'll be there. They supposed to be having a protest at the murder site around 5 o'clock today. I would like to open the debate. Does anybody want to debate? Anybody want to have a serious debate? I got a question that I keep asking, nobody won't answer it. I got a question that nobody won't answer. Why is that store that called the police on George Floyd, why is that store still standing? I'm asking the question. Why is the store where the cashier called the police on George Floyd for a phony $20 bill that she, and it wasn't she because the owner said it. I played it last night. She didn't do her job and check out the bill. Why did she call the police? Why is that woman not being terrorized right now? Why is that store still standing? Why are you burning down everybody else's store, but you ain't burning down her store? Can somebody talk to me about that? Is there anybody here? Other than Dave and I, that's all I see in the chat. Is anybody else here? Anybody want to explain to me? Anybody want to explain to me why this man's store is still up? Why is that store still up? Anybody want to give me an example? Why is that store still up? You still worrying about that man? I want to ask a serious question. Why is that store still open for business? Why they burned down the Target? They burnt down the Dollar General. They burnt down the Dollar Store. They burnt down the Wells Fargo. They burnt down the Shell's gas station. The reason that man is dead is because those people made that phone call. Why is that store still standing? I'm asking y'all a question. Why are they going to have a protest at the place where he died, which is right there at the store? Why is that store still standing? Where is the leadership in Minnesota? Who's leading them young folk? That store should be razed to the ground, and that memorial should be built on where that store is. Now, anybody want to discuss that? Why is that store still sitting there? The store that got that man killed, why the store still sitting there? Somebody just sent us a link. Before we go there, can anybody explain to me, why is that store still standing? Why are you having a protest in front of that store? Why is it still standing? All right, Snazzy says she got a video of Floyd. Hold on. Let me check it out. All right. Let me check the OBS.
Our young generation is clearly lost, man. Clearly lost, man. Like, I don't even know what to say no more, man. Like, you youngsters just going around, just busting guns in crowds, kids getting killed, you know, and it's clearly the generation after us, man, that's so lost, man. You know, man.
Move in the right direction, to be strong, to stand up, no fight for ourselves. You know we tired, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I just give up the strength. Man, it's crazy right here, bro, but I just gotta give up the strength just to go on.
Your name.
Amen.
Amen.
her son, man. Our young generation is clearly lost, man. Clearly lost, man. Like, I don't even know what to say no more, man. Like, you youngsters just going around, just busting guns in crowds, kids getting killed, you know, and it's clearly the generation after us, man, that's so lost, man. You know, man, I came back to Houston and the nigga told me, yeah, Floyd, that young nigga the truth, man, right there. Because
that's George Floyd.
Man, I knew it was crazy. Then a nigga my age saying this here, man. You know what I'm saying? They condoning this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like half them young niggas shooting them guns go home and they knees shaking at night. But they don't show it to nobody because, you know, they ain't tough then. Hey, man, come on home, man. One day it's gonna be you and God. You going up or you going down. You know what I'm saying? Glory. Glory.
Yes, Lord. You brought the thunder and rain today, God. Because Satan takes a L today. Father, in Jesus' name, you get the victory. Father, we ask for forgiveness from our black brothers and sisters for years and years of racism, of systematic racism. And you are the God of reconciliation. Not only do we receive their repentance, but God, we repent as the black community for holding unforgiveness, for acting out of anger, for, Father God, failing our own glory, glory, glory.
Thank you for that, Snazzy. Now, he's not just a man who you saw die in front of you. You saw him speak. That man was not a ratchet. The man was not savage. The man actually had some sense. So for those of y'all that was saying, he was probably strung out on crack, he was probably a heroin addict or whatever, you can see the man had some intelligence to him. The man was reflecting on the youth. Does that sound like somebody that would want to be fighting with the police? But I can't imagine that he's not wondering, why are you harassing me about $20? Why are you trying to lock me up for $20? I haven't stolen anything. Jada Voice, if I had the money, I would fly out there, but I wouldn't be doing I wouldn't do no looting. I don't agree with what they did. I already told you what they should have did. If I was out there, we would have leveled that store that called the police on that man in the first place. That's the first thing we would have did if I was running the show. If I was running the show, we wouldn't be terrorizing those business owners. We would go up there to the neighborhood where them cops live at. We would terrorize that. And when I say terrorize, I don't mean go out there and tear it up, but I mean go out there and put the fear in their heart. If you do this again, we coming back. And next time, we won't be nice. We won't be just chanting. We gonna come back and we gonna tear this place up. Do it again. That's what I would do if I was out there. Somebody come pick me up. We can go. Let me know I get my clothes ready. Let me know we can go. You got to put the fear into these police officers. You ain't got to put your hands on them. But you got to make some kind of example We tired of this. It's not just Minnesota. It's all over the country. Y'all notice you ain't had no police killings since 2015. Because the police know. You do this again, we gonna tear the city up. We gotta think before we do something. You got rogue cops out there that do what they wanna do. And their bosses don't care as long as they keep the black folk in line. Let's keep it real. Don't brush it under the rug. Let's keep it real. You got to send a message to these officers, and I hope it's being sent all around the country. We ain't taking it no more. That's what the young folks should be saying. And not focusing on damaging property, but they doing it because they don't know what else to do. They don't know what else to do. You said that's his resting vigil spot. His soul is either in heaven, paradise, or it's in baby hell. That's where he is. He don't know nothing about what's going on right now. But the fact of the matter is, before the people in that store pick that phone up to call somebody, you need to go take out that store. Those owners, those Arabs, they need to be put out that community. That's something that you can do. But tearing up everybody else's store that didn't have nothing to do with it, how does that help? Because I guarantee you, in another 5 or 10 years, it's going to be forgotten about. Them same people going to call the police again, and we're going to have an incident, and this time maybe somebody won't record it. And they'll get away with it. $20. You called the police on a man for $20. $20. Talk to me. Jay the Voice, $20. I worked as a cashier. I'm the cashier. I got the power. Because you give me the money. I'm talking about the whoever worked for them damn Arabs, whoever that cashier was, she called the police. She needs to be held accountable. If she didn't call the police, he's not dead. You want to make excuses for him? Do you want to make excuses for him? All right, Snazzy asked me to play this video, y'all. Hold on. All right. Let me check it out. Make sure. Yeah, it's spinning. Right to a commercial. But it's playing though, right? All right, that's all we need. It's playing.
We're joined live by George Floyd's younger brother, Terrence Floyd, along with his minister, the Reverend Kevin McCall. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for your time this morning. And first and foremost, Terrence, our condolences continue to go out to you and your family. Can only imagine what this past week has been like. I know that you traveled from New York to be there in Minneapolis because you want to visit the site where your brother.
Yes, I did, Jay the Voice. We've been covering this case, sir.
Let us know your thoughts going into what we know will be an emotional visit for you, Terrence.
Yes, that's correct. I came here from Brooklyn, New York, and I just wanted to, when I found out the news, like I said, it's been just devastating. I'm still a little numb about it. But I got people, people in my corner, just being there for me. So going there tomorrow, I just want to feel my brother's spirit. I just want to, I don't know, for lack of better terms, just connect with him again. That's basically what I want when I go to that site.
Well, I'm sure that will be quite an experience for you, and I hope that you will feel his spirit and be able to connect with him like you want. Let people know what your brother was like. What do you want people to know about him? We've heard that he was referred to as a gentle giant.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He was a gentle giant. He was about peace, unity. When you spoke to him, he always wanted to motivate you, no matter what you was going through. You know, he always saw the light at the brighter side of things, and he made you feel like you could just do anything, like you could rule the world, even if you're going through something. That's just how he spoke to you. And I just remember, times when I did speak to him, whether it was in person or over the phone. He just really helped me. Really.
All right, we got another video. Hold on.
Yeah,
She said breaking news. Hold on.
We're going to continue with the investigation into the death of George Floyd and the new details about the former Minneapolis police officer now facing third-degree murder charges. We're going to speak with George's younger brother, Terrence Floyd, in just a few moments. But first, Alex Perez is there in Minneapolis with the latest. Good morning again, Alex.
Hey, good morning, Robin. Take a look behind me here. The scene now a massive memorial for George Floyd. This morning, we're seeing new images of the officer accused of killing Floyd as it all unfolded. This morning, investigators looking at new video of what appears to show the moments before George Floyd was pinned to the ground and died. Floyd can't be seen in the video, but you do see an officer leaning into the police car, scuffling with Floyd. Minutes later, fired officer DERRICK Chauvin, seen in that horrific video, jamming his knee into Floyd's neck while he was handcuffed on the ground. Chauvin now behind bars and on suicide watch as he faces charges for third-degree murder and manslaughter. Chauvin's wife, Kelly, has filed for divorce.
We can't have two justice systems in America, one for Black America and one for white America. We have to have equal justice for the United States of America.
Floyd's family and their attorney, Ben Crump, calling for more serious charges against Chauvin, saying his actions were premeditated. According to the criminal complaint, Chauvin had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in total. 2 minutes and 53 seconds of this was after Mr. Floyd was non-responsive.
Almost 3 minutes after he was unconscious, they still kept the knee on his neck and still kept their knees on his back. We think that
Are you serious?
3 officers should be arrested too.
Overnight, Minneapolis Police Chief Madaria Arredondo addressing Floyd's
We checked it before we started.
on live TV, calling those officers complicit.
Hold on, yeah.
Being silent or not intervening, to me, you're complicit. So I don't see a level of distinction any different. Mr. Floyd died in our hands.
Started over.
The death of George Floyd and the new details about the former Minneapolis police officer now facing third-degree murder charges. We're going to speak with George's younger brother, Terrence Floyd, in just a few moments.
Okay.
But first, Alex Perez is there in Minneapolis with the latest. Good morning again, Alex.
Hey, good morning, Robin. Take a look behind me here. The scene now a massive memorial for George Floyd. This morning, we're seeing new images of the officer accused of killing Floyd as it all unfolded. This morning, investigators...
Now, I want to ask a question. This is why I'm telling y'all, they won't show us everything for a reason. If he is in the car, why are they dragging him out? Can somebody explain? He's inside the car. Why are they dragging him out? Anybody know? See, this is the difference between somebody having some sense and somebody just playing stuff and talking. They said he wouldn't get in the car. He's in the car. They dragging him out. Why are they dragging him out the car? Somebody talk to me. We ain't talking about no felony murder. We ain't talking about no rapist. We ain't talking about no child molester. We talking about a $20 bill. If the man is in the car, he shouldn't be in the car for $20. You can't take $20 out of his wallet and give it to the clerk and say, go home, man. You can't. It was 3 or 4 people in that car. They couldn't come up with $20. The man bought a pack of cigarettes. Pack of cigarettes cost what, $7 to $8? Between those people, you couldn't get $8 out of them. Somebody talk to me, please. I'm listening. The man is in the car. Why are they dragging him out? Somebody answer the questions. These are what we should be asking. They said he wouldn't get in the car. He's in the car. They dragging him out for $20. I'm just asking the questions. Why are you locking up a man for $20? They said he wouldn't get in the car. He's in the car. They dragging him out the car for $20. This is more than the $20. One of them cops does not like him. Maybe because they work together, maybe Chauvin didn't like him. Maybe he had a better position at that club over him, and he saw this as a chance to take him down and take over that spot. I'm a police officer. Why is a security guard running everything down here at the club? I should be running it. You don't know. But why nobody not asking the questions?
Video of what appears to show the moments before George Floyd was pinned to the ground and died. Floyd can't be seen in the video, but you do see an officer leaning into the police car, scuffling with Floyd. Minutes later, fired officer DERRICK Chauvin, seen in that horrific video, jamming his knee into Floyd's neck while he was handcuffed on the ground. Chauvin now behind bars and on suicide watch as he faces charges for third-degree murder and manslaughter. Chauvin's wife, Kelly, has filed for divorce.
We can't have 2 justice systems in America, one for Black America and one for white America. We have to have equal justice for the United States of America.
Floyd's family and their attorney, Ben Crump, calling for more serious charges against Chauvin, saying his actions were premeditated. According to the criminal complaint, Chauvin had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in total. 2 minutes and 53 seconds of this was after Mr. Floyd was non-responsive.
Almost 3 minutes after he was unconscious, they still kept the knee on his neck and still kept their knees on his back. We think that these other 3 officers should be arrested too.
Overnight, Minneapolis Police Chief Madaria Arredondo addressing Floyd's family directly on live TV, calling those officers complicit.
Being silent or not intervening, to me, you're complicit. So I don't see a level of distinction any different. Mr. Floyd died in our hands, and so I see that as being complicit.
Police records show Chauvin also had 18 complaints filed against him over 19 years.
They said 12 on the news yesterday, remember?
Meanwhile, those close
told y'all it was
to Floyd
18.
Speaking out, his nephew, who grew up in the same household with Floyd, describing him as a father figure.
If it was just advice about sports, life, school, anything, he was there. I mean, I can't really remember a time that I needed them and he wasn't.
And Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has now joined the prosecution of this case. Chauvin's court date has been pushed back. He's now due in court June 8th, next week. Robin?
All right, Alex, thank you so much.
Hi, everyone.
All right, y'all. Let's get to it.
News YouTube channel.
First off, I ask you again. Why is the memorial at that place? That building should not be standing. That building should not be standing. That should have been the first thing. If they was going to burn something, They should have burnt that up. Okay? Now, Dave said, why is he on watch? That's a very good question. Why is he on suicide watch? What is he scared of? George Zimmerman ain't dead. What is he afraid of? Is the man mentally unstable? Don't nothing ever happen to them. Didn't nothing happen to the 4 cops that beat Rodney King. They alive. Almost every cop that's done something and killed a black man, 99% of them still alive. So why is he on suicide watch? What is he worried about? The local government was going to pay off the Floyd family the same way they paid off the family for the Oriental cop. Wait a minute. Somebody said to go higher, and let me see. Let me scroll up. What did I miss? That's his resting spot. I already explained, Jaden, he's not there. I told you where Floyd is at. He's not at that spot. You said you can't destroy that area. Why not? You think them people are not gonna call the police on somebody again? You should have raised that building. At least they won't do it no more right there. Yeah, they were barbecuing there yesterday. Why? That should be the example. Because the fact of the matter is, if they hadn't called the police wouldn't have been there. So that shouldn't be there. That's facts. That shouldn't be there. That should have been the first day everyone tear stuff up. You should have tore that up. You should have went and tore up George Chauvin house. You should have tore up the houses of the 3 cops. That's what you should have done if you was going to do that. Tearing down them businesses that you use, and now you ain't got nowhere to go, doesn't make any sense. But the fact that that store is still there shows the misdirection in the leadership. Why are you going to put his mural on the building that got him killed? Why are you going to be right there at the place, shaking hands and being nice with the people that called the police on this man? Do y'all understand? Y'all understand? Something ain't right here. You said that dude was Asian. The owner of the store was Arabic. He's sitting there offering to pay money. Yeah, I'll pay for the funeral. Yeah, because you know that they should have tore your store down. Let that have been where he came from, over there in Pakistan somewhere. They'd have killed the whole family. Of course he gonna pay for the funeral. That's called guilt. Guilt money. Let me see here. Where? Okay, it's not there. Somebody asked me to read the Pacific Opinion. I'm trying to find it. Then the girl said he probably said something and the cop got emotional and high-headed, hence causing Floyd's death with a hot-head attitude. Jada said the cop had it out for him. Naya said, was the store damaged at all? No, it wasn't. Jada said, we already know this. Was he suspected of impaired driving? Jada Voice said, the club, once we already said the cop had multiple times. The owner of the club said the cop had multiple times where she didn't agree with his aggressive tactics at the club. Dave said, why is he on watch? For what? Jada said the cop is a dead man walking. He said he's on watch for suicide. Jada said because he hates himself. Liz said happy Monday. Dave said if anything, someone will kill him or he knows he's going to die in prison, in jail. Jada said exactly how. So everybody banned outside the courthouse. Dave said hands up, I can't shoot. I can't breathe. Justice for Joy. Suicide watch. Dave says Black Lives Matters. Jada Voice said that they'll let him die like Epstein. Jada Voice says, wait, what? Dave said, you think this could be a false flag? But that's where people can give their condolences. Jada said, I'm looking to the false flag. It could be. You never know, Dave. Dave says, can you react to this religious guy? He retracted it. Jada says, ha ha ha. Snazzy says, how to Nia Liz. Jada said, okay, but that's not an hour. Scroll down some more. Dave asked me to react to a religious guy's stream. I see your link, Dave, but I want to talk about this. We know that they work together at that club. We know this. But they were saying that he wouldn't get in the car. But you can't see him. Why can't you see him? Because he's in the car. Do y'all understand? I'm trying to understand. The excuse they gave was he was resisting arrest and would not get in the car. But he was in the car. They drug him out. He was in the car. They drug him out and threw him on the ground. Well, why won't they show the video? Why they keep blacking everything out and releasing things in little pictures? Why won't they just show what happened? I'm still sticking with my original argument. I think that Floyd had a better position at that nightclub than the cop did. And I think the cop was like, I can't believe this Negro is getting a better position and gets treated better at this place, and I'm a real cop. The owner of the nightclub, she said she doesn't agree with Derrick Chauvin's tactics. But here's the point. She didn't agree with it. But she didn't mind it. And that's the point that I've been trying to hit y'all with. The Minnesota police know what they've been doing. They know what their road cops do. But people want to see results. If you want to keep your job as the mayor, you want to keep your job as the police chief, you got to keep crime down. And the most effective way to do it is to keep the black folk in line, to keep them in fear. So they allow these road cops to go around and do these things. And then when they get caught, they cover it up. They pay the money out. It's a small price to pay. We showed you the story about how Fire terrorized that young man. They'd have gave me more than $25,000. I tell you that. I don't know what kind of lawyer he had, but God darn it, they gave me more than $25,000. I went back and burnt that whole station down. So they know. And yet the man's still employed. The man got 18 counts against him. How many times have you watched Law and Order or one of them shows and the cop get one complaint and he get put on leave? And they spend the whole show him trying to prove that he didn't do anything. This man got 18 counts. You can make a mini-series. All right, Dave want us to see this link, so let's take a look. You're welcome. Let's take a look. Dave want us to see this so bad. So let's do a disclaimer, because I don't know where this is coming from. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, an allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Alrighty, y'all. Now, we using the Verizon phone like we did yesterday, and we got it on Wi-Fi hotspot and USB tethering. We got them both on the computer at the same time. I did a test. We doing 7 up download. We doing 10 upload. We're streaming at 4,500 gigabyte, and we're doing 2,000 by 1125, which is basement 2K. Let's get it. Just in case y'all were wondering. So YouTube don't recognize anything in between 1080 and 1440, but we're doing 1125. Let's get it. So the picture look a little clear to y'all. Let's check out Dave link. Here we go. Killing of George Floyd was a psych op to destroy America. Expose, must see. The creator is The Show. 3,075. Damn. 3,750. Go ahead, boy. Let's get it.
Welcome to The Show. Breaking down the silence and the liars and the manipulators hiding behind the shadows. We go deep into the rabbit hole of the psyops.
Come on, man. Get to your point.
The system continues on using the mind control manipulation that has now taken over the world here, especially in America. As America was on lockdown, as things were going down, now the new enemy has came about. Now we're not just talking about the killer hornets coming from, again, Washington, D.C. Now we're talking about the reinsurgent of the made-up, again, race war that is now hell-bent to destroying this country. And this is again what the elitists have said when they gave us the Constitution, when they said that this country would be destroyed from not with from the other shores, but it would be destroyed from the inside out like a cancer. And it is the secret Luciferian societies as the Freemason Brotherhood, Luciferianhood, the Satanists, and the occultists that are destroying it from within. And it is now time to wake up to what is happening. Of course, folks, I do these exposés out of love, trying to help my brothers and sisters in Christ and the people that are asleep to wake up, as I always do, as well as the truth never sleeps. If you haven't subscribed there, go ahead and subscribe there. They're stopping my channel. They're stopping the information flow. That's a fact, okay? And this is why, please share these videos on your social media, because the stuff that I'm about to talk about, you're not going to hear on the news. Well, you'll hear their propaganda. You'll hear their twisting and their turning and their jacked up, messed up, rigged reality. So then you go ahead and believe it, and then all you do is become a parrot. And they want you to be outraged and all these things, when today I will prove that it comes from Satan himself, that is destroying this country, destroying this world for a nuevos ordos seclorum, a new world order, where the lockdown will be real, the forced vaccinations or the forced chip of the mark of the beast is real, where the Antichrist will rule this world, and everybody will be a slave. But you don't have to do, you don't have to buy into their lies. You can get to Christ. And that's what all these videos are all about at the end of the day. You see, this isn't Sonny Cardona trying to become a prophet, trying to prophesy, because it's already been prophesied through the Holy Scriptures, the Bible. It has already told us and showed us what is happening right now. We are truly in the end times, brothers and sisters. It all started right before this week. Trump tweets, again, your so-called president, which again is nothing but a shield to the satanic Freemason Luciferian Jesuits that are controlling this world, because again, Trump himself is a psyop. He is a part of the agenda. You don't become the president unless they want you to become a president. That's number one rule in waking up.
All right, y'all, we got breaking news again. Hold on.
What does Trump do in the weekend? Trump tweets in disbelief at disturbing...
We got breaking news again. Hold on.
Taking a breath for justice. Taking a breath.
Make sure y'all can see it.
Taking a
yes,
breath
you can.
For our country. But more importantly, taking
a
breath.
This is the lawyer for the family.
Since he didn't get the opportunity to take a breath. For George Floyd, the ambulance was his hearse. Beyond question, he would be alive today if not for the pressure applied to his neck.
We didn't even get to that part yet.
By fired officer Derrick Chauvin and the strain on his body from the two additional officers kneeing him in his back. What we know is that George was living, breathing, talking until we see those officers restrain him while he's face down in handcuffs, with Officer Chauvin having his knee lodged into his neck for over 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes, and the other officer having both his knees lodged into his back. And the doctors will explain the significance of that as to the cause and manner of death. On behalf of the family, we understand the righteous anger we are seeing play out on our streets across the country. We support the activism and energy of the people who want to make sure we achieve change, and we hope these efforts continue. But the violence is absolutely unacceptable. They're unacceptable to George, and they must be unacceptable to us. Now, this is going to be very emotional, and we know it's going to have an effect on society. Remember, we're starting to memorialize George this week. And so his family would ask that you bear that in mind as we all try to take a breath for George. The reason why I said earlier that ambulance was essentially a hearse for George Floyd, because based on all apparent evidence, George was dead on that scene. The medics, based on the EMT report that we have in our possession, performed pulse checks several times, finding none, and delivered one shock by their monitor. But George's condition did not change. They delivered him to the hospital, continuing ventilation, but their last report was the patient was still pulseless. The ambulance was the hearse. At this time, you will hear from my co-counsel, Attorney Tony Romanucci, who is going to talk about some of the legal culpable aspects of this matter, and then we will get to the findings.
Absolutely right, Snazzy.
Attorney Romanucci.
I'm looking at y'all comments on the phone right here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ben, Dr.
Songs created to cause a divide.
Thank you very much. And it is my honor to be one of the attorneys representing the family of George Floyd. Make no mistake about it. This case is about the Minneapolis Police Department and Derrick Chauvin and the shameless standby police officers who were on scene, who had every opportunity to stop and prevent a senseless death, a needless one. They were compliant with with Officer Chauvin, who had his knee on George's neck. This was a brutal and public display of an 8-minute prolonged death. This was the lowest level of human respect and dignity that any community should ever have to endure. What this really was the weight of the Minneapolis Police Department on George's neck. And what you're going to hear from the doctors is that there were 2 actual physical mechanisms that were in place that caused George Floyd's death. As Ben alluded to, not only was the knee on George's neck a cause of his death, but so was the weight of the other 2 police officers on his back, who not only prevented blood flow into his brain, but also airflow into his lungs. That makes all of those officers on scene criminally liable and without a doubt civilly responsible. Had the Minnesota Police Department instituted the reforms it promised it would when it came to chokeholds and restraints, George would be alive. That's because the Minnesota Police Department, through its custom practices and policies, failed to train its police officers, failed to discipline police officers like Officer Chauvin, kept them there, kept them on scene, kept them on the police department. The Minneapolis Police Department promised that it would train its police officers on chokeholds and restraints. It promised that back as long as 2013, and it failed to do it. What you see on the video is exactly what happened. Those police officers were the proximate cause of George Floyd's death. And that's what you're going to hear in medical terminology from the doctors who will speak after me. This represents extreme and systemic failures on the part of the Minneapolis police departments. Opportunities not only that they had on the day that this happened, but for years and years to eliminate the institutional bias and racism against people of color. George Floyd was pronounced guilty before they even knew what he did. He was a non-violent offender. From what we know, it was a $20 counterfeit bill. And what did we see take place? You saw in action the blue shield. That police officer who stood in front and watched while the other 3 police officers held him down, he's culpable too. That's the blue shield in action. There was no prevention on anyone's part to save George's life. Sometime tomorrow, you're also going to hear from a brave man, one of the witnesses who was on scene. He's going to speak to you also. He's going to speak to you because he was within feet of what was happening. He watched the public execution unfold because those officers knew that by continuing to restrain and choke, that they could end a life. A grade school child understands the basics that if you continue to choke a human being, that you will end a life. This brave young man will speak to you tomorrow about what he saw, about George, about what he was feeling as he knew he was dying, calling for his mother.
And he might be next.
Make no mistake, as I said earlier, this is not only about Officer Chauvin and those police officers. This is about the Minneapolis Police Department and its policies. Ladies and gentlemen, this death will not be in vain. There will be permanent and lifelong lasting change as a result of George's death. We will not let that go unescaped. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony Robinucci. I'm very honored to stand with you as a very capable lawyer that with our team of expert legal minds will get justice, full justice for George Floyd. And it is imperative that we understand as we all demand justice that we have to look not only at the video that tells us in common sense what happened, but that we apply that with the forensic science because it's critical. And one should not suggest that we didn't see what we saw, and what we saw should be consistent with what the science purports. As Attorney Robinucci and I have said, the ambulance was a hearse. Why was this? Because not only the knee to his neck, but also the knees to his back that compressed his lungs and frustrated them from being able to contract, to take air in and out. So even if there's an opinion that there was no harm to his trachea, that is not conclusive in any way as to what caused his death. These doctors are going to explain it to you as the medical professionals they are, but as a simple person being a voice for equal justice, trying to tell the people who watch that video.
Well, come on, bring on the doctors.
That horrific video where everybody else could see that they were killing them, except the police, or did they know they were killing them? you can look at the knees to the back as we've all looked at the knees to his neck, because they are both significant. Mr. Floyd's death was a homicide by the officers who taunted him while holding him down for more than 8 minutes. And the officers who stood by Tony by doing nothing, as you said, was a physical blue shield. The blue shield we always talk about in the black community. A living symbol of the code of silence from these suggested good officers, seeing bad officers brutalize us, but saying nothing.
That's what I said.
Thank God there were witnesses and video on that night as George struggled for breath. At this time, I am
Snazzy said we were forced to watch that man's
voice
soul drain from his body. Very infuriating.
medical field
Liz, that's
in
terrible.
these type matters. I know Dr. Biden
If anyone has any doubt, imagine yourself
these matters together.
to die in
but
that
today,
manner.
it is my pleasure to introduce you all
Hashtag
to Dr.
Floyd, hashtag
Alicia
can't
Wilson, Director of Autopsy and Forensic Sciences at the University of Michigan. Dr. Wilson?
Good afternoon. We acknowledge that additional medical information, including toxicology and further investigation, are necessary for a final report. However, the evidence is consistent with mechanical asphyxia as the cause of death and homicide as the manner of death. Second autopsies in certain cases can be very important to confirm and or dispute the original diagnosis, to answer those unanswered questions, to collect and document evidence, and most importantly, to determine the cause and the manner of death. While beneficial, second autopsies do have their limitations, as we are not seeing the tissues in their original state, and some items may have been kept by the original pathologist. With that acknowledgement, we feel those items will not change or alter the primary cause of death of mechanical asphyxia. Thank you.
That's it. Give us the breakdown. Where you going? Hey!
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Incredibly honored to have you do this autopsy on behalf of the Floyd family. It means a lot.
Normally a woman can't shut up. Give us some information, honey.
Many of us. At this time, I will call a man that really needs no introduction. Dr. Michael Biden is one of the foremost forensic scientists in the world alive today.
I hope that he break it down.
He has worked on some of the most high-profile autopsies in the modern era. He has a background in doing forensic pathology, not only for the police departments, but also for the social justice engineers like myself and Tony. I can go on and on about Dr. Michael Biden, but I think it best to hear him explain the autopsy and put it in context as only the great Dr. Michael Biden can. Dr. Biden?
Thank you, Ben. The autopsy shows that Mr. Floyd had no underlying medical problem that caused or contributed to his death. This is confirmed by information provided to Dr. Wilson and myself from the family. He was in good health. The compressive pressure of the neck and back are not seen at autopsy because the pressure has been released by the time the body comes to the medical examiner's office. It can only be seen, serious compressive pressure on the neck and back can only be seen while the pressure is being applied, or when, as in this instance, it is captured on video. And in this instance, we can see after a little bit less than 4 minutes that Mr. Floyd is motionless, lifeless, and when the EMS arrived and put him on the stretcher without any CPR at that time, during the ambulance trip, he did not respond to CPR and did not respond to cardiac shock. The cause of death, in my opinion, is asphyxia due to compression of the neck, which, as Mr. Crump indicated, can interfere with blood flow and oxygen going to the brain, and compression of the back, which interferes with breathing. When he said, "I can't breathe,"
said, Dr. Michael Bolden will give us the truth.
Many police are under the impression if you can
Liz
talk,
said, "Be right
that
back."
means you're breathing.
Hurry back, Liz.
That is not true. I am talking and talking and talking and not breathing in front of you. So the concept that a person says, "I can't breathe," like Mr. Garner, like in this instance, means you should take it seriously. And I think that I've finished. Thank you.
Okay. All right, y'all. He gave us a better idea because, see, the problem is that you're going to have people that's in their mind have already decided what has happened. And now we've heard from 2 doctors. Neither one has said that he was drunk. Neither one has said that he was on crack or heroin. They didn't say he was on meth. They gave you credulous information. And I want to make sure I stay on this, because I don't want y'all to forget it. When we saw the first video, you only saw the knee on the man's neck. I knew that they were going to come out, because I said it. You can go back and watch my videos. They were going to say that his knee on the neck did not cause the death. That they were going to try to say that he was on something. Even the cops said, yeah, he on drugs, but as he had his knee on his neck. They were going to try to say there was no damage to his throat. And they were going to let the cops off. Now that we see footage that there was pressure by 2 other police officers, that man was carrying 3 officers on his back. How was he able to breathe with all that weight on him? These don't leave permanent scars, permanent bruising, but they do constrict the air and the blood flow through the body. People are looking for damage you can see. It's the damage you don't see that kills you. When you in a fight, it's not the punch you see. Because if you see it, you would move. It's the punch that you don't see that knocks you out. This man got all this pressure on his upper body, and they not allowing him to move. Now, the man was already in the cruiser. Why would they drag him out to the ground and jump on him? I'm telling you, them cops knew him. There's something that went down. I believe that Chauvin had a problem with this man. Okay? I believe he had a problem with him at the club. Chauvin probably has corrected this man in front of people at the club and said, "You too rough, you too violent." The owner of the club says she has 3 incidents where she thought that Chauvin went too far. With this Chauvin's getting back at him, like, "Yeah, we got you now, Mr. Security Guard. You come from some other place and you think that you're going to run things around here? You think you're going to run this club? I'm the law around here. This is my territory." And George might have said something smart to him, and that's probably why he yanked him out there on guard. This is murder. Snazzy says, did they show where he had drugs in the system? They tried to say that he had intoxicants, but won't say where it is. These 2 doctors didn't mention any intoxicants. They tried to say that he had heart disease and something else. The lawyer said that the family showed medical reports that he was in good health. Do y'all understand? So what's going on here? You know where the rumors came from. They were going, if it wasn't for that video, them cops would have walked on this. You know it. They'd have labeled him as a derelict. They'd have labeled him as a daggone alcoholic or a drug addict. He was just another hooligan, another useless Negro. And you know, the white folk would have said, "Oh, okay." The black folk would look at the corner of their eye at them crazy. But they say, okay. But we saw the video. We saw this man die in front of us. We saw his body convulsion. We saw the saliva coming out of his mouth. And this cop still sat there with his knee on his neck. Like, so what? How you don't feel that man convulsing under you? And you don't say, "Hey, wait a minute." The people in the crowd are telling you, get off of him. Your own officers are saying, "Should we roll him over?" "No, he gonna stay right here." Do y'all understand that they called for an ambulance? But they had their own ambulance. Y'all understand that? There was an ambulance called, but they had their own ambulance. The police had their own ambulance. But both ambulances said that the man was dead. And after him being in the ER for 1 minute, he was pronounced dead. So that man was dead before they even put him on that stretcher. They killed that man right there in broad daylight in front of everybody like a damn dog. They put him down. They ought to go to jail. Let me check the comment section before we continue. Liz said trying to cover it up somehow. Liz says, shake my head, just ridiculous. Snazzy says, the cops are corrupt. They started the rumors to protect themselves. Yes, Snazzy. Liz says, whew, makes my blood boil thinking about it. Snazzy says, oh my God, had that been my son or family member, vengeance would be mine. I would be so triggered. And see, this is what, and I'm going to say it, this is what white people don't understand. The Oriental people don't understand. The Arab people don't understand. But they will. Because this continues. They're next. We've been dealing with this since they brought us over here on the boat. This ain't nothing new. People are amazed that there are riots all throughout the country. This goes on all throughout the country. The number one phrase in the United States of America is damage control. Damage control. How can we spin this and make the people be okay with it? How can we spin this? How can 12 jurors watch Rodney King get beat unmercifully for minutes, beat unmercifully? And they say, well, he should have stopped. He must have been on drugs or something, otherwise he would have stopped fighting. They were right to beat him. I wouldn't want that big black man to get up and put his hands on me. Yes, acquit the officers. That is what damage control can do. So they were going to come out and say he had intoxicants. If we didn't see the video, if nobody was there, we would say, well, he must have been drunk or something. Maybe that's why he died, and everybody would have been about their business. But we saw that man die in front of our faces. You can't ignore it. They ignored the Rodney King. They ignored the fat man that got choked out in New York. What was his name? Somebody said in the chat. What was the name of the fat guy that got choked out in New York? We saw it. But this was even more graphic. And that video didn't show the other cops on his neck. It only showed from his head, from his neck coming out from the car. It didn't show the other officers. Can you imagine if that video would have came with the other officers on them? They would have leveled Minnesota. They would have leveled it. How come they release footage but don't release everything blacked out? You can't see nothing. You can't hear nothing. All you hear is the officer talk. You don't hear nothing else. That's why I turned it off. We couldn't do nothing with that. If there was a police cruiser right there behind his car, why did they lead him across the street? Why didn't they just put him in that car? These are questions that the Minneapolis police force and their local government wasn't ready to answer. You had a cruiser right there. Why you didn't put him in that? There was a cruiser right there parked behind his truck. Why you had to lead that man across the street? Why did you arrest that man for $20? Why you didn't take $20 out of his wallet and take an extra 10 and give it to the cashier and say, here you go. Got your extra 10 too for your trouble. This could have easily, this is something personal. You don't lock somebody up for $20. Now, if you can prove that he's been giving $20 out around town and you got 8 or 10 people that he cheated out of $20, then you might have a crime. But there's no person hurt here. The people at the store were not hurt. Why were the police called? Let me check my chat real quick, and then we'll get back to this. I want to hear from the people. Talk to me, y'all. See what y'all got to say. Snake said the cops are corrupt. They started the rumor to protect themselves. Liz said, makes my blood boil thinking about it. Snake said, oh my God, had that been my son or family member, vengeance would be mine. Liz said, oh for sure, Snazzy. Snazzy said the facts. Eric Gardner, yeah, Eric Gardner. That man was choked out in public. And people saw it and said, well, you know, he shouldn't have resisted. He was a big man. I wouldn't want that big man resisting against me. I understand why they choked him down, but yeah, maybe they went too far. But I understand. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Liz said, Smitty, I'm sorry, Snazzy girl, used to be Smitty, I'm sorry. Snazzy girl said, it was a vendetta, BD, plain and simple. Liz said, you would have thought he had committed murder the way they were on him. That's why I said, this is something personal. Chauvin knew that man. They both worked at the same club doing security. But I believe that Chauvin saw him as an outsider coming in. And I believe that if you listen to the way he talked, that he could talk to the people, especially the black folk that came there, and he could talk to them and keep them in line, where Chauvin had to use force to keep them in line. So I believe that even though Chauvin had the badge and the gun, I believe that Floyd was still better at getting the people to do what he wanted them to do. And I think there was a little jealousy there. Snazzy said, Liz Unknown, the man on his neck had a deep, heated hate for George Floyd. Because I want y'all to tell me something, and I want y'all's opinion on it. If they work together, because George wasn't the first officer on the scene. He came later, according to the video we saw. He came later. The first cop that had him, that was not George, was it? When he was sitting on the ground. You couldn't see him, but that was not Chauvin, was it? I think Chauvin came on the scene and said, hey, yeah, I got control of the club now. And I believe Chauvin said something to him, and he said something back. And I believe that's when, but I need to see the video. But I believe that it was something going on. Chauvin did not like Floyd for some reason. And I'm trying to give y'all the reason, and I'm asking y'all your opinion. See here, you can't just say something. You got to break it down. That's why I became frustrated with the first doctor, because she came and she didn't break it down. Now, the next doctor came and he broke it down more, because people who had their mindset that this man was on drugs, that this man was in bad condition, and that he just happened to run in the shop and it ain't Chauvin's fault. You got to break it down for them, so even they got to say, wait a minute now, all right now, I got to change my opinion. Because if y'all watch these cases, every time we come look at it, something new come out. And this is the problem. Why is everything being held back and released bit by bit? Why are they afraid to put the chips on the table? Because even up to the point of the first riot, the Minnesota local government was still trying to sweep this under the rug. And they thought they was going to come back with that report and they was going to say the man had health conditions. The man didn't have no damage to his trachea. So it wasn't Chauvin's knee. But at that point, we didn't see the other officers. All we saw was Chauvin on his neck. Now we see there are 3 officers that have their weight on this man. 3. And they asking. Snazzy said, it appears that the officer on his neck heard on the radio they had detained George Floyd, so he came and conquered by killing him selflessly. Liz said, wow, that makes sense. You also got to take into effect that the other officers were asking, hey, we should turn him over. Hey, we should let him up. No, I'm stay right here. We talking about a $20 bill. And I'm going to ask y'all this question. And I want a serious answer. If Chauvin worked at that same nightclub, isn't it possible that the strippers gave him a fake dollar bill too? Why wouldn't he understand? Somebody talk to me. Somebody talk to me. We have an area called The Block down here in Baltimore City. It's downtown. It's Baltimore Street. It's called The Block. We got the Hustle Club down there. The Zango, whatever. But I used to work, cause I used to have a card, or I would give people numbers, and I would say, can I be your regular driver? You know, can I come pick you up, take you to work, bring you back? You know, here in Baltimore, we call it hacking. You know, y'all on Cyberline, a hacker is somebody that that gets your information and puts it out. A hacker in Baltimore is a cab driver with a regular vehicle and doesn't have a cab driver's license. That's what a hacker is. You don't have commercial insurance. You got regular insurance. That's the difference between a professional and a non-professional, right? But if I give you my phone number and I say, you call me when you're ready, I'll come pick you up. The people know you, they trust you, you dependable. They'll even wait. Hey, I'm on the south side, but you give me 20 minutes, I'll be right there. I'll wait for you because they trust you. A lot of the time, those strippers are carrying a lot of money. Anywhere from $300 to $500 a night, they claim. So, I've seen them tip the bouncers. I've seen them tip the officers that work there. It's possible that George Chauvin has gotten counterfeit bills because the men that come in there to see them strippers, they're not of the best quality now. Come on. And to get a special favor, they wouldn't think twice about giving them a fake bill. The women ain't gonna look at it. They put it in their G-string. By the time they get back to the dressing room and take all that out, and then they put it together and count it, they have to pay the bar, whatever they own. And then they go out there and they tip. Because they have like waiters and waitresses. If you can get a waiter or waitress to get somebody to come watch you and spend more money with you, you're going to tip the waiter or waitress. I know when I was a host at a restaurant, when the people would come in, those people that looked like they was going to spend a lot of money, I would purposely bring them to a certain person table. They would give me an extra $30, $40 every night. I understand how that works. So it's possible that Chauvin has gotten counterfeit bills. So for him to be that angry over that when he worked at the same place that Chauvin worked and know it can happen, why would he not understand? Why wouldn't he say, hold on, y'all, I work with this man. Take a chill pill. Wait a minute. This man's a security guard. He's not a criminal. Why wouldn't he do that? Instead, he coming in all gung-ho. Something ain't right. Naya says, very similar to them in Michael's knowledge of Aubrey. Snazzy said he could acquire the fake bill anywhere, BD. It can happen to anyone receiving money in the store. You know, some people cash that check and get cash. And they give you that big wad of cash. Like if you ask for it in 20s. Say you got $500. It take 5 20s to make 100. So that means you got 25 20s. You want to tell me that you in the check cashing place you got a marking pen with you and you say, hold up, you ain't doing it. Let me mark each bill in front of you. Let me mark each bill in front of you. Now, hold on. Wait a minute. Now, hold on. Wait a minute. No. I can't take this. Y'all give me another one. This one fake. I ain't never seen nobody do that. I'll be honest with you. And I worked in cash. I ain't never seen nobody do that. They get the money and they go. Yeah. I seen people count it. I ain't never seen nobody with the marking pen. Nah. I ain't seen it. I'm being honest with you. Now, if you seen it, you let me know. Come into the chat. I'm telling you, there is something going on between George Chauvin and Floyd. Something is going on. And like I said, I don't know what cop will lock somebody up for $20. I can't see it. If I was a cop and I got that call, if I had $20 on me, I would say, look, give me the fake bill. I would tear it up. And I would say, look, here's 20. Get what you need. Don't do this again. Naya said the original Emmy report was falsified. Well, that's why we got a new one coming by an independent doctor. See, I told you, Minneapolis Police Department was going to cover it up. They like having the rogue cops. It ain't just Minneapolis. It's police departments all across the country. They love having those police. Those rogue cops. They go plant evidence on people. They go do stuff normal cops couldn't do. And it's all over the country. And that's why there are riots all over the country. We know these things happen. But now everybody got a camera. See, back in the day, there wasn't no camera. They can tell you anything. You didn't know. The person did. All we got is your testimony. That's all we got to go on. What you say? Now they got body cameras. And they got body cameras. Why they not showing the whole arrest? I ain't seen not one body cam that shows them having their knee on their neck and their knees in the back. I seen other people video from regular people. Where is the police video? How come the body cam video, why they won't show us what happened from the arrest all the way up till they put them on the stretcher? Why they won't show that? Naya said he died from strangulation and there were no drugs in the system. So why can't Minneapolis just lock up them cops? And here's something that I didn't want to say, but I might need to say it. I think the reason why they so hesitant to lock up these rogue cops is that these cops have evidence that they were given permission to do a lot of heinous things. And they're afraid that the cops will drop dime on them and expose them. I really do believe that, and that's why they protect them. Anybody have an opinion on that? I really believe that they believe that if the stuff that they had these cops doing over the years, And this is years and years and years of intel. It literally would shock the world. Being a police officer wouldn't mean nothing. All right, now he gave us a link, y'all. Let's check it out real quick. All right, let me hit the play button. Make sure that there ain't no videos.
Coronavirus.
See, always a video. Let me go in. Make sure y'all can see it. See that? Now I had it on pause. All right. Hold on, you're going too fast. Wait a minute. I'm not ready for you yet, baby bop. Hold on.
A wave of protests over the death of George Floyd spread from coast to coast on Saturday and spilled over into the morning.
I want to be able to go in a white neighborhood and feel safe. I want to be able, when a cop is driving behind me, I don't have to clench and be tense, okay? I want to be able just to be free and not have to think about every step I take.
Authorities responded to a fifth night of protests while at least 25 cities across the U.S. enacted curfews. Peaceful protests took place, as well as acts of vandalism in cities large and small. Numerous states have either activated or requested National Guard forces to assist their cities. There was a scuffle in Times Square when several New York City police officers in helmets took down a protester to effect an arrest, and an NYPD vehicle could be seen burning near Union Square. In another incident, an NYPD vehicle appeared to drive into a railing blocking protesters after items were hurled at the car. At least three. The Minnesota National Guard had more than 4,100 citizen soldiers and airmen responding to the Twin Cities, according to a tweet from the Guard. The tweet said over 10,000 National Guard members are expected to join.
All right, hold on a second. What they got? This ain't got nothing to do with we talking about.
Protesters who were marching from Minneapolis.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Now, that's not what we talking about. Here we go. Do y'all see this on your screen? I want y'all to be able to read it with me. Can y'all see this on your screen? Wait a minute, let me make sure y'all can see it. Snazzy says BD, the group Anonymous put out yesterday that the Minneapolis police have been corrupt and practice unfair guidelines. They even said that they have evidence on Trump and Naomi Campbell. Ivan Idlehand put dollars in the chat. Liz said, my word, that's insane. Liz says, Snazzy, I believe it. Look at all the stuff the cop has gotten away with. 18 cases. And that man still got a badge and a gun. 18 cases. CNN says an independent autopsy into the death of George Floyd found that his death was a homicide and the unarmed black man died of asphyxiation from sustained pressure. An independent autopsy said that he died of asphyxiation from sustained pressure. They killed that man. They killed that man. The autopsy, they say, compression to Floyd's neck and back led to a lack of blood flow to his brain. Okay, Snazzy. Floyd was essentially dead on the scene in Minneapolis on May 25th, said Ben Crump, attorney for the family. Multiple videos of Floyd's death showed and former police officer Derrick Chauvin's knee on Floyd's neck, along with other officers kneeling on his back. Chauvin had his knee on Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in total, and 2 minutes and 53 seconds after Floyd was unresponsive, according to a criminal complaint released by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. The ambulance was his hearse, Crump told reporters. A homicide is the death of a person caused by another person. It includes murder and manslaughter. The independent autopsy's finding come after the Hennepin County medical examiner found no physical findings to support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation, according to the criminal complaint. Hold on, y'all. Y'all need to hear this. This needs to be said loud and clear. The Hennepin County medical examiner found no physical findings to support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. So, this medical examiner is paid off by the local government, like I said. The independent person came back and said, look, it's here. The person that's being paid by them is saying there wasn't. Do y'all get that? Preliminary autopsy results cited in the complaint said combined efforts have been restrained any potential intoxicants in Floyd's system and his underlying health systems, including heart disease, probably contributed to his death. Toxicology results can take weeks. Floyd's cause and manner of death remain pending and is being investigated by local, state, and federal law enforcement. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner Office said in a statement, Chauvin is charged with third-degree and second-degree manslaughter. Third-degree murder, second-degree manslaughter. Okay, y'all. I need y'all to, hold on. What? They lied. But I told you they would lie. Because if it wasn't for the videos, they was going to say that the officers they were going to exonerify the officers. They were going to protect them, like I told you. Like they've been doing. This opening up a whole can of worms. I hope they're ready to get in there with. That's an old saying. Sometimes you lay down with dogs, you get fleas. All right, this is from Snazzy. Anonymous links U.S. President Donald Trump, Naomi Campbell, Will Smith to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Anonymous is back again. They reportedly hacked into the Minnesota Police Department website after the death of African-American George Floyd due to police violence. The hacker group also leaked fresh documents linking Donald Trump and Naomi Campbell to the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Anonymous is back again, and they're out to be the voice for the voiceless in a big way. For the unversed, Anonymous are a group of unidentified hackers who were on the down low for a few years and have now resurfaced amidst the death of African-American George Floyd due to police violence. In a viral video shared on their official Facebook page, the silhouette of the person in the black hoodie and Guy Fawkes mask from V for Vendetta is seen talking about police brutality with special mention to ex-officer of the Minneapolis Police Department, DERRICK Chauvin, who's responsible for George's death. Greetings, citizens of the United States. This is a message from Anonymous to the Minneapolis Police Department. Police brutality and murder is a widespread problem in the United States, which has undoubtedly infected nearly every jurisdiction in the country. But the Minneapolis Police Department is among the worst and has a horrible track record of violence and corruption. This week's brutal killing of Floyd, which has sparked protests and national outrage, is merely the tip of the iceberg, and a long list of high-profile cases of wrongful deaths at the hands of officers in your state. In fact, in the past 2 decades, 193 people have been killed by police in Minnesota. 193 people. Anonymous then went on to name the cases that have surfaced in recent past, along with video footages of the same. Then they spoke in detail about George's case and how there was more than what meet the eyes. They stated how the police also need to be held responsible for their actions. These officers must face charges, and Officer Chauvin especially should face murder charges. Unfortunately, we do not trust your corrupt organization to carry out justice, so we'll be exposing your many crimes to the world. We are Legion, expect us. Anonymous concluded. He's also said to have hacked into the Minneapolis Police Department website, as visitors on the site were asked to submit CAPTCHAs to prove they aren't bots. Hold on a second. But that's not all. Anonymous provided fresh documents linking high-profile celebrities to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in regard to his sex trafficking and child rape racket. The names include U.S. President Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, Naomi Campbell, Kevin Spacey, Michael Jackson, amongst others. Moreover, over time, Trump has reiterated that he barely knew Epstein, even though there are several videos and photos of the duo together. Epstein's mysterious death inside the prison cell is also said to be linked to Trump, as revealed by Anonymous. How true it really is, we'll have to wait and watch everything unfold. Donald Trump responded, fake news. All right, take the chat real quick. Let me check the chat. Liz said, my word, that's insane. Snazzy said, I believe it. Look at all the stuff the cop has gotten away with. Snazzy says, right at Naya. Richard McConnell said, the police union covers everything up. Snazzy said, Hennepin County Live BD. Yup. Y'all can go back and look at my first videos. I told you they were going to lie. Y'all jumped on me. Some of y'all jumped on me. Snazzy said, facts, Richard. Naya said, it should be the independent autopsy report. Liz said, yes, Naya. Liz said, what a joke. She said, I see it on screen now. Based upon the actual facts, his charges should be upgraded, said Naya. Liz said, yes, they should. Naya said, safe to say they're pro-prosecution. Naya said, yes, Liz, I hope it happens. And Naya said, those fellas are good investigators. All right, we got some more links to look at. All right. Ex-Minneapolis police chief to police union president, turn in your badge. Former Minnesota police chief Janae Harter, and others are calling for the police union president, Lieutenant Bob Crow, to step down after a letter to union members surfaced in which he blamed politicians and local leaders for the riots in Minneapolis over the death of George Floyd. On Twitter Monday, Harter shared a screenshot of an email from Crow to the Police Officers Federation of Minneapolis. In the message, Crow called the riots a terrorist movement and an escalating unrest is occurring because officers have lacked support from the top. A disgrace to the badge. This is a battle that myself and others have been fighting against. Bob Crow, turn in your badge. The politicians are to blame, and you have been scapegoats, Crow told the officers. Hartar, who resigned in 2017 following the deadly officer-involved shooting of Justin Diamond, said Crow should resign. A disgrace to the badge. This is the battle that myself and others have been fighting against. Bob Crow, turn in your badge, Hartar wrote. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey also piled on, accusing Crow of helping undermine the public's trust in its police force. For a man who complains so frequently about a lack of community trust and support for the police department, Bob Crow remains shockingly indifferent to his role in undermining that trust and support. Frey wrote on Twitter, his categorical opposition to reform, his consistent disrespect for civilian leadership, and his lack of empathy for the community have done more to undermine trust in police than any other community activist ever has. On Wednesday, Crow released the following statement on behalf of the police union in the wake of Floyd's death. Now is not the time to rush to judgment and immediately condemn our officers. An in-depth investigation is underway. Our officers are fully cooperating. We must review all video. We must wait for the medical examiner's report. Officers' actions and training protocol will be carefully examined after the officers have provided their statements. The Police Officers Federation of Minneapolis will provide full support to the involved officers. We ask that the community remain calm and let the investigation be completed in full. How can they expect the community to remain calm when you lying to the daggone people? If there was no video, we wouldn't be talking right now. And they sit there and made the Pennington Examiner lie and say that the man had drugs in him, that the man was in bad shape, the man had heart problems. It wasn't just the fact that they had their knees on him. The man was a ticking time bomb. He was ready to fall down at any minute. You got somebody that's a security guard, but he's fragile. What kind of security guard can he be? I'm just asking the question. Why would you hire somebody, according to Hennigan? Corona said this man had heart conditions and man was in bad shape. All right, let's move on to the next linky dink. Make sure y'all can see it. All right, she found it. Yeah. Oh yeah, hit that unpause button.
Citizens of the United States, this is a message from Anonymous to the Minneapolis Police Department. Police brutality and murder is a widespread problem in the United States, which has undoubtedly infected nearly every jurisdiction in the country, but the Minneapolis Police Department is among the worst and has a horrific track record of violence and corruption. This week's brutal killing of George Floyd, which has sparked protests and national outrage, is merely the tip of the iceberg in a long list of high-profile cases of wrongful death at the hands of officers in your state. In fact, in the past 2 decades, 193 people have been killed by police in Minnesota. In recent years, we have seen numerous high-profile killings in the area, including the deaths of Jamar Clark, Philando Castile, Justine Dammit, Dermot Blevins, and Brian Quinones. These are only the cases to catch headlines, where videos or other evidence proves that the police are lying. Sadly, in the vast majority of police killings, the only one left alive to tell the story is the officer who took the person's life, and thus the cycle is able to continue because none of these murderers ever face any justice for their actions. This travesty has gone on for far too long, and now the people have had enough. In the most recent case of George Floyd, the blatant disregard for human life exhibited by the officers is undeniable, and all evidence that has been released so far has shown that Floyd was being entirely compliant with the officers, which contradict earlier claims from police that he was resisting arrest. Furthermore, our initial investigation of the offending officers has revealed a criminal pattern of violence on the job. At least 2 of the officers involved in Floyd's arrest, Derrick Chauvin and Dio Utheno, have a history of on-the-job shootings and excessive force complaints. The Star Tribune reported this week that Chauvin, The officer most directly responsible for Floyd's death has been involved in numerous on-the-job shootings where suspects were killed. There were 4 officers on the scene at the time of the incident, 1 who kept the gathering crowds away, and 3 who were forcefully holding Floyd down. Onlookers warned the officer that he was crushing the man to death, but none of the police on the scene seemed to have any concern for Floyd's condition. You may have fired these officers to save face, but it is obvious that this type of behavior is condoned, if not encouraged within your police department, as it is in others. Officers who kill people and commit other crimes need to be held accountable just like the rest of us, otherwise, they will believe that they have a license to do whatever they want. You will claim that this is just the work of a few bad apples, but what of the officers who stand by and do nothing while they commit offenses against the people they encounter, and the police departments like yours who refuse to prosecute these criminals as they would one of the citizens that they are sworn to protect? People have had enough of this corruption and violence from an organization that promises to keep them safe. After the events of the past few years, many people are now beginning to learn that you are not here to save us, but rather, you are here to oppress us and carry out the will of the criminal ruling class. You are here to keep order for the people in control, not to provide safety for the people who are being controlled. In fact, you are the very mechanism that elites use to continue their global system of oppression, and the world is finally starting to wake up to this, and they are becoming increasingly angry every time they see blood needlessly spilled without consequence. These officers must face criminal charges, and Officer Chauvin especially should face murder charges. Unfortunately, we do not trust your corrupt organization to carry out justice, so we will be exposing your many crimes to the world. We are Legion. Expect us.
All right. Liz said, of course, Trump said fake news. Snazzy said, this goes deep down a rabbit hole. Liz said, right. Same thing with Aubrey. Liz said, Aubrey, autocorrect does not like that name. It doesn't. That's why I spell it with a U. I try to put a U in it and say Aubrey. It don't like Aubrey. So I just spell it Aubrey, A-U-B. And it go better. Yeah, wild is wild, but you know, tell the truth, y'all. Y'all know this been going on. Y'all know this been going on. It's been going on since the beginning. Y'all know it, man. So, what do we do with these rogue officers? They're shaking in their boots right now. And I'm talking about around the country. The reason why there are protests around the world, see, people that live in fantasy land, people that live in candy land, you know what I'm saying? People, just everything is fine. Why are you complaining? Why is everybody upset? Everything is just milk duds and rosebuds. Everything is wonderful. These are the people that we got to wake up, because they don't see this around them, so they don't think it's a problem. But the problem is, this is going on to protect them. This is why they don't have a problem with it. You got to put it in their face for them to have a problem with it. All right, Snazzy, thanks. I got to ask y'all, to the people who are in Never Never Land, that the police are our friends. They care for us. They love us. There is a brotherhood an imaginary line. Police officers are taught from the minute that they come on the force that they are part of the brotherhood. We see movies about it, and we don't pay it no mind. How many police movies have you seen where you see the corrupt cops and the one cop that's not corrupt want to say something, but the other corrupt cops, you can't do that. You can't go against the blue shield. And you see them try and speak up. Then all of a sudden, something get planted on them. They find themselves in jail. Their families start getting phone calls. Their young children on the way home from school get visited by people. Yeah, you need to tell your daddy to stop it. So that they become victimized. So they don't say nothing. So the people that are supposed to protect us actually can't protect themselves. The good cops that want to do the right thing can't do it. The good cops that want to do the right thing, they can't do it. Bad suit, whether he had a criminal record or not, no man deserves to die like that. The way he died was even crueler than the electric chair. A hanging would have been easier and quicker. It'd have been drop, hook, neck snap. They had that man down there for 8 minutes and we watched that man die like a dog for $20 stinking. $20. All right, y'all. Snazzy had to leave, but she left us with one more link. Let's check it out.
I feel that shit. But this is peaceful.
Uh-oh, Reg is on.
But he is right. When I go home, and I realize I was at the center point to all what's going on around the states, and I'm at home, and I'm seeing the news, and I'll be like, damn, man, if I wasn't at home because of Cheetah, I'll still be there, or Reg is somewhere else. If you go somewhere else, it's just an offshoot. You know what I mean? At least when I'm sitting at home, and I didn't go to the next one right away or something like that, it's like, man, you was at the center focal point where this was unleashed and spread throughout the whole United States. I feel you, doggy. I get in there too. I jump in there too. Hell yeah, enjoy yourself. Well, I didn't get the right view. That's right. Get on up in there.
All right, y'all.
Chilling. Big chilling.
I'll drop the volume down. Y'all can still listen. But I want to chat with the people. Let me put a plug off this phone. All right, y'all. I got the phone right here.
But the brother was right with his speech last night. We are the center focal point to everything that's happening in every state.
No, it's the launching point. I say it again. Is there anybody in this chat? It's 7 of y'all here. Is there anybody in this chat that don't have knowledge of one family member or one friend
Farm place to live right here. Say you live in one of these buildings, a house.
that had a serious problem with the police.
Shit.
Can anybody in here say that?
You live here, you come out sometimes with your kids.
Is there anybody in this chat?
How you doing?
They can't say. They don't know anybody
with your kids.
That's scared right now in 2020 when they got to drive through the good neighborhoods. Can anybody in this chat say they don't know nobody?
Get up under the patio.
Who don't worry.
Somewhere sit right
when
here
they
and
see the police
children.
Lights in their rearview mirror approaching. Anybody that can say, I've never known anybody not to say that.
This is the bag. You gotta have that bag.
I don't care how tough you are. I don't care how bold you are. When you see them lights coming, you tense up. But that's what the local government wants you to do. They want you to be in fear. They want to control you with fear.
He took a picture. Now he's there. What's up, guy? All right. You want them to move.
Nobody ain't got no comment on that.
Why you take a picture?
Y'all can't tell me that y'all have not been out and the police come by and you see the person you with get nervous. Why do they get nervous?
Someone took a picture of me a little while ago at the
because if they haven't dealt with road cops, they know somebody who has. And so you don't know when a cop come up to you. Is he coming up to you friendly to help you? Or is he coming up to you to do something to you? And it shouldn't be that way. It should not be that way.
And then when the police is called, they're going to call his side. They're going to take his side because he lives here, he don't. It's never going to stop, man. Whatever's going on today and happening over there on
hold on, y'all. I'm gonna see what the people in the chat think.
Twitter. He talking about Twitter. He talking about I want to put. Anyways, what I want you guys to understand is, no matter about Chicago Avenue right now on East 38th Street, what you see is just going to constantly keep going on, where someone's, scrutinized because of maybe how they look. I'm just saying, because I had pictures and people follow me today at the baseball stadium. I'm not doing nothing but trying to do the tourist side of the game. And here it is, the brother was just there sitting there. Now the worst that them brothers could do right there, I don't know. Who knows, just sitting there, having a conversation, smoking a blunt. I don't know. Hustling.
Hey y'all, I'm typing in the chat.
But I don't think it gives people the right to come out and take pictures of it. Then one thing leads to another, and law enforcement is called. And yeah, someone done told me come to the park, and the park look kind of straight hood, man. The park look kind of straight hood. What's up, bro? It has this bound. What's up? The food over here? Getting that knowledge. Getting that knowledge side of the game. And yeah, no one likes cameras, man. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful aiming your camera at people and walking with a camera. You gotta be careful, motherfuckers lose it. If y'all missed that, you can go rewind. You can go rewind my video and see how I handle the men following me on a goddamn golf court. A golf cart. Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? Hell yeah. Huh? That's right. Another day above ground is a blessing, man. For sure. Sun shining. Woo! Shine. Hey, you got above ground, huh? That's real. Hey, you have a good day, man. Keep your head up. Hell yeah. I'm glad I came to this park, man. Glad I came to this park. People do not like to see a camera, man. You gotta be careful. What's up, bro? Hell yeah. Out here. Out on the out here side of the game. What's up, bro? Dang, I might as well just. Man, I want to get you the. This is the shit. I don't know which way.
Hold on, y'all. I'm typing in the chat.
So much goddamn good shit to see. Let me just circle this leg real quick. Hey, you guys, y'all enjoy the stream. Let me just chill for a little bit. Let me take my glasses off, y'all. Y'all chill out for a minute. Y'all chill out for a minute. Let me. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to read chat and it's difficult. Let me grasp some of this shit. Oh, hold on, let me make sure this damn phone is charging. Hey, thank you. I barely put the glasses on. Let me make sure we still charging because it'd be a shame. This goes out.
Hold on, y'all. I'm almost done.
All right, hold on. Hey, thank you for that. Hey, Reg. Strangers wondering. One last night got cut from 5 hours to 2. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, man. I don't know. I gotta check it out and see if there's some music I gotta erase or what, man. I gotta see. Someone else mentioned that. I don't know if that's you that mentioned earlier, but I gotta do some shit on a computer, and I'm going to have to wait till I get home to see what that video is. If someone knows what video it is, can you screenshot that and send it to my Instagram? Give me the title of the video and the minutes. Give me the title of the video and how long it is so I can see, is it something I gotta erase or do on my part? Because all my videos nearly got copyrighted, and only one I tried to go into my phone and mute the music. So I don't know if I mute it and.
Alrighty, y'all. I got some back. Yeah, y'all saw. Y'all can see the chat.
Oh, let me see something. Let me see if we charge.
Y'all can see the chat, and y'all saw what I typed in there.
Charge it back up.
I typed in there that the coroner lied, the local coroner in Hennigan lied, and they were going to clear the cops if it wasn't for the video and the independent autopsy, and that we need to get the leadership.
Information about that too, man. About the autopsy side of the game.
There you go. They talking about it.
It's like
he's talking about it.
I couldn't really get into searching this and that about the topic because I had to get out here and get on the move. Brothers out here kicking it.
Hey man, let me go back and look.
I take the glasses back off. Hold on, you guys. I put the glasses right back on like a dummy. like a dummy. You big dummy. Yeah, I gotta figure that out.
I'm looking.
Shouldn't be cutting off, man. Shouldn't be cutting off.
I don't see nothing. I typed in all that information.
Program real
and
quick
Reg mentioned it.
Get back to the car.
Nobody else in the chat. They in there talking about the rioters ought to be killed and stuff like that. Do y'all see how important our show is?
Yeah, thanks for.
I'm asking y'all. Do y'all see how important our show is?
With this
that we come bring the truth. People don't want to hear the truth.
What's up, bro?
Didn't nobody comment, and I typed 5 different things in that chat. Not one person commented on it.
I'll take care.
But they talking about the park. They talking about Antifa. They talking about that the protesters should be shot.
Let me see this.
I dropped the information. You know, I dropped the information in there. They didn't want to hear it. This is what they bank on.
No,
you not hearing it.
I just ate. My stomach is compact.
Naya says, Batsu says, I agree with you, respect. Naya said, yes, BD, as he cried for his mother.
I stuffed down the
Naya said, yes, BD, traffic stops
you gotta go.
are the most dangerous.
Potatoes and down chips.
And Liz said, yes, Naya.
On top of that, Gatorade, I was like, I couldn't even drink the rest of it.
Let me run to the bathroom real quick, y'all. I just took my insulin. Insulin no joke.
No tricks. Yeah, I'm the kind of person, I said it before, for some reason I don't breathe out my nose. I just breathe out my mouth. I gotta get that, I gotta learn that breathing shit. A person walk from the river walk to Belle Isle and ride a bike. There's no way am I short-winded ever. It's just, for some reason, let me try it. Yeah, I don't use my nose to breathe. I do it all throughout my mouth. So you'll hear that huff. Damn. I wonder if they got fish in there. On the fish side of the game. It's like a swamp. It's like a swamp. Oh, this shit move. This shit move when you on it. That's a trip. Well, let me get y'all this scene real quick. How you doing? Good, good. Yourself? You? Yeah. Sorry, chap, I'm moving fast. I gotta get back. Woof, woof, woof. Is it? It's a she, huh? Yeah. She doing her job. She doing her job. That's what she's supposed to do. Hey, you take care, all right? All right. Like, nigga, you a stranger. I don't know you.
The humidity.
You want this smoke?
Ain't bad today.
I just got, hey, there you go, CXD.
All right, so I'm back.
People like to play the press shit. I just got pressed. I just got pressed by Chihuahua. just got pressed by a chihuahua. That's how they like to play shit.
Hey, Naya, you just made a great point. Traffic stops are the worst. But normally on a dark road at night, right? This man got killed in broad daylight. And there were people there that wanted to help but couldn't. So even in broad daylight, you at the mercy of the cops. In broad daylight, you are at the mercy of the cops. Y'all hear that? You at the mercy. He having a bad day that day. He decide he want to kill somebody. He want to hurt somebody. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Unless you got the money to fight. You ain't nothing you can do about it. Just be honest. Unless you got the money to fight, what can you do about it?
Play over here, horseshoes. They used to play horseshoes over here. What they used to play over there, horseshoes? Was, huh? Was? Right.
Minneapolis College took over half of it to put in these container community gardens. Worked out pretty good too. It looks like people are filling them right up.
Okay, come in here and throw you something and grow it.
Yeah.
Project.
Yep, and then everybody shares at the end of the season, I guess.
Okay.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yep. Time consuming. All right, you got it. Horseshoes, community college. You can come over here and throw you a couple chronic seeds up in here. Throw you a couple chronic seeds up in there, and some kush, some bubble kush. This should go far. Damn, I might as well go ahead and complete the whole circle. I might as well go and complete the whole circle. How's it going? All right. And they got a lockup. They got a lockup at the park. They got a lockup. This look like that shit Hannibal Lecter was in. Hannibal Lecter, and I think it's called The Cannibal. You seen the movie with Hannibal Lecter? They came to get him out that cell and they had him in a cage. They have him in a well-rounded cage.
All right, we starting to lose people. We didn't drop down to 5 people. Well, we'll come check back with that. And everybody stop talking. Everybody here? Who is still here? Can I take attendance?
New details about the moments after George Floyd was taken by ambulance from 38th and Chicago on Monday night, as the Minneapolis Fire Department releases their incident report after arriving on that scene to assist. Here's Fox 9's Sarah Danek.
According to this 3-page incident report, an engine from Fire Station 17 was dispatched at 8:30 p.m. Monday for an assist EMS call, 28 minutes after Minneapolis police say they responded to the original 911 call. The fire department incident report says all they knew was the patient had trauma to his mouth. When the engine arrived on scene 2 minutes later, the 4-person crew was not able to locate the patient, but saw several police squad cars and were told by people on scene that the police, quote, had killed the man. The crew eventually learned from an officer on scene that the patient had been put on an ambulance by HCMC medics and moved to another location. Fire crews also spoke to an off-duty firefighter who had, quote, witnessed the patient go from struggling to unresponsive on the ground while handcuffed and subdued by PD. The crew was then dispatched to help medics a few blocks away at 36th and Park Avenue, the location of the ambulance with George Floyd inside. 2 of them got inside to help HCMC medics with a mechanical chest compression device that was working on a, quote, unresponsive pulseless male. The report shows fire crew members took over ventilations and helped prep an IV and medications. Medics in the ambulance performed pulse checks several times on Floyd, but the report says none were found, and that one shock administered did not change his condition. He was taken into a stabilization room at the hospital where ER staff took over. The fire crew's call ended at 9:23 p.m. Monday, and George Floyd was pronounced dead in the ER 2 minutes later.
A spokesman for the fire department tells Fox 9 the firefighter was certified as an EMT and offered help at the scene, but was told the help was declined, and the firefighter did not have the authority to override the decisions being made by officers on the scene.
So the officers didn't want Floyd to be checked out. They had somebody right there. They didn't want somebody. Y'all know how bad that is? Do y'all understand how bad that is? What this ring how? Okay, check resolution. Okay, good. We ain't dropped not one frame. We've been live for 3 hours and 10 minutes. We hold all 30 frames. And the PC usage is only at 20%. Now, I checked our download and upload speed, and that's why I came up from 1920 to 1080 to 2000 by 1125. I could go up to 2560, but everything is fine. But it's our upload. Our upload speed is good today. Watch. This is our download. When we downloading our videos and stuff, that's our download. That's how many megabits a second. Now remember, we live streaming at 4800. And this is our upload. And I'm concerned about that because we live streaming at 4.8 and that's 4.5. That's not good. So let me restart the radio. And let's try it again. Now, when y'all see, when we were uploading the other day and y'all saw we were having problems playing the videos, it's because we had bad upload. But look at how it's shot. Look at how fast it's shot, Pat. They bringing it back. Y'all saw that thing shoot up to 15, and they saying 373. That's because they don't want you to do it. All right, y'all. We back. Are we frozen? Are you serious? Why y'all ain't say something? I don't understand why it does this. It's showing all these other windows. Is there a way to like delete them? Nope. See, that's a chat. It's gotta be a way. What I might have to start doing is maybe use monitor capture, but then it's gonna show everything. I don't like that. Because when I go into the Hangouts, it's going to show. That's why I don't like that. If somebody send me something on the Hangouts, if I go click it, it's going to show the Hangout. But that would solve the problem of it freezing. That would definitely solve the problem. Anybody have any links? Oh, let's see what we got here. The Washington Tribune. That's an advertisement. Where's the video? Is there a video there? That says advertisement. Is that a picture? That's a photo. All right, the heck with it. Oh, wait a minute. Something's spinning. I ain't showing that. Anybody got any links? Anybody got any linky dinks? All right. Hashtag I can't breathe. Type that in. Liz says she don't have any right now. Black life matters. Black life matters. They say this is live. There's that store, Nia and Liz. Why is that store still open? That's the store right there. That cup food, whatever it's called. Why is that store still standing there? Why haven't they burnt down that store? They burnt down everything else. Why they ain't burnt down that store? That's the place they call the police. Don't put a memorial there. Burn it and put the memorial there. That's what they should have done. Burn it. That man gonna come on TV. We had the cashier called me crying saying they killed the man. That cashier should be strung up by her toes and let her family be crying. I'm just telling the truth. Why is that place still standing? You going in there spending your money. Those are the people that called the police for no reason for $20. I wouldn't give them a penny. Y'all who trying to get them deported. Send them back over there in Pakistan.
It's the same one that I called earlier.
They playing music. Well, can't watch that. They playing music. And they ain't showing it nothing anyway. All right, they supposed to be live. Let's see what's going on here.
Making a difference in saving lives. In Europe, thousands of people are marching in solidarity with the protesters in the U.S. NBC News correspondent Carl Nassman is in Berlin with more.
Uh-oh. Where's Papa D at with the updates?
Protests here in Europe over the death of George Floyd. We're seeing demonstrations popping up in front of U.S. embassies. Protesters blocking roads, demonstrating peacefully in several cities, including in London and in Paris, and right here in Berlin. And you can see a visual part of that movement here behind me. This is actually a former piece of the Berlin Wall. I'll step out of the way so you can take a look. This is a memorial to George Floyd. You can see the large letters there. I can't breathe. And several people passing by now taking pictures and wanting to take a look at this memorial as well. You know, many protesters here say they see their own experiences mirrored in the life and in the death of George Floyd. I spoke with two prominent voices, one in London and one in Berlin, to hear their perspective. Here's just part of that conversation. Take a listen.
It does feel like this time we're at a tipping point, and that people's desire to take to the streets in protests might be about to launch a global moment that I don't think we've seen in the global communities since the 1960s.
people recognized it in their own communities. They were like, oh, this may be the US context, but I'm German and I've seen that before. I'm French, I've seen that before. I'm British, I've seen that before.
I think this is as old as time. What can you do? Organize, protest, resist.
There is a really palpable sense, not only of anger, but of an unending fury and a sense that this time it is too much.
My message to Donald Trump is that his opponents are not just in the United States.
Yeah, I know. Now I'm going to go in there and fry me
the
some.
vast majority of the global community of 7.8 billion people stand alongside those African Americans experiencing such great injustice.
I feel like this is another surge in progressive activism. I'm not sure how long it will last. It's about momentum, it's about maintaining something here in Germany, but it definitely felt like a new moment. And it felt like an anger I haven't seen since my arrival in Germany. This definitely felt new.
Allison, those issues of racism and of police brutality are resonating and playing out in communities of color here in Europe, just like they do in cities across the United States. And just like in the US, this seems to be a movement now that will not be fading away anytime soon.
You're watching NBC News now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming.
Moving too slow, boy. I can't breathe. I put live in there and the same stuff popped up. It probably live.
Heritage, for the ability to publicly gather and to be out and form society and community. But we also need to take into account the very real public health and safety implications as we see them. This morning, Chief Bess and I discussed the plans to continue to allow peaceful demonstrations and to protect our city from violence, looting, and chaos. Both of those are mutual obligations. We have a duty to protect people who are exercising their First Amendment rights and if they're doing it peacefully. We also have a duty to protect those people and other people and property from the acts of violence and looting.
But nobody's live. Frustrating. Let me go to my homepage, see what's there. Found something on the homepage. Come on, man. Why do they think we want to look at a helicopter? Seriously. Now you said I'm surprised it wasn't demolished. Hold on, they say violence erupt in Washington, D.C. Oh. So it's on one phone, not the other. Really? Is it the Washington Post or the White House? Was it the White? It would be the Washington Post, wouldn't it? Nobody live. So y'all gonna dance. Anybody else live? Anybody else live? All right, Fox is live.
Virus in the city of Detroit.
Finally, some action. Get to that. Come on.
The result we had the last 3 days wasn't because of 3 days worth of preparation. It was because of 6
I thought there was some
years of
action.
leadership, and I'll turn it over to Chief James Craig. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to also echo much of what you've already said, but I want to also acknowledge your leadership. You know, when you talk about dealing with a crisis like this, we talked about COVID, and Detroit certainly was a national leader in the rapid drop in numbers, not by accident. And then we look at this unrest. And as the mayor indicated, you know, we're not putting our feet up. We're not taking that victory lap. But I can't tell you how humbled, as leader of this organization, how proud I am of men and women who wear this uniform. I've had the good fortune of working in other cities. Many of you know, and I know you're tired of hearing me say it, I spent 28 years in Los Angeles. And yes, part of that time, I was there during the Rodney King and the subsequent civil unrest. The thing I remember most, and as I began to look over the last several days at what was happening in other cities, and please don't take this as a criticism because it is not, I couldn't help to think about what happened in LA right after Rodney King, when the mayor and the police chief were at odds, and a mob mentality set in to South Central LA, and they took the city over. No LAPD officers. It was a very dark day for me, who then was a sergeant with the LAPD, and many of our colleagues, because LAPD wasn't getting it done. And the community couldn't believe that this department, who had been so effective in addressing violent crime, failed. So it wasn't until maybe 24 hours later, maybe later than that the department began to start dealing with the threat. 24 hours based on the decision to retreat and give a neighborhood to the criminals. That has resided with me for so long, and as I began to look at the cities, and Philadelphia comes to mind, and I saw what was happening yesterday.
Nobody else.
The business owners, community members watching their businesses being looted.
Hey, there we go, y'all. Hey, that's us right there.
Police officers.
Hey.
But what was eerily similar, no police officer in sight. 2 blocks away, as mayhem was taking place.
None alive.
And so, my commitment.
It's only 21 minutes. Let's see what you guys say.
Good afternoon, everyone. The president has made clear that what we are seeing on America's streets is unacceptable. Violence, looting, anarchy, lawlessness are not to be tolerated. Plain and simple. These criminal acts are not protest. They are not statements. These are crimes that harm innocent American citizens. The First Amendment guarantees the right of the people to peaceably assemble. What we saw last night in Washington and across the country was not that. To that end, President Trump is demanding action to protect American citizens, to protect American businesses. 17,000 National Guard are deployed in 24 states. But according to General Milley, only 2 states have deployed more than 1,000. There are 350,000 National Guard available overall, and for the lawlessness we are seeing, far more needs to be done. Governors across the country must act, deploy the National Guard as it's fit, and protect American communities. As President Trump has said repeatedly, it's very important that we have peaceful protesters and support the right of peaceful protesters, but we cannot allow a situation like what happened in Minneapolis to descend further into lawless anarchy and chaos. And we understand that very well. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes.
To your point, the country is in crisis. There's a global pandemic that has claimed more than 100,000 lives. At least 40 million people are unemployed. There are now protests and racial tension ripping apart many cities. Where is the president? Why has he not delivered an address to the nation, as many of his predecessors have in a time of domestic crisis?
So the president has delivered multiple statements on this. The president, as recently as
48
hours ago, was out talking about what a tragedy the death of George Floyd was, how it has weighed on his heart, and how he encourages peace and lawfulness in our streets and peaceful protests. So he has said that repeatedly. He's made many statements to this effect, but what I would note is continual statements, as he's made day and day and day and day again, they don't stop anarchy. What stops anarchy is action, and that's what the president is working on right now.
The anarchists, you said this morning that the president is focused right now on rooting out Antifa. George Floyd did not die in Antifa custody. He died in police custody. What's the president doing to reform policing tactics and excessive use of force by police?
Yeah, so it's an important question for sure. And this president, if you look at the actions his DOJ has taken, there's a civil rights investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery. There's a civil rights investigation into the death of George Floyd. It is a tragedy what we saw. I mentioned to you that the president was extremely upset when he saw that video. And he continues to, the DOJ continues to pursue those charges. And he's recognized injustices for a long time, since he was a candidate. He talked about Sandra Bland and what a terrible video that was too. So he recognizes injustices where they are, but at the same time, he also recognizes that we can't allow organized groups like Antifa to commit some of the heinous acts that we've seen. John.
Kelly, in his call with the governors, the president said that he had put General Milley in charge of all this. What does that mean?
Yeah, so
In charge of policing American streets, what do they mean?
So I'm not going to get ahead of any actions that will be announced, but what I will say to you is this, that he has had 2 briefings today with Secretary Esper and AG Barr, and General Milley was there, and there will be additional federal assets deployed across the nation. There will be a central command center in conjunction with the state and local governments that will include General Milley, Secretary Esper, and AG Barr, but I won't go any further in announcing what actions.
Can you explain what the president meant when he told the governors, I have put General Milley in charge? What does that mean? Because that sounds like a total break here. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff being in charge of a domestic issue.
And ensuring that, as the president has said, and this has been taken out of context, by the way, that our streets are dominated with a police force and with a National Guard presence. So that, let me explain a little bit about how this works. If there's a peaceful protest, police will form a line. What we've seen are those lines have been overwhelmed by massive protests that have turned into riots, the peaceful protests to be distinguished from the riots we've seen. And when those lines are overwhelmed, law enforcement gets on the defense. So what the president has said is he wants to dominate the streets with National Guard, with a police presence, and what studies have shown, as General Milley noted, he was in that governor's call, and his points all pertain to the National Guard, and he noted that there are several studies that when there's an overwhelming National Guard presence, it actually de-escalates the situation and causes less civil unrest. So General Milley has really been on point in talking about the National Guard, the effectiveness, and ensuring that they're utilized to great effect across the country.
What's been taken out of context? Because I mean, I have the exact quote. It's a very simple one. He just says that he has put General Milley in charge.
No, I wasn't suggesting that quote was out of context. The dominate. I've seen some networks that have talked about dominating protesters, and I've been around the president all day. Anytime he's used the word dominate, it was with regard to dominating the streets and ensuring that we have peace in our streets. Yes. Yes, Scott, thanks.
In addition to the tough talk the president has been talking about taking action against looters and some of the violent elements in the protests that we've seen, why isn't he also supplementing that message by calling on these people to remain calm, to go home, to not destroy property, businesses, so on?
Yeah, he has done that repeatedly. Look, he talked about understanding the pain that people are feeling, and he does understand that pain. He's talked several times about the right to peacefully protest, and I've seen some of these peaceful protests, some of these sit-ins, and it's a real shame when you have anarchy and anarchists come in and you have Antifa come in, and it really dilutes the message of the protesters, and it's a legitimate reason they're protesting. So he hates to see Antifa come in and really dampen that message, which has been in many cases peaceful, but has been overtaken and overwhelmed by an organized effort of people from out of state coming in and causing havoc.
Is he traveling on Friday? Is he going to Maine?
He still plans on going to Maine. I haven't heard any other changes to that effect. Yeah. We just. I like your mask. That's really cool.
I have a quick follow-up about police reform. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien says he does not think there is systemic racism among law enforcement in the U.S. Does President Trump share that view?
Look, I think where the president stands is he does not believe, he fundamentally rejects the idea that these egregious actions of these 4 Minnesota officers are representative of our police force as a whole. Most of our officers in this country are good, hardworking men and women who work every day to police our streets. He's recognized cases of injustice. I noted Sandra Bland back when he was in the primary. I've noted more recently Ahmaud Arbery and then George Floyd. So he recognizes these injustices. He puts a focus on them, but he also recognizes our valiant police officers who have taken to the streets each and every night over the last 6 nights and protected our communities.
Can you explain what the legal authority the president has is for designating Antifa as a terrorist organization? And can you also talk about why he does not want to label white supremacist groups that are domestically located as terrorist organizations as well?
So let me address the first part about legal authority. Title 18, Section 2331 allows that the term, it defines domestic terrorism as involving acts dangerous to human life that appear intended to influence the policy of a government, and other elements are laid out, and it allows the Department of Justice, when utilizing this statute, to invoke greater investigatory authority and to invoke harsher penalties. I would note that the Justice Department has in the past used domestic terrorism in consultation with acts of white supremacy or what were racially motivated acts. Like in April 2020, a Florida man pled guilty to threatening an African-American Charlottesville City Council candidate. And at that time, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force was utilized. Same in the case of February 2020, where it was used in connection to 4 racially motivated violent extremists. And I would also note the president's long history of condemning white supremacy and racism. There is no place in society for these egregious, despicable ideologies. Jen?
Haven't you designated any white nationalist groups as terrorist organizations?
It has been used. I explained how in this case that domestic terrorism will be used as a way that the crime is prosecuted. It's a prosecutorial method, and it was utilized in the same exact way with regard to white supremacy. Yes.
Haley, on the Minnesota police officers,
she ain't smiling no more.
well, is the officer who's already been charged, the other 3, and also on Antifa. Can you explain a little bit about how would he know, or how is he talking about how he would identify members of Antifa? Since they're a very loose organization, it would be very difficult to tell who is part of Antifa.
So first, I was just on the call with the president where he expressed his dismay with those 3 officers who watched. I'll leave it to the state to pursue those charges if they decide to. It was the state that pursued the initial charge, but the president has expressed his complete dismay with those actions. With Antifa, I do think it's important to note that they are a big element of this protest. AG Barr has noted that. Ambassador O'Brien has noted that. We have ample evidence that DOJ has received indicating that Antifa is responsible for that unrest. But as to exactly how Antifa is identified, that would be more of a question for DOJ. Yes.
When you talk about additional federal assets, does the president have authority to deploy forces across the country beyond the National Guard?
He does. And look, we're looking at every tool in the federal toolkit available to us. You know, ideally, this would have been resolved at the state level. The states, after all, have the police power embedded in the 10th Amendment, and it is their responsibility to patrol their streets. But you're right to say that there are many federal authorities, including the one you cited, available to us.
And the phone call today?
The focus of the call with the governors was really the National Guard.
This is boring. Somebody asked the question.
But the National Guard.
You know, if she wasn't pretty, I'd have been turned off. I ain't gonna lie to you. She remind me of the kind of woman you see on a sitcom. You know, like Two Broke. What was it? Two Broke Girlfriends or something like that. I ain't making fun of her, but I'm just saying that she remind me of. So yeah. Come on back. All right, let's pull this chat up. Alrighty. Franny says, define systematic racism. Anybody want to take a crack at that? In your opinion, what is systematic racism? Franny wants to know. Anybody want to take a shot at it? In your opinion, what's systematic racism? Anybody want to take a shot? 6 people in the room. Anybody want to take a shot? We got 6 people in the room. Anybody want to take a shot? Hello? Anybody want to take a shot? What is systematic racism? I'll wait. I know it's a delay, so I'll wait. I know y'all are not going to leave me hanging. I know you're not going to leave me hanging. Franny says, I'll wait. Brings me back to grade school. Nobody want to help Franny out? Systematic racism. Before we Google it, but I will in a minute. When I think of systematic racism, first, to employ it, you must control the system. Those that control the system have the power to use racism, favoritism. They have the ability to use these items to keep things a certain way, to keep certain people from getting somewhere, to make sure that everybody stay in their place. That's what I think systematic racism is. If I'm running something, I get to decide who's going to get what. Who's going to get the nice jobs? Who's going to get the nice education? Who am I going to be favored towards? I'm also going to have to, in this case, we're going to need a court system. If I want certain people to stay down, I got to make sure it's difficult for them to access this. If I don't want a certain people to go to college and get educated, I got to come up with media campaigns to make them think that they can't survive in the college. That the only way they can make it is on the street. If I'm trying to set up a system, I want to keep as many of the people that I don't want to be a part of the mainstream. I want to keep them out the way. I want to get them my own area and let them be in their own area. And every once in a while, we had to let some of them over. And we let them come over, do what they got to do, and get them the heck out. You said, is the fact that we had a black president evidence against systemic racism? Well, let's go Google and see what systemic racism is. I just gave you, with my opinion, what I thought. Let's see if it matches up. Because I could be wrong. That's why we're going to Google. Ben and Jerry's. All right, this is what is systemic racism? United States Conference or something. So let's go. Let's blow it up so y'all can see it. Blow it up one more time. All right, can y'all see this? Hold on, Franny. I might be wrong. Let's find out what it is. Here we go. Y'all ready? Today, racism continues. Today, racism continues to exist in our communities and in our parishes. Racism is what makes us see the other with suspicion or to attribute negative characteristics to an entire group of people. This evil manifests itself in our individual thoughts and also in the workings of our society itself. Today's continuing inequalities in education, housing, employment, wealth, and representation and leadership positions are rooted in our country's shameful history of slavery and statistic racism. Statistic racism, discrimination based on race and ethnicity, takes many forms. The United States has made progress in eliminating some of the institutional, legalized racial discrimination of the past, such as slavery, Jim Crow laws, separate but equal schools, and prohibitions on voting or owning land. These hard-fought victories deserve to be remembered and celebrated. Still, these advances are incomplete. Data on social and economic welfare show disparities between many persons of color and their white counterparts. Unemployment rates for African Americans, Latinos, and Native Americans are considerably higher than the national average. Growing income inequality increasingly affects minorities. In the United States, median wealth for white households is 10 times greater than for black households, and is 8 times greater than for Hispanic households. Minority home ownership rates lag behind their white counterparts, and yet research shows that minorities face extra hurdles in getting approved for mortgages. African Americans, Latinos, and Native Americans are disproportionately affected through every stage of the criminal justice system, despite the evidence that different racial and ethnic groups commit crimes at roughly the same rate. America remains a deeply divided place in many ways. Many Americans of all racial and ethnic backgrounds live in neighborhoods that are homogeneous. This often limits the opportunity to learn from, interact with, and befriend people who are racially and ethnically different. Yet having experiences living near those with different experiences and backgrounds can strengthen the communities and the body of Christ. Many people of color living in low-income areas experience low or no upward economic mobility due to limited access to quality schools, safe neighborhoods, reliable transportation, or higher-paying jobs. Laws and practices and more affluent communities, such as refusing rent assistance vouchers, can prevent low-income persons from moving into these communities. As a result, dialogue and encounter with others with diverse backgrounds, experiences, and opinions can be limited or non-existent. And Evangeligadum, Pope Francis noticed that the exclusion and inequality create the climate for discord. Recent violence in communities across the country and the hurtful rhetoric that mark conversations about refugees and migrants indicate that there is still much work to do. As Christians, we are constantly called to examine our own hearts and consciousness for how we might contribute or break down racial divisions, intolerance, and discrimination. The failure to act to end systemic racism hurts those who are victimized and denies all of us the opportunity to benefit from the gifts of diversity. All right. I wasn't that far off. What do you think, Franny? I wasn't that far off. I was right there. I'll be honest with you. I was right there. Franny says, pretty close. I prefer it in your words. Well, because it comes from the Spirit. And for some reason, it allows me to take things and break it down to where everybody can understand it. I think that's my best gift. And remember what they say, God won't give you everything. I have a speech impairment. But yet, I'm able to put everything in such great words. Whether it be in rhyme format or just regular. And I can actually be clear and precise in everything I say. And whether it be a song, whether it be a rant, everything is clear. That's why, we've had a lot of trolls come. They never come attack our content. Because it's nearly impossible. They'll come over here, you're fat, you're ugly, you're black, look at your teeth. They never attack the content. We just chop them down. I gotta admit though, I kind of miss them coming. It was fun to beat them down. So it looked like there ain't much going on today. The young folk out of gas already? Well, what we heard today, they need to go back out there. I'm dead serious. The young people need to go back out Minnesota and ride tonight. After what we heard, all 4 officers need to be apprehended. Not just the one. We need all 4 of them behind bars today. We need all 4 officers behind bars today. Don't tell me yesterday. Don't tell me next week. We need all 4 of those officers in handcuffs. We need them in chains. We need them in the brig, the pokey, whatever you want to call it. We need them locked up today. Anybody have a reason why they shouldn't be locked up? Snazzy said, I think they may be out tonight, BD. Well, if they there, we gonna be there. Right now, ain't nobody doing nothing, Snazzy. And every time somebody say something going on in New York, something going on here, we go there, ain't nothing going on. Every time. And the news is edited, everything, down to a couple seconds, and you really don't get to see what's going on. It kills me. Well, Snazzy wanted to be peaceful. They need to kick up some dirt. Not enough to get shot now, but they need to kick up some dirt. They need to let the Minnesota government know they need to charge them other 3 officers. All 4 of them should be charged with murder. And for y'all say, the Oriental guy didn't do nothing. Yes, he did. Because he held back the people. They wanted to come. He stood guard. He was the lookout. He stood guard while the people was trying to come forward and help. He's just as guilty as the other 3. They need to put them all on the ground. Do I think the looting will help convince the governor to arrest the other 3? Franny, I'm going to tell you something. The local government didn't want to arrest none of them. Okay? If they hadn't went out there and looted the first night, there still wouldn't be an arrest. Derek Chauvin would still be walking around, free. They thought, well, we'll arrest him and give him some little charges. All right, Snazzy. I appreciate your help, Snazzy. They thought, okay, we had one night of riots, and if we give him some charges, they'll stop. They said, no, we want you to get all 4 of them. Did they do it? They burnt down 3 blocks. Did they do it? No, they didn't. Them 3 still. Now you find out that the coroner's office, their local coroner, lied and said that the man had a heart condition, that the man was ill, that the man had intoxicants, but didn't say what they were, right? Yes, Nazi, but show me an article where they locked them up. They taking their time. They don't want to lock up nobody. The police is shook up right now in Minnesota. They actually shook up in Detroit now. They shook up in Portland now. They shook up in North Carolina, South Carolina. They shook up in Georgia. They shook up in LA. They shook up in Texas. They shook up in Florida. They shook up in New York City. Do y'all understand? All of these places have riots, people protesting, because they see the same thing that's going on in Minnesota. They put up with this crap for 100 years all around the country. That's why they out there marching. When you listen to them, and that's what I've been focusing on, places where somebody actually talks to the people. And what do you hear them say? I'm tired of being scared to get in my car. I'm scared for my children. This is heard around the country. This ain't just one place. This been going on. This been going on ever since slavery ended. People are tired of it. And it's getting to the point that white folks are saying, look, man, we see it too, God done it. Stop it. But the old boy network, that created this system years ago to protect their children and make sure they stay ahead. And even though not all agreed, they went along with it. The same way, there were cops. 2 of the cops said, hey, let's turn this man over. Man said no, and they went along with it. But now, some of the white people are saying, wait a minute. Something ain't right here. The same way when, all right, Snazzy, when they didn't care that they were putting drugs on the men and women. They didn't care they were putting the hoses on men and women. They didn't care they was beating them with the batons, the men and women. But when they saw them putting the drugs on the little kids, when they saw them putting the hoses on the little kids, when they saw them beating the little kids, people say, you know what? I gotta say something. You're going too far. What happened to the United States? How can we call ourselves the great melting pot and we got this going on? And that's when we got progress. So now you seen a man die in your face. You sat there and watched Rodney King get beat unmercifully. And they said, well, they watched the fat guy. I keep forgetting that boy's name. The fat guy in New York City. They saw him get choked out, broad daylight, in front of a crowd. They said, well, fat man shouldn't have been struggling. He knew he wasn't in great shape. He shouldn't have been struggling with the police. And they brushed it off. But now you saw a man beg and plead for his life. And you saw how cruel the officers was. Even the most hardcore KKK Aryan person can't look there and say, man, you wrong. I'm sorry. I don't give a darn about them damn ends. Man, that was wrong. We need to take this and ride it and try to clean up these police departments and get these savages off the force. All right, Franny, but you see over here, we bring the truth. And if you don't agree with me, come check me. That's why there's so many riots around the country. This has been going on around the country for years. And I mean years. You can actually do a search if you want. Go on Google and do a search for wrongful killings by police. They actually have comedy skits. I played one last year. They had a comedy skit where they had two guys that was in the car and they got pulled over. And they already had themselves handcuffed to the steering wheel. Hands up, don't shoot. There's our cell phones right there. Don't let the flash make you shoot. One of them had some water. Where you get that water from? Ain't nothing in here. It's regular tap water we got from the house office. Y'all thought that was funny. But it's true. No black man or black woman should ever buy a silver cell phone. Because see, they'll say you had a gun. Because it's shiny. You should never buy a silver or gold cell phone. Because at night, it'll shine in that flashlight and they'll think you got a gun. And if they want to kill you, they can use that as an excuse. Well, I saw a flash. It was a cell phone. Well, I didn't know it was dark. I thought they had a gun. And they'll say, well, it makes sense. Okay. And then got away with another murder. He moved. I told him to get his registration out the glove box, and he moved. But he went too quick, and I got nervous, and I shot him. Well, okay, he was kind of mean looking, maybe, we can go ahead and just let it go, and we'll plant the gun in the glove box, or we'll put a knife in the glove box, and we'll say he was going for a knife and you had to shoot him. You know, the people are listening. They'll believe it. This is what's been going on since day one. I call them rogue cops. But it's some in every police force. They think they're above the law. And the mayor and the chief of police allows these cops to do this because when the people say we want the crime rate to go down, they actually recruit these people to come bring it down. And they hard with the people and physical with them, and you know, the temper is to make them afraid to commit crimes. You see people getting harassed in the good neighborhoods. They don't want you there. They want you to stay in the black neighborhoods. This isn't nothing that's new. It's been going on. This is not something new. This just happened. This isn't one case. We were covering the Ahmaud Arbery case when this happened. People have forgot about Ahmaud Arbery. That case has been forgotten. Another situation where you have a young black male in a predominantly 99.9% white neighborhood. They over there on the water, on the other side of the bridge. They want to know how come people keep coming over the bridge in that little neighborhood. You know, that's why they pay all that money, so they don't have to see nobody else. And they organize. They got a Facebook page just for the neighborhood. Then they got a site just for the neighborhood. They exchange videos and keep tabs of what's going on. You got the police saying that neighbors can't police their own. Call them. Call me for. We don't need to come out there. Y'all got an ex-police officer right there. Go ahead. Call him. They said they and shot somebody in broad daylight. 3 times with a shotgun. You and I do it, we going right to jail. Do not pass go. For almost 3 months, they remain free. Wasn't for that video, they'd still be free. If it wasn't for that video, they would still be free. Y'all understand that? If it wasn't for the video, they'd still be free. Them cops beat the holy hell out of Rodney King. And all 4 of them are free. Beat that man like a government mule. Y'all understand? People have been living with this. And it's not just black people. Mexicans, Indians, Orientals. And sorry to say, some poor white people. Seriously. The fact that we see white people butt naked running from the cops with a knife in their hand, and they won't shoot them. Let the man backed them up for 2 blocks out into the middle of a busy intersection. They wouldn't shoot him. They wouldn't put the tasers on him. You know good and well if that was a minority, that man wouldn't have made it off that block. You know it and I know it. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. But you ask people to sit there and accept it. You ask the people to sit there and accept it. How long are they supposed to accept it? How long are they supposed to just pretend it don't happen? How long are they supposed to have their heads in the clouds? I'm asking you. Tearing up the city ain't the best way. But somebody said, what did it help? We showed a video last night during a protest in another city. An Oriental officer had his knee on somebody's neck, and the white cop next to him took his knee and threw it off. That's potential. That's growth. That's change. If anything is going to come out of here, that's change right there. Somebody said, no, bro, we ain't going down that road. Get it off of there. No, we not doing that. No. I'm just saying, that was change. How many other cops you think saw that video and said, I ain't putting my knee on nobody's neck no more? I guarantee you. How many more cops will only apply enough pressure to hold the person down rather than putting all their weight into it? This is progress. But if the kids hadn't stood up for themselves, would we have that? I don't agree with them burning this place down. No, I don't. I think they should have burnt down that store. They called that man for that $20. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Why everybody still going in there buying stuff? I would torch that place if I was a family member. And I would terrorize the person that called the police. I would terrorize them. I would treat them the way they treated that man. Because they called for $20. Snazzy Girl got a link for us. $20. $20, y'all.
You know who Sabrina Fulton is. She's the mother of Trayvon Martin. I got a chance to meet her. We have bonded and had a relationship since that happened. Because what I can tell you is that after all of this, and this is going to die down, it's just inevitable. The work is still there to be done. Those individuals cannot come back. Sabrina can't have her son. George Floyd will no longer be here. The work is still here. I want to tell you, if you get a chance, find out Circle of Mothers. Circle of Mothers is 200 mothers, black mothers, that have gone through the same thing that we're talking about right now. It just wasn't televised. Nobody talked about it. So the thing is that the work will continue to be there. And we have to make sure that once this is done, is that we have to try to make change occur when it comes to police brutality. And what I'm saying is that there has to be a deterrent. If that man can be handcuffed and that man can sit on that man's neck for that long and feel comfortable about it, that means that he's not afraid of what's going to happen. We have to change the language. They have to be worried that I could go to jail for this. They have to respect us. They have to love us. That man cried out for his mom. That man cried out for his mom.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I was enjoying that. Hey, why they stop it? I was actually enjoying that. I'm kind of disappointed. What's next? Send us another link. I'm kind of disappointed, y'all. I was enjoying that. Damn, Jamie, why you stop? That was the best Jamie Foxx I ever heard.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Let me just check it, make sure it's good.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with the latest on the wave of protests and unrest taking place at this hour across the country. Outrage at the death of George Floyd, an African-American man, while in police custody in Minneapolis nearly a week ago. In city after American city tonight, thousands of people have once again taken to the streets to express their anger, frustration, and solidarity with others among them with different agendas, seeking to perhaps hijack the demonstrations, engaging in violence, vandalism, and looting. It is a precarious moment for this country, still in the grip of a pandemic that has claimed more than 100,000 lives, shuttered businesses, and left 40 million Americans out of work. We're covering this story from coast to coast this evening. We want to go first to California. Miguel Almaguer is in the coastal community of Santa Monica. Miguel, what's the story there tonight?
Well, Lester, over the last several hours, the situation here has really deteriorated. We're not far from where some serious looting was just underway a short time ago. Police have been on the move all day long, as have been protesters and demonstrators who are playing a cat and mouse game with officers. We've been hit with rubber bullets. We've had tear gas fly in the air, and police are trying to push these pockets of crowds out of certain areas. It is a very fluid and dynamic situation right now. For the most part, the protest behind me and just up the street here is peaceful, but that was not the case a short time ago. We saw rocks, bottles, and other objects being thrown at officers who were returning fire with rubber bullets and gas canisters. People are certainly very concerned here. The protesters have scattered across this region, but one thing is clear. While there is a heavy law enforcement officer on the ground and also in the air, they have lost some businesses here to looters. We saw several businesses getting looted for several minutes. You can hear the sirens in the background. It's a fire truck coming down the street here because we're told not far away there's actually a small fire that has erupted. So this is the situation playing out here, Lester, in Santa Monica. A curfew is now going to be enforced by officers, but they have lost control of some neighborhoods. Lester?
All right, Miguel Almaguer, just outside Los Angeles in Santa Monica. Let's go to Morgan Chesky right now. He is in Minneapolis, which, of course, was the epicenter of all this. Morgan, is there a different tone to what we're seeing today versus the previous days?
Lester, today began with a calmer tone. There was a massive peaceful protest outside the state capitol, which lasted several hours and had several thousand people in attendance. But the tension has been raised here in Minneapolis within the past hour, because we're about a quarter mile from the I-35 West Interstate Bridge, where there had been a massive protest gathered. And about an hour ago, Lester, a truck driver drove into the crowd, scattering thousands of people. Now, fortunately, we just confirmed no one was injured when that truck driver drove into the crowd reportedly pulling that driver outside of the vehicle. Authorities confirming that driver has been taken to a nearby hospital and that they have since cleared that bridge. In the meantime, we've just fallen in with this crowd of at least several hundred people who were part of that initial protest and are now moving their march this direction. They're here for George Floyd, Lester, and they want to make a clear delineation between the peaceful protests that we've seen during the day and the violence that we've seen occur at night. And they made a point that the police moved in on them unprovoked just a second ago on the bridge. And that's the tenor of the city here in Minneapolis right now, Lester. People are trying to heal, but at the same time, certain incidents that take place only seem to raise the tension here in this place. Everyone hoping that justice is served, but also pointing out, Lester, that only one officer has been taken into custody of those four that were involved with George Floyd's death. Lester?
All right, Morgan Chesky on the ground for us in Minneapolis. You see the situation unfolding in San Francisco to the right of your screen. But in the meantime, let's go to Philadelphia. Morgan Radford is there. Morgan, what do things look like at this hour?
Lester, good evening. We're standing here in the heart of Philadelphia, just outside of City Hall, and this was the site of much of the unrest that you saw today, just before that 6 p.m. curfew went into effect. If you look, you can see the continued and fortified police presence here behind me. And right now on the ground here, Lester, there's effectively 3 active groups who are still operating. You have the continued police force, you have the group of peaceful protesters who say they are asking people to keep their focus on the topic of George Floyd, the man who, of course, died in Minneapolis. And they said they're asking for equality. They are peacefully asking for equal rights when it comes to Black Americans and their treatment by police. And then you have a third group, the group that has been responsible for the violence and a lot of the looting that you've seen. If you walk here through Center City, you can see that companies, businesses closed, shut down, their windows busted in. And police say that when it comes to those people who have been inciting violence, they've already issued about 215 arrests as early as this afternoon. Many of those were in violation of last night's curfew, which began at 8 p.m. Police said they have Molotov cocktails, bricks, rocks thrown at them just this afternoon. And because of this, Lester, you've seen the texture of this city change in the past few days. This is not the Philadelphia that most of us know, love, and understand. Right now, SEPTA has suspended services here to Center City, which, as we mentioned, is the heart of a lot of the unrest and the clashes that you saw earlier today. The governor has issued a state of emergency. The National Guard has been authorized. You have state police at the ready. And the mayor has asked people to stay inside until tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. He has also suspended all government city services here through Monday. And he's asking people to stay home and make sure that this city can stay safe. Lester?
And Morgan, prior to the curfew, how much room, how much space were police allowing the protesters, the peaceful ones?
People were allowed to be here right now. If you can look where we're standing just in front of City Hall, I'd say about an hour ago, Lester, the entire 2 blocks were completely filled with protesters. Police allowed them to be here. They allowed them to mobilize. Again, what we saw here in this area was a peaceful protest, but that group has been moving throughout the city. So they left this area about as soon as that 6 p.m. curfew went into effect, and police have been monitoring all throughout the city. And frankly, Lester, I have never seen this type of police presence. You're only looking right here now outside of City Hall. They are dispatched about 2 other blocks if you go further east, if you look closer to where a lot of the looting happened and the stores that have now been completely ruined, frankly.
Am I going blind? It ain't no 8 o'clock.
This is the largest police presence I have seen.
All right, Morgan Radford on the ground there in Philadelphia. As we continue to watch a situation, looks a bit more peaceful now. These pictures from Philadelphia on the right side that Morgan was referring to, people standing there in a peaceful demonstration. We want to go back to Santa Monica, California now and talk to Gotti Schwartz, who has a different view of the standoff there between police and protesters. Gotti, what do you have?
Yeah, so Lester, we were just on the other side. Police started pushing and clearing out the street, and you've got police here that are protecting the promenade. You're very familiar with the promenade down here. That's the only place that we haven't seen some massive looting. However, down 4th Street, right about here, you can see that there's smoke down there. It's basically pandemonium inside of all of the stores in that direction. Each one of the stores that we passed had been looted for about 45 minutes, 50 minutes a little bit earlier. The only time that police were able to go inside was right before the firefighters arrived. So they went in, tried to make it safe for those firefighters. So we're starting to see the police make their way this way. But there have been 3 different groups that we've seen, and it's been very bizarre, Lester. You've got the protesters that were peaceful a little bit earlier. They were there taking a knee, expressing their anger, and they kept things extremely peaceful. Meanwhile, on the other side here, take a look at what I want to show you. These are just people that are basically opportunists. We see them drive up right here, and then they go into a store like this. And so, Lester, we're just going to show you what's going on right now. We've got people inside that are looting with impunity. There aren't any police in this particular area, and that goes on block by block by block. those three different groups of people. The protesters that are engaging with the skirmish line now at that area. You've got opportunists that are coming down and looting this area. And then you've got a very small group of people that we've seen with riot shields themselves and sticks that are on the periphery, and they engage with police from time to time, trying to provoke them. It appears as though they are throwing things. A lot of them seem to be bringing their own projectiles with them. So a different dynamic in almost every single part of Santa Monica right now. That peaceful protest, from what we've seen, has been dispersed as the curfew here has gone into effect. But as you can see, there are still quite a few people out. And again, they're looting with impunity. There's a jewelry store up the way. There's a bank that they've gone in. But people are walking around here pretty relaxed. So it's a very bizarre scene. It's almost like this is where, for right now, the law stops. And a lot of the store owners are still inside. Some of them have boarded up. Some of them have put up signs that say Black Lives Matter, trying to express their solidarity with the protesters. Some of them have been spared, while others, everything inside their store seems to have been taken. Lester?
Yeah, Gotti, I was watching some of the early images from Santa Monica, and there appeared to be cars that people were going into with what appeared to be stolen merchandise. Did it seem to you that this was highly organized?
Well, it seems as though they know where the police are, and the police presence is so large, and they're so involved right now with those large protests that are just down the way that they were able to drive up. Again, they had a squad car that was coming up with some officers in tactical units. And Lester, I gotta tell you, I've never seen something like this. They would come in, they were very careful not to engage with the looters. So they would come in, the looters would scatter, and then some of those looters would get into a car, and you would see these officers basically directing traffic, directing them out, seeing their cars filled with all kinds of things that they had stolen, and directing them to try to clear the area. So we have seen a significant amount of restraint. I can't imagine what would have happened if the officers would have engaged right there with some of those looters, because there are hundreds of looters in this area, and there were so few officers. But that just shows you how tricky of a dynamic it is out here right now in Santa Monica. Lester?
All right, Gotti Schwartz, thank you very much. We want to go to the nation's capital now. Craig is there for us. Craig, where exactly are you, and what are you seeing?
Lester, we are literally a block away from the White House here. We are at 15th and 8th Street in the northwestern quadrant in our nation's capital. This is where about 30 minutes ago, police actually set off a flashbang to try and disperse the crowd, a crowd that had been hurling objects at them for a number of minutes. And there were a number of flashbangs that were used. The crowd dispersed. There was a march that way. But I want to show you, I'm not sure from this vantage point of view you can see, but you've got a line of police officers here that are basically preventing these protesters from moving farther into the city. This is the proverbial line in the sand, if you will. Probably 2 or 3 dozen police officers. Now, meanwhile, again, a block away, you've had people in Lafayette Park, just outside the White House, chanting, screaming for the better part of the afternoon. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser a short time ago announcing that for the first time in a very long time, there's going to be a curfew here tonight from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m. She has also called out the D.C. National Guard as well, something that she was quite reluctant to do. But after what transpired last night here in Washington, she felt as if she had no choice. There were more than a dozen people who were hurt, including one police officer, more than a dozen arrested as well. They're also bracing for another night of unrest. And if you look behind me, I heard Gotti just mention looting. There was looting here in D.C. last night as well. So much so, in fact, that a number of businesses, a number of restaurants have boarded up. They've spent the better part of the day boarding up. Keep in mind, Lester, this is a city where COVID-19 had hit especially hard. A stay-at-home order was just the stay-at-home order was just lifted a few days ago, and now you've got hundreds, thousands of people. They are not socially distanced. A number of them are not wearing any sort of covers over their faces as well. The mayor of D.C. saying that that's one of her chief concerns, that 2 weeks from now, as a result of all of this, and you're also going to see a spike in the number of coronavirus cases. Before I send it back, I do want to show you an image here that we have not seen a lot of in Washington. A police officer who, by our count, the last 15 minutes or so, has been talking to protesters. We can't hear what they're saying, but we can tell you that a number of protesters have come up to him. They've asked some questions. He's answered them, and there appears to be a line of people waiting to talk to this particular police officer. Largely peaceful here, Lester, so far tonight, and here we are again, 8:15. So far, largely peaceful. We should note, though, it was largely peaceful up until roughly 10:30 or 11 o'clock last night in Washington as well.
All right, Craig Melvin. Craig, thank you. Eric Garcetti has been the mayor of Los Angeles since 2013, and he is, of course, the mayor of one of the cities that has seen a fair amount of unrest, and the mayor joins us now. Thank you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you, Lester. Thanks for doing this.
I know on a county level, they've just instituted an earlier curfew than planned in Los Angeles County. How do you think that will be enforced?
Well, we have an 8 o'clock curfew in the city of Los Angeles, but I know countywide and other areas that will start as early as 6. And my advice is it isn't enforced just by law enforcement. It needs to be enforced by all of us. We need to do the right things to protect lives. These situations get so dangerous. When folks set a vehicle on fire that may have weapons in it, that could explode and kill innocent people. When bottles and rocks are thrown at folks, we had a police officer whose skull was fractured, but they hit many protesters as well. So we know there are people who are seeking to divide us, seeking to change the images from being about George Floyd. When's the last time we saw a picture of him? Now it's all about looting, burning, folks that want to change this conversation from the March to Justice to the disarray around America. So if you're feeling hurt, you should, and I do too. If you're feeling in pain, you should if you are a truth teller, and I do too. But it's time to go home. It's time to stay at home and help us protect your right to peacefully protest tomorrow.
Mayor, do you have mixed feelings about bringing in the National Guard at this point, or is it the right choice?
No, the National Guard, we dehumanize folks by the uniform they wear and sometimes the color of the face they have, and we have to stop that across the board no matter who we are. These are individuals who work, who are the residents of this Southern California area who train. They are essentially just there for businesses that still have broken windows and people could take everything from them. A weekend we would have been opening up and helping our small businesses stand back on their feet. They're there just to protect, but they are not doing law enforcement. So I have no regrets. We made sure we're not deploying them in South Los Angeles to evoke any pain from the 1992 unrest. And so we welcome them here. But this really is not just on those folks with a badge or those people who are a National Guard. It has to be on all of us. And we know the difference between protesters and those who are vandals and looters and people who are trying to incite things. And we shouldn't paint a brush of protesters being those people, and we should identify who they are and make sure that they do not cause us loss of life, property, and safety.
Mayor Garcetti, you were there in 92. I was a little kid in Los Angeles during the Watts riots in 65, and I think we both know well, these communities, the hit they take takes a long time to repair.
That man just said the reason why they out there. Most of them, not the ones trying to loot. But the fact of the matter is, when are you going to do what you just said? When is every mayor and governor going to do what you just said? Every police officer that has more than 5 complaints against them should not be on the street. Can I get an amen from somebody? Any police officer that has 5 legitimate complaints against them should not be on the force. That's number one. That's number one. In baseball, 3 strikes and you're out. In California, you catch 3 felonies and you done. You get locked up for the rest of your life, right? How can you have officers that got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 complaints against them? How can they still be on the street? Can somebody talk to me, please? Anybody? Anybody want to talk to me? All right. Raid is downtown. I don't know which one is which. Man, I usually have him on standby, doggone it. Let me go back. That was from last night. But it'll do. It'll take us to the site. This is the video from last night. We don't want that. Is it showing them live? There he is. Pop right up. There he is. All right. All right, now, did it freeze? Did the OBS get confused? No, it didn't. Let's go into the live dashboard. All right. Why there ain't no volume? No, the volume's up. Why there ain't no volume? Hey Snazzy, tell him there ain't no volume. He's streaming at 480. Okay, we can't get no better quality than that. Wait a minute, where you at now? No, don't drop down in quality. Take us to 480, baby. So that'll be frozen. Oh, let me answer that question. Yes, Jamie Foxx said that 200 women formed a circle who lost their sons to police brutality. The fact that you had 200 women, and that's not all women, because only a small percentage are actually going to come out. You know. So,
my bad.
But that's 200. We only got 50 states. 50 goes into 200.
Anyways, I have to repeat myself.
What, 4 times?
Welcome to the tribute.
Let that marinate for a second.
George Floyd.
You can get 200 mothers
murdered right here on the spot
of people that have been killed by the police.
And we're here to celebrate.
You gonna tell me that we don't have a problem? Not everybody gonna come forward, but they're afraid of retaliation. So 200 women came forward at one time and formed a circle. How many more women didn't come forward? How many more women didn't come forward? Just let that marinate for a second. But you're asking why we had the riots all over the country.
Whatever you want to do. So they what is the fairness here? There is no fair. But we gonna have war.
People that are violent and show violent tendencies should not have that badge.
And we're gonna celebrate world peace every year.
If you violent and you want to kill people, join the military and go overseas. Volunteer to go over there to Iraq. Volunteer to go over there to Iran. Volunteer to go to Saudi Arabia.
We are one.
If you want to kill people.
We are one. We are one. We are one. We are one. Now we gotta shout like to bring Big George back to life. Bring it back to life. We are one. 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 See, there was treasure in him, so they broke it. He did his best to break it open. But see, the thing is, unfortunately,
what's up, Tasha?
in
What's
order
up,
to get bread
Naya said, thank you, said.
In order to get wine, you have to crush the grape. In order to get oil, you have to crush the olive. They crushed the olive. They didn't know the oil went all over. He smelled it. Everybody smell the fragrance? That's world peace. That's the oil that went out for our brother that lays there. That's the oil. We are taking that wound and making it a weapon for peace. Peace is our strongest weapon. Because right here it's hot. And if there's anybody that ain't for us, and they ain't got and they bald headed, and it's white, they ain't gonna be out here for longer than 15 minutes. And we've been out here for hours. When you turn up the oil, when you turn up the pot, you heard me? You heard me? And if you don't think, if you're not sure about it, just go up and say, hey, God bless you, but I love you. It's time to react. Now, if they jump back, then you know who they are. And then after that, they start pointing up in the air. Like your snipers all on. I'm just telling the truth. So, I got...
Why is that store still standing? I asked it again.
Okay, so right, what's up, Eli? You see me out here, I'm the small one. I'm the little one. All right? You guys are the giants. I'm the giants. Y'all the giants. You're the giants of the land. You need to turn to you. Give yourself a high five. You're the giants of the land. Because everybody else, you know what they are doing right now? At home, comfortable, you know. I'm gonna go back and post. I'm gonna go do this, maybe who. But you out here, you just say, well, you know what? That we're one. Now I'm gonna have your attention as one. What we're going to do for Mr. George. I have two. What's up? Remember that name. You'll go to hell with that name on your grave. Remember that name. Because $20 is not worth dying for. We've been saying this since 1996, 93, 94, 85, 42, 18, 1960, 84, 18, 16 old since we got here. And I applaud all of you that are not of African descent. Hello? Yeah, I applaud you. Because you redeemed yourself. Maybe your grandparents had a slave. Maybe they was somebody. Maybe they hung somebody. But you know what you said? That ain't me. You said, well, you're a generational curse. You stopped the generational curse. Okay? Right? And that's my prayer. To stop the generational curse in those that have Anglo-Saxon descent. And I'm not praying, I'm just a servant that'll serve anyway. And so, the other half is this, that those of African descent, there's a pain from the whip that struck 400 years ago. And there's a pain that's in our DNA. And my prayer is for the healing. Because they said, you know what? Heal the strongest baby. Separate the family. And so we still we're stronger and stronger, we get stronger and stronger and stronger. So right now, I just want us to be the strongest. And that's how we bring the memory of George Floyd to life every day. Now, $20 a bowl. Not today, but we organize it. And every time someone's going to come down between Pleasant and Grand on the Greenway. And on both sides, we're going to plant a ball. And each ball, each one that grabs the ball, that's their commitment to give $20 a year for life. Okay? It's just $20. Okay? It's probably 6 cents a day. All right? And we're going to do that for life, for her. Because he took his life over $20. So we're going to make sure that fucking $20 is real. Okay? And this $20, we're going to shove up the devil's ass. You shall talk like this. So piss his hell. So he should be alive. He should be alive. So we're going to take $20 and we're gonna say, you know what? We see your $20. We're gonna give this. We're gonna take that $20 that you call counterfeit, and we're gonna make it real. And we're gonna stick it up your ass with our success. That's it. And we're gonna tell the world that we're Minneapolis, and that you know what? We're here for peace. And we want everyone to hashtag, we are one! We are one! We are one! We want to let all know that we are unified. And on June 16th, 2020, the official Summer of Peace will be on the International Gateway, the 10 Rock, just like this, filled up, music. I'm working on 2 stages. I'm giving 2, 3, for all the little lots. You want to have this lineup. We want to play. You want to paint. Whatever you want to do, we're going to do this. This is the inaugural year. We're going to do this forever. Forever. Forever, ever. Okay? They took our fair. Okay? Last thing. I got 300 to 500 stores that are in this International Gateway. And our goal is to get $37,000 of reparation money for each one. Now that could be, you know, a $10 each for $3 million or $100. However we do it, I don't care. You got 5 cents. It doesn't matter because all these people were immigrants and they did not have insurance. Okay? They just had micro businesses. That's who they hit. So we give them flowers, we give them food. Now we're going to give pennies and cents. And then we're going to collect them, we're going to gather them for the people, and we're going to all heal. And we're all going to this is our time of healing. Okay? I love you. I'll be around with aromatherapy with that. My name's not important, but they call me 6'9". They call me 6'9". Jay Tikali or Jay Lani and or Jay Laman Tibetan. I did it down and finished. I speak about 8 languages. Anyway, say that again. Or again? Many names. With our many faces. One heart. We are one! 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 I'll be up another 6'9". This is an Oklahoma. You can go by 6'9" since way before they come up with any kids. So I'm gonna still call brother 6'9". Real quick, I want to give a shout out to DJ Soda. He's out here supporting. He's one of the local DJs. He's got feminine products. He's got water. He's over here in the northwest corner of Speedway, which used to be Westray. So if y'all need anything, make sure you support Soda. Shout out to DJ Soda. All right, we got Shorty coming up next. All right, so real quick, real public service announcement. My name's Southern Chris. I'm born and raised right here on the south side. Just 2 blocks away on Oakland. We're going to be out here. We've been out here all week. We're going to continue to be out here until they tell us to go home. I want to thank all of y'all for coming out and supporting. We're going to pass this microphone around and give everybody a chance to talk, to share what they have to say, to voice their feelings. A couple of rules with it. Number 1, we're not out here to start no shit. We're not out here to instigate nothing. We can talk about our rebellion. We can talk about our solutions, but we're not about to get on those violent talks. Everybody understand? All right. Number 2, there's a lot of families out here. Those of y'all that came out with your children, thank you. This is history in the making. Again. Thank y'all for coming out here. For showing your little white children what it's not to be. Thank y'all. For those of y'all that are out here with little black children, your black boys and black girls, I am sorry that y'all have to witness this. I am sorry that y'all keep getting tainted and polluted by the crap that's in this world. But it's here, and so are we. So be respectful of these families that are out here. Watch your language. Watch your language. Watch the tone of the message. We're not out here to spread no hate. We're out here to celebrate love. Everybody cool with that? All right. Last but not least, in order to make sure that we get through a lot of people and enough people because everybody's voice needs to be heard. We're going to narrow it down to 5 minutes. So those of y'all that are standing thinking about what you want to say, think about it, get it concise, get it to the message so we can make sure that other people can share their message also. Everybody cool with that? Are you cool with that? Let me say yeah? All right, come on out here, Sister Shorty.
What's up, everybody? What's up? How y'all doing out here? How everybody doing? And everybody put their fist up. Put your fist up. Come on, let's get it started out here. Let's stand for something and fall for nothing. I was one of the people, I was arrested last night in the protest. Because I was, however, one on the front line on the highway last night. Understand? Everybody out here, I want to thank all the people that's not black. I want to start there. Because this is history, like they said. Because back in the 60s, we didn't have y'all standing with us. So I want to thank each and every one of y'all. I love all of y'all. I'm 43 years young, and I'm thankful to be right here. I laid down when they told me to lay down last night because it meant something to me. Y'all mean something to me. I'm from the north side of Minneapolis, where I have been laid down. I have been pushed down. I have been judged. I have been racially profiled. I want to say, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No what? No peace. Say his name. George Floyd. 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 Period. I want y'all to understand that this is a beautiful thing. This is the most beautiful thing right here. Because it wasn't just a black person. It was human. It was non-humane. It was wrong. And it's time that we stand together as one. And we all stand together. Let's not, we're not going out there because they said they got the COVID. So let's put our fists back up and let's do that. I'm not going to take much of y'all's time. Because like I said, I was laid down last night. They cornered me. I was even tear gas. They was even people out there. I was on the highway. I never cared. Because I'm here for y'all. And I stand on the front line. Because I'm not scared of them. They can't scare us no more. Because we are out here at what? One man, one sound. 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 What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? I can't hear y'all. Don't make my night of going to jail feel some type of way. Let me hear y'all say what y'all want out here. Justice. We want justice. We need justice. And this time we will have what? Thank y'all. So we came over from the north side, south to the north side. Shout out to everybody from St. Paul. Anybody got anything from St. Paul? Eastern suburbs, western suburbs. We got people that came from all over. So I got a special group that came all the way out from Baltimore.
Oh, from Baltimore.
Support us here, all the way from Baltimore. Y'all make some love for them. Make some noise for them. We got Keith and Katera. They got something to say and they got a poem to spit. So make sure y'all give it up for Keith and Katera.
Let me see if I know.
What's up, y'all? What's up, baby? Appreciate being here. I was born in St. Paul, Minnesota 31 years ago, and I moved to Baltimore. So you guys may be familiar with Freddie Gray? Yeah, so we had a very similar situation a couple years back, and it meant everything to be able to come back. And as we fought then to fight in my hometown too. So yeah, I say too like all the Baltimore people, so just deal with it. So I'm gonna introduce Sincere Love. We're gonna perform, we're artists in Baltimore, curators, and we want to bring the love from Baltimore back up up here to you guys to let y'all know we're real people like each other, not just Instagram and not just TV. We knew it was something more than what we've seen on the news. We knew it was something better, and we knew y'all wasn't up here acting crazy. So we came up here to bring some love. Is that cool with y'all? All right, so I'm about to pass the mic to my girl, Christina Love. I need y'all to make some noise. Like she said, we are from Baltimore. Well, I'm mostly from Baltimore. And wanted to let y'all know that we got y'all back. We're reference to Baltimore. Baltimore has your back. And I'm hoping that y'all think this song. I wrote it this morning. I just sing it for you, all right? What you know, baby, see that you venerate the wrong. What is freedom makes me march all day, but still nothing's been done. I don't want to be free by the hands of the sun. There ain't nothing new on that this sun. Our future is great, so let's change it today. Give me change, set me free. You better come on. You better come on. You better come on. The crazy change takes more than me. It's like our brothers and the free. You better come on, baby. I'm too proud to back from taking back what they stole. Say it, dear. Alright, so look, we're going to mix some poetry in real quick. We are going to march together, and Kasira's going to start it. If you have a rhythm problem, just stand there. If you're rhythmically challenged, because if you mess it up, I might mess up and we all together about unity. So if you catch the beat, catch it. So follow Kasira's steps. Y'all better pick it up. Master showed me my throne, said it was mine for the taking. Failed to mention in exchange for my mind, I'd be breaking the past. Faking and forsaking was mine. In exchange for some raps, but ain't no change in my mind. So the kids can get snatched, but no matter who cares. Let's not be smart to farewell, then I can buy what's up there. Then maybe I can farewell. Well, I know it ain't fair, so we just racing through the fields while they staging their minds. Climbing ladders, going nowhere, trying to stay in our minds. Communicate like a mind. We communicate like a mind. Say it. Hands up. We communicate. Put your hands up. Don't show. Don't show. With our hands up. They silence us with their possessions while they calling us mine. Because they still think that they own us. Built the country off our back and still don't think that they owe us. Now it's illegal to abort because they want to control us. They watching us like television. Just remote when they hold us. But nothing can hold us. The mission's been the kids. We don't need you to patrol them. They're not to be sold. Don't sell me dreams that are lost when you offer a boss to me. Stepping food on my table. But what will it cost me? Let's target the black woman. They know they will cost me. And we breed opportunity in men. We breed women. 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 We breed opportunity in men. We can't be men. Give us an independence card. Now we don't need men. Just embrace community. Now we don't see men. See, when they kill the family, they steal the black community. Murdering our sons, forcing mamas to read the eulogy. Get it back, our men up here, claim him as mine. Keep your head in the sister. That is fine. All we need is our men. We know it's power in him. All we need is our men. We know it's power in him. All we need is our men. We know it's power in him. All we need is our men. We know it's power in him. In unity, we're going to step onto the stage on the line and we're going to step. On the stage with a mission, so we're going to step. On the plane with a vision, so we're going to step. And there's no more indecision. We're going to step on every stage, in every city, on every county, every state, in every country. And unity is over. It's over. Y'all keep watching it and get ready for whatever this last little bit is coming, because I'm out of breath. I'm gonna sing the chorus one more time. Give me change, set me free. You better come on, man. Free. They fear for the fear because the fear is in control. To break this change, it's more than me. It's like our brothers in the street. See, I'm too proud to bet, so I'm taking back what they stole.
appreciate our Christians sharing the love and sharing the talent all the way from Baltimore. By way of Minnesota. We call my brother Nico up to the circle. He got a message for y'all too. Safety first, right?
No justice! No justice! All right, brother Nico.
Come on, y'all. I live about 3 blocks that way, 1 block in. I'm really feeling like, when George Floyd couldn't breathe. To me, that was a message I need to take every breath. A lot more serious, a lot more intention. So we can breathe in. Everybody want to do with me? Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. But regardless, you have to breathe out, right? Breathe in, love. But breathe out, fear. Breathe in, love. Breathe out, fear. Breathe in, love. Breathe out, fear. Breathe in, love. And breathe out, fear. Breathe in, love. Breathe out, fear. Breathe in, love. And breathe out, fear. Fear says, I'm often confused with hate, especially when it comes to violent crime. I paralyze the body when I take over your mind to survive the love I used to steal. I can make false evidence appear real, make you sacrifice in heaven for losing of a good deal, make you feel pain. Then forget how to heal, help the human, hope to be controlled by me. I give you 2 choices, at least 2 choices you can see. As long as you fight or run, you will never be free. They say I'm second to love. Look at this world, I disagree. I know I'm not the voice that you truly want to hear, but you cannot shut me out. I'm your faithful friend, Fear. I will say things love is way too blind to see. All you have to do is agree to follow me. But breathe out fear and breathe in love. Breathe out fear and breathe in love. Breathe out fear. Breathe in love.
I gotta keep the phone. I gotta keep the phone out of the sun.
In fact, there's nothing I can't
overheating.
I pray for every being that believes in me. You become what you dream to be, the most priceless resource, and I am free. Every living thing would agree it's not money that makes the world go round, it's really me. I am the dirt, the seed, and I become the tree. I'm the process that respects life when it's time to die. I am the caterpillar, the cocoon, and the butterfly. To find me, you can look low or you can look high, but most of the time I reside inside. I am the spirit of forever, the setting of the sun, the rising of the tide. My goal is to overcome all fear.
Just keep it down up under, use the tip of my head as shade. Don't raise it above my head, my head, and pull it down. Be good.
Love.
I'm not gonna hold it up no more. Okay.
Amen, y'all. Amen. Amen.
Black lives! Black lives! Black lives! Black lives!
Black lives matter.
The thing is, why I need to charge it up is because the battery's low. The battery's like 20%.
Matter.
Speak, brother.
We already know all lives matter.
Let it stay in the shade until it gets down to 5%, then put the charger back on it.
We're talking about us. We're talking about the black lives that have continued to be ripped off of this earth. The black bodies that continue to be laid in the ground that we toil the soil of. We're talking about the black sisters and the black mothers that continue to have to explain when they don't have an explanation. They have to continue to hug the ones that are left over because their brother, their husband, their boyfriend, their nephew, their grandson was ripped out of their hands. We're talking about the black women that continue to have to stand up when the house is empty. And it's not by choice. They're the ones that have to continue to hold down the family, that have to continue to come up with answers, that have to continue to get up, go to work, and come home and do it again. Provide for the family because the family's been ripped apart. It's those black lives that we're talking about that matter. This shirt that I'm wearing and this hat right here, this country right here, this is the country of Haiti. On the back, I'll be late. On the back, Kilo 4. Anybody know what 1804 stands for? Anybody know independence of what? Independence of what? The first black independent country that fought to gain their independence. And they won. Now some people of French descent, they don't like that. Why? Because the Haitian Revolution involved getting up and standing up and fighting for your freedom, which happened to end up shedding a lot of blood on the streets. But they were the first country to gain their independence, and thankfully because of Haiti, they were able to spread through the Caribbean and come up through New Orleans and through Florida and through Georgia and help get us the freedom and the independence that we get to enjoy right now. So I want to say thank you to all the Haitians in the world. All the Haitians in the world, not only that, these sisters right here, right? There was a brother that was out here earlier. He wanted to talk nastiness. We're not talking about religion. Girls, this brother here, these other brothers here that came from war-torn countries, to come where? Here, wanted to gain some independence and gain some freedom, and guess what they got? Not a damn thing, right? But they have a lot more than where they came from, and they're a lot more thankful than some of us that were born and raised right here. We have freedom. Make sure that we own those freedoms. Don't forget those freedoms. We want to thank all the Native Americans, all the tribal members that came out here and did their dance. That's another group of people that have a horrible, horrible history in this country. Yeah. So when I talk about Black Lives, please believe, I'm talking about the Red and Brown family also. Because their history was erased, right? Their history was taken away completely out of the history books. Look at the pictures that are painted of them, of the Pocahontas and the Geronimos and this and that and the others. That's not who they are. So don't feed into it. Don't feed into the BS. Don't feed into the BS that the media wants to feed. Don't feed into the BS that all lives matter. We know all lives matter, but right now we're talking about black lives. And it's the black lives that matter. Who else want to say something to people? Who else want something to say?
1974, police officers Bill of Rights, man. I came here to talk about that.
Come on out here, man. What's your name? Joe, you got Joey Kirchner. You guys down the street? Just call me up when it happens. I'm not going to get up on the street. I'm really going to
You don't need to see me stand safe. Stand safe, baby.
Search to figure out what gives you power to the police to do whatever they want without consequence.
We give it to them.
In 1974, there was a bill passed to enhance the rights of police officers. Very straightforward. It's called the Police Officers Bill of Rights. It's essentially made them unaccountable to the public. This is why they can do the crazy stuff that no one can imagine themselves doing, and it feels like they'll do it without any consequence. It's because they are above the law. We have two bills of rights in this country for one people. We've made a super police without even knowing it. And when you look back on history, you can see why it happened. It had to do with the Vietnam War and minorities acquiring the rights that were given to them by law. But when police officers did not like that, they started taking law in their own hands. And when faced in court to testify about their duties on the job, they at the same time had to incriminate themselves. But this is because they were doing terrible shit to their people for the first time, thinking that they were right to do it.
Thank you, Turbo. Appreciate it.
We passed a law that enhanced the rights of police officers for one people. And maybe we can't, I don't want to say that we can't end racism and that we can't reach the hearts of new and new people every single day. I believe that we can. But I don't want to wait for the last gracious person to open their hearts to all the people around the world, protect the people, the minorities that are living here today. I want to pass a law. In fact, I want to repeal a law that and protect minorities, protect human beings until we can get to a better world. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm going to write a memorandum to give it to leaders around the world. If anyone feels like they know a good person who I can speak to about this, that gather information, please email me at Joey, Joey, K as in kilo, D as in dog, 47@gmail.com. I'm going to do my best to try and repeal this act that enhances the police officer's rights. And I want to show the world that if there's going to be one people, then there ought to be one Bill of Rights. Yeah.
Watch this! Watch it! Put your fist up! Put your hands up! Put your right fist up! No justice!
One people, one Bill of Rights. One people,
one Bill of Rights.
One people, one Bill of Rights. One people, one Bill of Rights. I'm doing my best out here.
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
When?
Now! We wanted that a couple hundred years ago. And we're going to take it right now if we can get it.
We gonna take it, baby.
We're going to take it if we can get it. Right?
I'm gonna be on the front line with you every time.
If we can get it, or when we can get it. If we can get it,
when we can get it.
Or when we can get it.
After something to
Or if we want it, now, that's right. Brother Joey made it real quick. He said he's going to write a letter. Sounds like a very typical white thing to say, right? And I don't mean that with any disrespect. So he knows what
Hang on a second.
Right? He knows the system. You know why he knows? Because he's been privileged to be taught that system from birth. If you don't like something, you don't like it. I know, I don't like it. Right? It gets shit done. Excuse me. It gets stuff done. When you show up, when you vote, not just voting for the president, local level.
Period.
Local level. We understand what's going on in these streets. Know what words you're in. Know what district you're in. Know who the prosecutor is that's sitting in their seat. Because it's because of them that they're allowed to continue to spread their poison through the community. Some of us ride bikes and some of us love riding bikes. Some of us don't ride bikes and can't stand the bike lane. Some of us want to have feet so we can drive, right? But you know why there's all those bike lanes in there? Because they have plans and the people showed up and they voted and their voice got heard. So we need to show up and we need to make sure our voices get heard. But it's not just because they're black lives. It's each one of y'all that's a lighter shade of black, a different kind of black, maybe not black. All y'all need to understand is your privilege in all of this also. And you need to accept it and embrace it and use it for the good. Use it for the better. Write your letters. Talk to the city council. Show up. And if they don't listen, that's when they need to show up. Who else got something to say? Who else has a voice that wants to be heard? What's your name? Peyton. Peyton got something to say.
Hello, everyone. Hey, baby. I just want to start by saying I'm so sorry that we are all here right now. And I'm so sorry that we've had to do this for so many years. Just for your basic rights. Are you kidding me? God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I decided last year, I'm 21 right now, and I decided that I would be running for office, presidential office, in 2036.
make sure it's not frozen.
Good job.
So we good.
So I decided that I wanted to run.
Hang on a second, y'all.
For all of you, you have to make sure that you know special rules when you get pulled over or when you're walking down the street. That is bullshit. I'm sorry, children, I'm sorry. But it is. We have to be the voice, and we will be the voice to change this. Because our ancestors tried, your ancestors tried, and they didn't have enough of us. But we're here now, and we're showing it. We all cannot breathe right now, and because of you, and because of every single one here, I thank you. You are going to be the people that change this world, and we are together.
I'm going to be running for you. If you was out here on the front line with all of us, who else has something to say? Right here. What's your name? Keep you. I'm going to keep you. The batteries might be getting low, so that's what it's saying now. Keep loud, keep loud.
One man! One man! What do we want? What do we want? Justice! When do we get it? Now!
Hello, everybody. My name is Leticia. I'm going to tell you a little story of my background. My mother immigrated here, Brazil. My mother is brown. My father is white. And growing up, my mother was treated differently than the rest of our family. And one day, my mother came home from going to Walmart and told us the story of how she had gotten arrested because
now you got a link.
toilet paper underneath the cart.
Oh!
Everybody left. Oh, isn't that sad? What about this one? Anyway. Huh? No, that's more than live. It's not live. I was tired of listening to that anyway. But it gave me a chance to rest for a second. I just took a couple aspirin. I made some more A&W mix. And I washed the frying pan out so I can cook later on and watch the wrestling. Wrestling don't go off till 11 o'clock, so a little bit. Y'all don't realize how long I've been sitting in this chair. We stayed up Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and today's Monday. We've been online a lot. So that's why I'm not complaining. Look, the views dropped off because the ride dropped off, but hey, that's us right there. But take a look. I wish I could take his pictures off of there. But anyway, 186, 531, 1.3K, 1K, 1.7K, 812. Then we dropped down to 110. Our mobile live yesterday, we got 87. Our show last night, we got 141. So, when we had the drama going on, boy, it was kicking. When they was tearing up the city. So like I said, you know, when we got that 1.8 Friday, when we got the 1,800 views Friday, he had 11,000 people in the chat. But y'all see he only got like 500 in the chat. So that lets you know the drop off. What do we go get? Yeah, isn't that something? Now that's really one video, but remember the phone went down, it broke it into two. But we did better in the second part because when we didn't mention him. We didn't mention him in the second part, and we got 300 something. When we talked about him, in that first video, we only got 100 something. Isn't that amazing? We didn't talk about him. Yeah, we did 300 something. And then from there, we went to 1,000, 1.3, 1.8. And then Saturday, we dropped down to 800. And then Sunday, you got to do 74. We went mobile, 84. And then we did 100 and something last night when we came back in the house. So, yeah, he ain't good as he used to be. Using his name ain't good as he used to be because everybody uses his name. That's why people ain't paying no mind no more. That's telling y'all the truth. Not being funny or nothing. It just don't have the same value add. Everybody was saying he was going to flag. I don't know why. I didn't say nothing. All I did was say that this supposed to be about George Floyd and the protesters, and you keep throwing yourself in. Yeah, just like I'm telling you, and I asked the mods to hit the like button, and you know, I asked y'all to donate and hit that Cash App, and you know, y'all don't listen to me, so why you gonna listen? It's like you what we talking about George Floyd and the riots, you talking about yourself. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Oh, thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate that, buddy. But yeah, but like I said, it's been a while since we've been in the thousands. So it's nice to have 3 straight videos where we're in the thousands. Shoot. But we was on a story. Now the question is, the new people that came over, will they continue to come? That's the question. But thanks for that donation, Sam. Appreciate that, buddy. When will the people keep coming? Y'all saw something in here earlier The question is, will they keep coming? You know? Did they just come because of the riot coverage? Or did they come because they enjoyed the show? Y'all saw some people that say they'll be back. But that's how I go. I keep going over in other chats, and I'm like, you know, we live too. Because a lot of people were coming over, and y'all were seeing them. They were saying, where is this originally coming from? And I would tell them. Sometimes they would come back. Sometimes they wouldn't. Some people would say, well, why wouldn't they want to watch the original screen? Because y'all can send me links and we can stop looking at that screen and we can go look at them and go discuss them and then come back to the stream. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, I was over there resting, but there wasn't nothing going on there. I was trying to make jokes in the chat to keep y'all entertained. But there ain't nothing going on. We can go do other things. When they were playing the music, I played my music to counterbalance it, so they couldn't say, oh, you were playing that music in your screen. Like, no, we playing our own music. Songs that I had memorized, I performed them for you. But you still got to hear what was going on. So we try to give you more entertainment. We not just playing that scream and trying to ride it. I mean, if I could get out there, I would go out there and do my own. Seriously, if I could get out there, I could do my own. But if I see ain't nothing going on, you know, I don't care how many people in the room over there. If ain't nothing going on, I'm not going to bore y'all to death. We're going to do something else. That's the difference. I've gone over there and chatted. I went over there and dropped information. The same questions that I asked y'all, I went over there and asked. You know how many people asked the question back? None. So what did that say? I'm asking y'all honest opinion. What does that say? The same stuff we've been talking about all day, I went over there and tried to talk about it with them. Not one person responded. Not one person even cared. So when they come over here and they see us in a real conversation, they're going to run. With the tail between their legs. They gotta come over here and have a real conversation with us, y'all. But now it's right. There'll be more to cover. We still got the Aubrey case to do. And then we're going to have to follow this case. And it's coming. There's going to be a death in one of these riot skirmishes. And we'll be covering that. So, and we still got the CV to cover. So we got plenty of things to deal with. You got the presidential election. I went in the chat. You didn't see me chatting? Snazzy was over there. She had us both on at the same time. She was like, hey, Minister Brother Derrick. Snazzy even got Reggie to give us a shout out. I was meaning to ask y'all about that. I saw some stories about that, but y'all ain't never talk about it. That's why I didn't bring it up. So we might have to get into the Breonna Taylor. That's why I said there's plenty of topics that we can cover. But like I said, for once, we caught something hot and we jumped on it. We caught something that was hot and we jumped on it. You know? That's the thing. We hopped on it. I seen a couple of other people from the sector trying to hop on the story. But it was too late. It was fizzling out. By the time they hopped on, it was fizzling out. These kind of stories, you got to get them when they hot. That's why you kept saw me looking last night, looking for action. I was trying to look for action to bring people in. But I don't think, we never had more than 11, I think, at one point. Shoot, Thursday, we carried 30 something, and then we were carrying 40 on Friday. We were like 41, 45 people in the chat. So it was nice for y'all to have that many people in the chat to chat with. But like I said, shoot, whether it's 5 or whether it's 50, try to put on a good show. That's my motto. All right, y'all. We haven't checked them yet, so before they reset, let's get them. Let's get them. Let's get these CV numbers while we waiting on the curfew. It's 7:17 here, so it's 6:17 there. So we got 2 hours for the curfew going into effect. Coronavirus, we got 1,858,529 cases. Deaths, 106,912. Recovered, 608,670. Of that, 85% out of this 715, 582. These are the closed cases. 106,912 deaths, 15%. So that's still around that 3.5% deficit. All right, New York. They up to 380,000. If y'all want to get some links on Breonna Taylor, y'all could be getting them ready, ladies. If y'all want to get some links on the Breonna Taylor case, you say it's trending. 380,756 total cases. 854 were picked up in New York today. They've had 29,988. Tomorrow they're going to break 30,000, y'all. They're going to break 30,000. They're going to break 30,000. Deaths. New deaths. 70 people died in New York today. In New Jersey, 162,642. New cases, 878. Total deaths, 11,732. New deaths, 21. Illinois, 1,121, 234 cases. They picked up 974 today. Total deaths, 5,412. 22 people died in New York City today. California, I'm going back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. 114,791. California knows how to party. They picked up 2,207 cases today. 45 people died in LA. A total of 4,285. 4,285 deaths. They picked up 2,207 cases a day. 45 people died in Cali today. Massachusetts, 100,805. They picked up 3,840 cases. Woo! Total deaths, 7,035. 189 people died in Massachusetts. Pennsylvania, they picked up 76,739. They picked up 517 new cases. They got 5,598 deaths. 20 people died today. Texas, 65,744. They picked up 845 new cases. Total deaths, 1,693. 7 people died today. Michigan, 57,532. They picked up 135 today. 5,516 have died. 25 people died in Michigan today. What up, there? Florida, 56,830 total cases. New cases, 667. 2,461 have died. 9 died in Florida today. Maryland, oh Maryland, 53,327 cases. When we first started watching this, it was at 20. We are at 53,327. 549 new cases. Total deaths, 2,552. 20 people died in my state today. Georgia, 47,899. They picked up 836 cases today. Total deaths, 2,089. 36 people died today. Virginia, we first started this, Virginia had 5 cases. Look at them now. 45,398. They picked up 791 cases. Total deaths, 1,392. 17 people died today. Connecticut, 42,740. They picked up 539 new cases. Total deaths, 3,964. 20 people died today. Louisiana, 40,345. They picked up 425 new cases. Total deaths, 2,801. 10 people died. Let's move on down here to Minnesota. Let's do North Carolina. 29,559. They picked up 775 new cases. Total deaths, 947. 10 people died in North Carolina. Minnesota, 25,208 cases. They picked up 358 cases today. Total deaths, 1,060. New deaths, 10. South Carolina, 12,148. They picked up 287 new cases. Total deaths, 500. 6 people died today. Let's come to our grand total. 1,000,000 858, 529 cases. New cases, 21,359. Total deaths, 106,912. 717 people died in our United States today. 717. So y'all tell me, are we peaking? Are we peaking today, y'all? Have we reached the peak? Ain't no story? Why they ain't showing no video part? I really do that, man. We got cheat. That's how we go to videos. Look at Google showing me scooters. Look at them, y'all. They showing me the scooters. Look at Google showing me the scooters. That's only $1,000. I wish I had $1,000 right now. Oh wait a minute, it's an ad. Let the ad play. That was like a semi. All right, here we go. Can y'all see it? I think they will now. There's the liquor store. I caught that. You can't even hear it. I don't know what the hell's going on. You can't hear nothing. That's only 43 seconds. Papa was a rolling stone, did everything but bring his sorry butt home. That's sad. We can't find a video on Breonna Taylor. It's ridiculous. Now what? You need messages for what? Liz said her phone died. Welcome back, Liz. At least we got a video here. Loading that. Doggone it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I messed up.
An officer-involved shooting on Friday morning is speaking out, naming 26-year-old Breonna Taylor as the woman who died when officers say they were executing a drug search warrant. Police say when they arrived to the Springfield location and entered the home, they were met with gunshots. They returned fire, killing Breonna. Breonna's family, however, says officer count does not show the whole picture. They claim officers were looking for someone who didn't live at the home or had any connection to the victim.
She's already was accomplished certified CMT for the city of Louisville. She currently works for U of L Health as a emergency technician, and this is not a woman who would sacrifice her life and her family morals and values to sell drugs on the street.
I see your link, Naya.
The family also claims Kenneth Walker, who's now facing attempted murder charges of a police officer, shot at officers in self-defense and is a registered gun owner. Police say that their public integrity unit is currently investigating.
And all news since our 6 o'clock news tonight. For the first time, the mother of Breonna Taylor, the young Louisville EMT shot and killed by Metro Police, is talking about how she learned about the police raid into her daughter's home. Tamika Palmer says in this interview that she actually got a call from Breonna's boyfriend, Kenny, seconds after the fatal shooting.
I could hear Kenny just like screaming and crying, and I could hear all this noise, but I'm not knowing what this noise was. Like, I didn't, and I'm like, what is going on, Kenny? And he's like, I think Breonna is, he said, somebody was trying to break in here, and I think they shot Breonna.
This interview, conducted with Palmer in Louisville by news organization TMX and given to WHS 11 News Tonight. The 26-year-old Taylor was shot and killed on March 13th at her South Louisville home, where her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, was also living. After the shooting, LMPD investigators said officers were serving a warrant in a narcotics investigation. But in a new lawsuit filed against 3 LMPD officers, Taylor's family says they were looking for Taylor's ex-boyfriend and had actually arrested him before the warrant was served that day. Breonna's attorney says police failed to communicate. Her family says there were never any drugs in her home.
Never was no drugs in there, like ever. Like, how can you say there's drugs in this house? I live there firsthand. I know this. I live there. We're here 24/7. No, there's no drugs in here.
When you go in and you look at this house, they were shooting from outside the house like this was the Wild Wild West.
bullets went through Brianna's apartment into the neighboring apartment.
The lawsuit also says a 5-year-old was sleeping in that next door apartment. One of the officers, John Mattingly, was shot in the leg during the incident. The boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, is charged with attempted murder of a police officer. Taylor's attorney says police never identified themselves that early morning, and Walker shot at the officers in self-defense and is a registered gun owner. In a statement tonight, an LMPD spokesperson says this is an ongoing public integrity unit investigation, and it wouldn't be appropriate to comment beyond their initial statements.
Let's go ahead and listen, y'all. Here come Ben making all the money. He making all the money.
Breonna Taylor said she loved helping others as a EMT on the front lines in Louisville, Kentucky. But no one could have saved her after police stormed into her home in the middle of the night, shot her 8 times, and killed her in a botched raid. Now her mom, Tamika Palmer, is suing 3 police officers and demanding answers. And she joins us now with civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Now, Ms. Palmer, we're going to
he making all the money.
Story first with your attorney, and then we'll talk to you. So go ahead, Joy.
Oh, okay. Well, Attorney Crump, Breonna and her boyfriend, Kenny, were at home asleep when the police entered the home. They thought it was an intruder and actually called 911. Tell us about what happens next.
Certainly, Joy, and it's unbelievable that they claim at first they announced themselves. Now they have a no-knock warrant, and they didn't announce themselves. So Breonna and Kenny are sleeping in their bed at around 1 in the morning on a Thursday night, and they hear something. They call 911. That tells you their mentality is they believe they're about to be the subject of a home invasion. And so Kenny, who is a registered gun owner, gets his gun, and they go towards the living room area, and when they breach the door with a battering ram and bust it open, Kenny shoots at the door, and then the police just open up 25, 30 rounds from the front door, from the window, from outside the back patio door. They're shooting blindly. In fact, the bullet goes in the neighbor's apartment, 5-year-old daughter's room, and they're just shooting these shots so recklessly. And Breonna, who is barely dressed in her underwear, her body is riddled with bullets.
Screw you.
8 bullets. And
I mean that.
Kenny
Screw
and
you.
her never know that this is the police because they don't.
You know you wrong for that. You know you wrong for that. You don't get us flagged. It's bad enough we playing the View. You couldn't let us go, could you? Hold on a second. It done froze. It didn't freeze. It jumped to something else. All right. Kill me with that, man.
First, they announced themselves. Now they have a no-knock warrant, and they didn't announce themselves. So Breonna and Kenny are sleeping in their bed at around 1 in the morning on a Thursday night, and they hear something. They call 911. Their mentality is they believe they're about to be the subject of a home invasion. And so Kenny, who is a registered gun owner, gets his gun, and they go towards the living room area, and when they breach the door with a battering ram and bust it open, Kenny shoots at the door, and then the police just open up 25, 30 rounds from the front door, from the window, from outside the back patio door. They're shooting blindly. In fact, the bullet goes in the neighbor's apartment, 5-year-old daughter's room, and they're just shooting these shots so recklessly. And Breonna, who is barely dressed in her underwear, her body is riddled with bullets, at least 8 bullets. And Kenny and her never know that this is the police because they don't identify themselves, and they're plain clothes. And now they have arrested Kenny Parker for attempted murder,
And it begs to question, do African Americans have a right to the Second Amendment to defend our castle, to defend our women, to defend our people?
So let me just ask you this, though, that because you say that this is a narcotics investigation that went wrong, and that the person they were actually looking for was already in police custody. So how can you please explain what happened there?
And that's what Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her little sister, Janiyah, they have been every day for 2 months now, Joy, trying to get answers from the Louisville Metropolitan Police Department. And as my co-counsel, Anita Baker, and I have discovered, they had the primary suspect of this search warrant in their custody. If they just would have checked, they would have said had no need to use a battering ram and do this dangerous no-knock search warrant. As Sonny can tell you, it's one of the most dangerous, intrusive manners that you can violate a citizen's Fourth Amendment rights, because they don't know who you are. You coming in with guns, you move the certain way, especially if you're an African American. It's shoot first, ask questions later.
Now, Ms. Palmer, we are more than sorry for the loss of your daughter, especially after all this. It's been 2 months since Breonna was killed, and you say no one from the police department has reached out to you or anyone else in the family? What did they tell you happened?
This sounds like a Maud Aubrey, and it would have been Floyd. It would have been Floyd. This would have been Floyd too, the one with the video.
But there was an officer there who told me that I told her I needed to get through there, that something was going on at my daughter's home. And she told me that I needed to get to the house because the first officer and the second was whoever else was hurt, which would have been Breonna. Right. So of course I leave and immediately get to the hospital. And I told them who I'm looking for, and so the lady told me to give her a minute. So she comes back and says, she's not here. And so I waited.
Come on, Whoopi. You can do better than this now.
So I waited for 2 hours. I waited for almost
they were they're giving you the runaround, basically. To me, that is unbelievable. And the fact that they still have not reached out. But, Sonny, you have the next question.
Yes. Ben, Attorney Crump, Kenny was arrested and charged with attempted murder of a police officer. But he was a registered gun owner and used it in what he believed was self-defense. And I just think we also need to mention that Breonna had no criminal history. No evidence of drugs was found in the home as a result of the raid, and she was an EMT and part-time nurse. I think that it's really important to mention that. But Kenny, doesn't her boyfriend have the right to defend himself in his own home? Because we hear so much about stand your ground and the castle doctrine.
Absolutely, Sonny. And it's important to note that Kenny Parker, her boyfriend, had no criminal history. He worked for the post office. She worked at 2 hospitals as an EMT with plans to become a full-time nurse. And so these were 2 young people who had a world full of potential. And but for these police officers coming at 1 in the morning, Breonna would still be here. And everybody who has talked about her has said she was just a angel. She always tried to help people. Her family says she was the glue that brought everybody together. And the fact that when Black women are killed in these tragedies, we don't often talk about them much like we talk about the young men and the boys. And so if you ran for Maud, we want you to stand with Bree because her life matters just as much. And I'm so thankful that it's finally starting to get attention. Senator Kamala Harris has called on the federal government to give a proper investigation, and Governor Brashear of Kentucky has said a special prosecutor needs to be appointed because Tamika Palmer and her family deserve answers.
Not just answers, but an apology. How about an apology? Now, the 3 officers involved have been placed on administrative assignment pending an investigation by the Louisville Metro Police Department. Now, Kentucky Governor Andy Rashad says others are calling for the federal review. Is that enough? And is it going to be clear that something horrific happened? Are they looking at it this way, that something horrific happened and everyone should be aware that this is not how we treat American citizens, Mr. Crump?
Whoopi, they were not looking at it that way, but with the attention, with the outcry now, 2 months later, after everybody has kind of got attention, the COVID-19 crisis apparently interrupted people who would have been protesting, unable to go protest for Breonna Taylor. And really, it was getting swept under the rug. But now, what we have to demand is this police chief who would have these officers so recklessly shoot into this apartment complex, which was predominantly African-American. I mean, you have bullet wounds from outside the door, outside the window, showing that they were blindly shooting in. And Breonna, I mean, she is in her.
Ben, we have to go, but believe me, we are going to keep this story in the news. Okay, know that the View is going to help that happen.
All right.
New Voltaire.
All righty, y'all. How is this not news? Now he said Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton been absent. How is this not news? And see, this is what I'm talking about. Why are the police officers not in jail? Why haven't they been arrested with murder? But the man who had a legal right to have that gun, somebody come through his door. He got every right to shoot. They didn't say police. They didn't identify themselves. Why is he in jail? Do y'all understand how this works? The man is in jail, but the cop's not in jail. The same way, he shot an officer in the leg. Now, McMichaels shot Ahmaud Arbery with a shotgun 3 times. They wasn't in jail till that video came out. Still wasn't in jail until the daggone the FBI came in. The Georgia version of the FBI came in. Why is it that it took a riot for them to put Derrick Chauvin in jail? But they locked this man up because he shot an officer in the foot in plain clothes that did not announce himself and forced open his door with a battering ram. He didn't know who that was, but yet he in jail. Somebody talk to me. Make it make sense, as they say.
Started not long after the mayor's office released the 911 calls from the shooting. And tonight, for the first time, we were hearing that 911 call from Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, desperately begging for assistance, all while trying to wake up his girlfriend that night. Tonight, Deborah Geganis has the story. Tonight.
Well, Doug, the release of the 911 call follows a number of steps taken since the deadly shooting, like changing policy on no-knock search warrants and body cameras, including a change in leadership at LMPD, with Chief Steve Conrad retiring. And after hearing this audio, Mayor Greg Fisher says more changes are coming.
I don't know what happened. Somebody kicked in the door inside my girlfriend.
Kenneth Walker is heard crying out Breonna Taylor's name.
Brittany. You said 26. Where was she shot at? I don't know. She's on the grill right now. I don't know.
On the phone with an EMS dispatcher for 2 minutes, he tries to explain what happened.
Help! Oh my God! Yes, help! What's your name, sir? Is she alert able to talk to you?
No. The 911 call was shared with WHES 11 by Taylor's family attorney Sam Aguiar. Just minutes later, Mayor Greg Fisher released the audio, calls from neighbors, transcripts, and a timeline of the reports to the public, saying in part, "I have heard the calls from the community to share facts as quickly as possible." In a statement, Sam Aguiar said, "Listening to the call is one of the most difficult things I have ever had to do. It's a shame it took a subpoena for the audio to be shared." According to the computer-aided dispatch timeline, EMS is put on standby for the search warrant around 11 the night before the shooting. Almost 2 hours later, around 12:42, March 13th, EMS is flooded with calls from neighbors reporting gunfire. Then another call on the radio that an officer has been shot.
There was a lot of gunshots. Y'all need to get over here. They're shooting out like crazy. Yeah, just get down. Our glass door is shattered, and I understand there's something going on, but I have a 5-year-old in here.
To figure out what was unfolding, some of them tried to take a peek, but said police ordered they go back inside. Last week, Commonwealth Attorney Tom Wine said Walker told police during his interview he had called his mother before dialing 911. His call to dispatch disconnects after Walker says he has to go.
I gotta go, Mama. I gotta go. You back. Kenneth.
Now, we did reach out to Kenneth Walker's attorney. In a statement, he told us the 911 call shows conclusively that Kenneth did not know that it was police who had burst into his apartment.
All right, so wait a minute. Now you got one more link. Wait for it to show up. All right. Ambushed at 1 a.m. with no announcement. You right now.
Against the boyfriend of Breonna Taylor, Kenneth Walker, now been dismissed while protesters demand justice today. Tonight, Gabrigadis covered the rally outside Metro Hall, where she also talked with family members.
Say her name! Breonna Taylor! Say her name! Breonna Taylor!
It's the first we see Kenneth Walker out in public since Breonna Taylor's death has sparked a national outcry. Walker seen standing outside the courthouse just moments after the protest wrapped up. He was surrounded by family, friends, and supporters following a judge's approval to dismiss his charges.
Her engagement ring is in my jewelry box right now.
Oh, my Lord.
There are baby shoes that they were preparing to have a life for.
Kenneth's mother, Valicia Walker, says dismissing his charges won't fill the void her son is still trying to process.
Lost his love of his life.
Hey, the driver.
I don't allow anger to control me. This is God's plan. I may not like all of it, but it's his plan and his purpose, and the truth will prevail.
Faith leaders, community members, and activists from New York City spent Tuesday morning outside Metro Hall hoping their voices would be heard by Mayor Greg Fisher.
We actually have a one-way ticket. We are going to continue to watch this case.
Taylor's aunt, Bianca Austin, says the former EMT moved to Louisville from Grand Rapids, Michigan in search of better opportunities.
For her not to even be here is devastating. That void will always be there.
Mayor Greg Fisher's spokesperson, Jean Porter, says there is a process they have to follow. In a statement sent to WHAS, she said in part, the Attorney General will decide whether to file criminal charges against the officers, and from there, LMPD's Professional Standards Unit will conduct an investigation to determine if they violated department policies. Reporting in Louisville, Sinaiga Brigadges, WHAS 11 News.
Okay, y'all, I have a question to ask y'all about this case. Welcome to driver. Can somebody explain to me? Yeah, you know it's a lawsuit coming. That man is the African Johnny Cochran. Yeah. We've been alive for 6 hours, 17 minutes. You missed a great show, but you can always wind it back. I could have used your insight on a couple of topics we covered, sir. But check it out, y'all. Y'all trying to tell me that they have warrants now, no knock. That means the police can kick your door in and come right in your house and ain't got to say nothing. How do you defend yourself? Because they're not going to come during the day. They're going to come at night when you sleep or the wee hours of the morning. Between 1 and 5 a.m. when it's dark. How do you defend yourself? What idiot in Kentucky, what lawmaker puts that law? This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about them protecting their officers above the community. They actually locked the black man up. If you come through my door, I'm shooting. You don't say who you are, I'm shooting. You better pray I can't get to that gun quick enough. There's no reason for you to come. He sound like he is. Yeah. All right. I was wrong. He sound like he African though. But that's good. He good. That man on every case, ain't he? Here's the question though. Why does he have so many cases? This is why people are rioting around the country. Why does Floyd have so many big cases? If there ain't nothing wrong with the system. You trying to tell me that they had the nerve after killing that lady for no reason, finding out that the guy they were looking for was already in custody. They had the nerve after finding out that they filled this innocent young lady with 8 bullets. They riddled her body with bullets. They had the nerve, we got to save face somehow. We got to come out here with somebody in handcuffs. All right, buddy, we want to lock you up. We want to lock you up, buddy. So they locked him up. What about the 3 officers that killed that young lady? 8 bullet holes. Explain to me why you got to hit somebody 8 times. 8 times. You supposed to knock and identify yourself, and the fact that they have a law like that, it need to come down. But like I said, protecting the police. Driver said they lied on the medical report, then turn around and change it. Yeah, you late, the driver. We might have already seen this.
That took place at the home of
no,
a
we ain't seen
former
this one.
officer who was seen in the video kneeling and, in my opinion, killing George Floyd on his neck. His name is Derrick Chauvin. This is he.
It's Derrick, not Derrick.
Lindsay was referring to with red paint, and someone wrote "murderer" on his driveway. So check out this video posted by
ain't burned down?
Friend of the show, showing all the police who were on the scene protecting Chauvin's house last night. Wow.
Look at that.
We're learning that Chauvin had
they spending money to protect that cop.
Incidents and dozens of police conduct complaints against him, but was never once disciplined. That's according to NBC News. Sam Shocker was on the call with us this morning. I thought it too. Why aren't they behind bars is what I think a lot of people are asking. And I spoke to an attorney and they said there's grand jury to look at. Is it a federal case? It is a state case. But what Lindsay, you're saying is action needs to be taken today. I don't need Fry to do another interview. It needs to happen now. Is that what you're saying, Linz?
Yeah, because every day that we see people sit in the house and be free for killing another Black life, it's the message that's being sent that our lives don't matter. So if a Black person was to do any of the crimes that these white officers have done to us over and over again, they would be in jail immediately. And to send the message that you need to think about it, have conversation about it before putting them in jail.
That's a good question, man.
It's disgusting, and people are just tired of talking about it and enraged. And we tried peaceful protesting in the past. We just tried running for Ahmaud. What are the changes that are happening? I saw 3 other incidents in the last 2 days that happened since this incident. With cops beating women, punching people in the face, babies crying. Like, when is it going to stop? What do you want people to do? People are really upset. There's no other option. Please tell us what it is. And if it's going to be somebody that's running on something, say something real that's actually going to go into effect. Like when you tell people if they have this amount of drugs, they're going to jail for this amount of time. So if you're a racist cop and you kill a black person, what exactly is going to happen to you? What audits are going to happen to that police department?
Wow, Erica, do you agree that legal action should be taken? I completely agree.
Of course, legal action should be taken. I mean, you're talking about protecting a man's home who the man shouldn't even be at home.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, honestly, if one of us killed somebody in the street, then would we be thought of? Let's take a moment and think about how we should react to this. I think it's time that we stop putting police officers above the law because they are here to serve us.
Very well said. Guys, please write in. A lot of people writing in today. And Michael Loveland says the governor can declare martial law, arrest that police administration and staff with state officers. Absolutely. We all think a lot of things should happen. If you disagree, let us know.
Isn't that amazing how I said that all that earlier today? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing, y'all? Those of y'all that were here, y'all know I said all that earlier today. Isn't it amazing? Don't y'all find that amazing? Now he said she's a fast talker. Yeah, and the driver did not tell you that they were going to lie on the altar. I told you they were going to lie on it. I told you they was going to get them officers off. If those people didn't take them videos, we wouldn't be talking about the Minnesota case. Look at what they did with the Ahmaud Arbery, 2 months. Look at what they did with the Breonna case, 2 months. Them officers still walking around free, ain't they? But yet, the man that was defending his home was jailed that night. He had to grieve for the love of his life being killed. He had to grieve from a jail cell. Do y'all understand how bad that is? He had to grieve. He couldn't grieve at the house and have our pictures and belongings around. He had to grieve in a jail cell. Just lost the woman that he was going to marry. And he got to sit in a jail cell with criminals and wondering about his freedom. Wondering, oh, the CEO's going to beat him up because he shot a cop. Do y'all understand? It's crazy. It's crazy what's going on today. But you wonder why people are out there marching around the country. We keep coming up with case after case after case because there is case after case after case. And that young lady said it. The police are not above the law. They serve the people. The people do not serve the police. But they got them to such a position. Wait a minute, the driver said now they're trying to say he was a porn star, saying he was acting and cops couldn't tell the difference. The driver, they gonna try anything. That network gonna get ripped up. That old boy network that they got in the Minnesota Police Department, it's gonna get ripped up. And the residents, I'm sorry for you residents, but your crime rate is about to go up. Your crime rate is about to go up. Because the police are not going to be able to do what they've been doing for the past 100 years in Minnesota. They're not going to be able to do the roughhouse tactics. They're not going to be able to do the planting of that. All that going to slow down. So for all the people that was benefiting for them road cops keeping everybody in line, your crime rate about to go up. Because the young folk don't have no respect for the authority of the cops. It's one thing to think it. Well, how come somebody didn't put the video in the chat? Where you at, Naya? Why you didn't put the video in the chat? You ain't said nothing today about him being a porn star. Come on, wake up. You said you saw the video. You supposed to share it with the family. You holding out on us, Naya. You holding out on us, sweetie. I'm just saying, y'all. I mean, the corruption goes deep. It goes deep. But I gotta tell you, I wish I'd have made a GIF out of that video. If somebody want to put it in the chat, where the police officer, they had somebody down at one of the protests, and the cop had his knee on the guy's neck, and the cop beside him threw the knee up, like, nah, we ain't doing this, bro, no. We not doing this, like, nah, bro. That is change. That is change. Small, but that's progress. The police know they can't do it anymore. That's progress. And around the country, you might see a lot of officers quitting because they're not going to be able to do their rogue kind of justice, and they ain't going to want to be police officers anymore. There's a lot of racist people that's going to have to start treating people with respect. They're not going to want to do the job anymore. We got to take the fun out of it for them. Take out all the pleasure. They love to hold you down. They love to cuff you. They want you to give them a reason to hit you with that billy club. They want you to give them a reason to hit them with that taser. When you're nice and respectful to them, it kills them on the inside. Like, God darn it, do something. Do something so I can take out some of my anger. I was abused as a child. I can't get a pretty woman. Let me take this anger out on you. That's why I took this job, to release some anger. I ain't got the courage to go in the military. Because them Arabs going to fight me back. Them no Koreans going to fight me back. Them Chinese soldiers going to fight me back. I'm going to be a police officer where the people can't fight back. That's the kind of punk I am. Naya said at first they said George Floyd had no criminal record. Now they saying he does. Naya, that's not going to help them a bit. It don't matter what that man did. We sat there and watched that man die in front of our eyes. I think it was armed robbery or something years ago. The driver got a link. Well, what they got to do with you killing a man? He served his time and he served the time for the crime. So he should be killed for it? And he served his time?
What's up, what's your name, bro? Man, be Floyd. Floyd the landlord, man. Floyd the landlord. What you
New video has surfaced showing George Floyd was actually an adult entertainer in the adult entertainment business. Floyd's death in Minneapolis a couple days ago at the hands of a Minneapolis police officer has caused wild speculation, and riots are now beginning in protest of his death. Through some research, I was able to dig up a video that seems to show George Floyd was an adult entertainer star in the adult entertainment business, and he went by the name Floyd the Landlord. In the video, you can see George Floyd greeted by a director in a hotel room with a female adult co-star. George Floyd introduces himself as Floyd the Landlord and says he reps Houston, Texas as his home city.
Sexy as a motherfucker. Oh shit, let's see who this is. Right on time, right on time. Right on time. Who is it? What's going on, bro? What's going on, man? What's up, what's up?
You go, baby.
You walking in like LeBron James. Oh, man. What's up? What's your name, bro?
Man, Big Floyd. Floyd the Landlord, man.
Floyd the Landlord. What you repping? What city?
Houston, Texas, man. Third Ward, the projects, man.
Third Ward.
Right here,
right.
Hey.
Right.
Hey.
Yeah, Houston.
Houston, man. We in here, man. This is what we do, man. You feel me? You gotta get it right. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
One day time with the lovely, super lovely.
What's your name, girl?
Kimberly Grant.
Sexy. Look at her. For real.
Floyd then says he's affiliated with a group called Young Risk Takers, or YRT.
What's your name, bro?
Man, Big Floyd. Floyd the Landlord, man.
Floyd the Landlord. What you repping? What city?
Houston, Texas, man. Third Ward, the projects, man.
Third Ward.
Right here, man.
What's that?
Check me out, man.
Young Race Takers?
Young Race Takers, man. YRT, man. To the fullest. Okay.
With some research, I was able to find this group on YouTube. They only have 37 subscribers, but they do have a lot of music videos. Here's an example of some of their videos.
DOA won't need I be. Fuck if you ain't riding with me. Swear, it ain't no hiding me. Beat up your block like a 612 free little wood, that's YRT. Free DJ, that's BB.
Floyd's death has caused riots to erupt across the United States. In cities such as Minneapolis, where the death occurred, but also Seattle, Bakersfield, San Francisco, Oakland, and so many more states that are now experiencing their own form of riots that have been going on for 2 days now.
I believe
the police car is now being on fire, 1500 direct pay. 2252, I'm at Eastern Jefferson.
Citizens of these cities are attempting to clean up the mess left by rioters, but each day they clean up, by nighttime, a new riot has begun.
Sexy as a motherfucker. Oh shit. Let's see who this is. Right on time. Who is it? What's going on, bro? What's going on, man? What's up?
You go, baby.
You walking in like LeBron James. Oh man. What's your name, bro?
Man, Big Floyd. Floyd the Landlord, man.
Floyd the Landlord. What you repping? What city?
Houston, Texas, man. Third Ward, the projects, man.
Third Ward.
Right here, man.
What's that?
Check me out, man.
Young Race Takers?
Young Race Takers, man. YRT, man. To the fullest.
Big dude, man. You a big dude.
I
told you look at the big fight. You gonna pop a thing in the mouth.
You know how it go, man.
All right.
Hey. time, man. We in here, man. This is what we do, man. You feel me? You gotta get it right. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
One time with the lovely, super lovely.
What's your name, girl?
Kimberly Grant.
Sexy. Look at her.
For real, huh?
Yep.
Okay. All right, y'all. Let's discuss this. So, because the man did one porno scene, he deserved to die. Well, somebody go find Ron Jeremy. He ain't made about 10,000 of them. Go slit his throat. Somebody find, see, I ain't into pornos. I gotta think about it. Somebody go find Long Dong Silver and slit his throat. I'm just saying. Now, it's nice to see him in his regular self. He don't seem crazy to me. Liz said, whatever floats his boat, still no reason for what he went through. Naya said he resembles Evander Holyfield. Hey, Naya, did you see if you can find a real video? Watch it and tell me if he got the real deal still. Oh, that's not funny. Naya said it's legal considering adults. The driver says, sorry, there's no way around this. It's cold murder. Liz said, right, the driver. Ben Adams says, that not overshadow what happened to him. The driver said, Liz, they're trying everything in the book to set this man free. Why they're not digging up the cop dirty side? Ben Adams said, even they set him free, someone would take care of him. Even if they set him free, someone would take care of him. Well, why you say that? Ain't nobody took care of George Zimmerman. Ain't nobody took care of the four cops that beat up Rodney King. They still alive and kicking. Naya said, the driver, he's on suicide watch. Naya said no one posted bail for his release. The driver said, right, BD. Naya said, usually GoFundMe accounts go up for officers. Ben Adams said his personal life was one thing, how he got killed is another. The driver said, it makes me angry. Well, the driver, I told you, they were going to protect their officers. And you came in during the Breonna case. I hadn't paid it no mind because y'all hadn't mentioned it. If y'all mentioned something, I'll pay it some mind. But I've been seeing it when I was looking for other stuff for Aubrey or looking for stuff for Floyd. One of her videos would pop up, you know, on the side, and I was like, what's going on with Breonna Taylor? Well, nobody talking about it, so I was like, okay, it must not be nothing. I didn't know what it was. But as we was listening to it, I did hear something about it. But it wasn't nothing big. I think I read a headline or something. But anyway, as you see, they protect their officers. A no-knock warrant is to protect the officer. Because if you have to knock on the door and say police, that gives somebody a chance to get ready. So you coming in with guns to attack somebody, they not supposed to have no warning and be ready to attack back. A punk move. That's what it is. It's a punk move. We want to take every advantage away from the civilian because they want you to be humble and dependent on the police. We have a constitution and they trying to rip it apart. We have the right to bear arms and we have the right to defend our own home. If somebody comes through your front door, you should have every reason to blast their head off. you should have every reason to blast their head off. Ain't nobody got no business coming through your front door without knocking. Nobody. Nobody has a reason to enter your house. Unless they got a daggone key. They got a key, you hear it turn, you know it's somebody to lit at. I'm just talking. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me I'm wrong. How you gonna tell somebody that you gotta sit there and wait for them to kick the door open? Suppose they got an AK-47 or Uzi and they just start spraying you. Every time I hear somebody come up the steps, there shouldn't be nobody coming up my steps. And if something happens when the police come, I'm gonna tell them. They ain't had no business coming up my steps. Take the body away, please. Put them in a black bag and put them in a little wagon and get them out of here. Do your job. Because, see, your job is to come help. And you always late. So I already handled it. Get rid of the body, please. You work for me. Driver says, black man don't stand a chance. I hope I don't offend anyone. I'm not racist at all. It just make me angry. They dragging this man. They're dragging this man's reputation to the ground. The driver, because that's what they're gonna do. Anything to keep it the way it is. That's why they allowed them kids to riot those nights. They want everything to go back to normal and go back to the way it was. It ain't going back the way it was. It ain't going back the way it was, and things are gonna change. And a lot of people are going to fight back. A lot of people are going to fight for the change. Some people are going to fight back. You know, I was talking to a guy, and he said he had been working at a business for 5 years. He'd been there longer than anybody else. And he said he never got any kind of advancement. But he had to train every new person that they brought in. And there was always some young white knucklehead that didn't know nothing. Straight out of college. And he said, you know, I'm thinking about doing something. I said, what you gonna do? He said, I'm thinking about going in there and roughing the boss up. Well, what good is that gonna do? So I'll get you arrested. And the boss, whatever you do to him, he's going to recover. And he'll still be the boss and still have all the money. But you're going to be in jail. Then when you get out, nobody going to want to hire you. And you're going to be flipping burgers at McDonald's or Wendy's or something. So, you know, what are you going to get out of it? I said, look, let me explain something to you. And this is something that black people don't understand. This is something that black people don't understand. And y'all might leave when I say this, but I'm going to tell it to you because it's the truth. What y'all don't understand is when you ask somebody else to give you something, that means that's less for their children. Let me explain. If I only got so many jobs to give out, and the government tell me I gotta hire somebody that don't look like me, I'm not gonna be happy about it. No, not me. I care less, but they might not be happy about it. If they work hard to get their children in a good school, and then they find out they can't put them in there because there's a quota. Now, some of y'all will say, well, okay, if it's the police force, there's a quota. They have to hire 3 black people or 3 minorities, whether it be a woman, a black man, and a Oriental or a Mexican. There's going to be officers that don't get hired. And they're going to say, my schools are better than them. I did better than them. Why am I not getting hired? Because they had to give the last 3 spots to those. Now, you could say there are 15 black people that were better than you physically. There are 13 Asians that aced the exam, but only one of them can get in. But 20 white people got in. And you're mad because you're not one of the 20. What about the 70 minority applicants? They only got 3 slots for. So 23 white people are going to get hired. Only 3 minorities are going to get hired. And those 3 spots, one got to be a woman, one got to be black, and one got to be Oriental or Mexican. You don't think that they not upset that they did better than you? They did better than most of those 23, but they not getting in? It's how you see it. It's how you see it. And so you got a lot of people that get mad. Yeah, that daggone, why we gotta pick a token? I only got room for one more person because I gotta take a daggone token, daggone affirmative action. It ain't fair. Why should I have to hire somebody black? I want to hire Jimmy, my boy Jimmy. But Jimmy ain't good. He make me laugh. I love him. I want him to be on the job. But we got to work. I got a quota to fill. Jimmy ain't no good. But I got to hire this token here, and I can't hire Jimmy. That person is coming into a place that don't want him, that's being force-fed. How well is he going to do? He could be the best in the world. I want my friend Jimmy. Y'all understand? When you ask somebody to give you something, somebody that they know can't get it, but you ask a nation of minorities to always be that no. That's why we need our own businesses. We got our own businesses, we don't have to ask. You don't have that resentment. I don't want you here. Dang on. He got nerve to be good too. I can't even fire him. I don't want him here. Don't nobody want no daggone chink. Slant-eyed bastard. I don't want him. But it's being shoved down their throat by the government. The same government that like to have these rogue cops. You gotta look at things from both sides. Because if we sitting at a bar and we all just applied for the same job, and I know I'm better than you, and you get the job, and then you complain about the money, and I'm looking at you like, look, man, I should have got that job. I would love to make that money, and you sitting there crying about it. Well, it's not my fault you didn't get it, Jerome, all right? It's not my fault that I'm white. Then why don't you turn the job down? It's not enough money for you. Well, no, because I'm not going to, that's till I find something better. I'm going to stay there. It's not even in my field, but it's a job. So you don't want the job. You know I'm better at the job. You don't even plan to stay at the job. But you still gonna hold on to it. You're darn right I am. God darn it. There's advantages to being white, all right? This is my launching point. You'll find something else you good. This plays out in America every day. There's a resentment that grows. It's a resentment. There are people who apply for scholarships. And they might be smarter. They might be smarter than the white people. But they're not going to get in because there's only a certain quota. we eat that. We eat it. But when they do fill those 3 positions out the 30 and give them to minorities, 3 people who didn't get hired or didn't get accepted because their grades suck, they gave them daggone ends. They gave that daggone end. Why I didn't get a scholarship? They didn't have the ability to get the scholarship academically, but because 3 tokens got it, I'm gonna complain, goddarn it. Hey. But what about the other 500 minorities that applied, and they all fighting for 3 or 4 slots, and yet it's 50 slots the white people fighting over, and the ones that didn't make it will complain about the 3 that got in. Yeah, it's daggone saying this not fair. How they get in? And it's like, we looking at him like, hey, it ain't fair. Y'all had 50 chances to fight for. We only had 3. And it was a woman and a black and had to be a minority from overseas, Chinese or Asian or Mexican. So basically, if I'm a black man, I only got 1 spot. So, but that's the way they think, And it is sad. You say it didn't hurt someone, you can say that creatures are human. Driver said it's just sad, BD. They sucked the breath out of that man over $20. And Ben said he didn't die in vain, bros. He made history. He made history, and like I said, hopefully the change will start. When people stop thinking about themselves, just themselves, and start thinking about everybody else. It's a lot of people in this world. And people only think of themselves.
No, if you're wrong, you're racial profile. Yeah, you're wrong. You're assuming I'm someone that I'm not. Are you Jake? No, I'm not Jake. Hi, you look like Jake. There you go. I look like Jake. You're Jake. Yes, you are. You're Jake. Get out of my face, man. You guys are harassing me. Yes, you guys are. Hey, you're fucking harassing me. Yes, you are. No. He's harassing me. Why are you harassing me? You're assuming I'm someone I'm not. No. I'm free to go. Okay. Us. Am I being detained? Yeah, you are. For what? You think. That's an illusion. That's an illusion. You think. Stand up for your hands. I'm not. For what? I don't have an argument. You're very wrong. Okay. No, you are wrong. What do you mean if you're wrong? You're wrong. You're wrong. Hold on. You guys are not going to try to manhandle me. I'm not under arrest. I didn't do nothing. For what? For what? You want to tell me for what? For what? I'm under arrest for what? No. You got the wrong guy. I'm shooting all you guys. Let me get your car. Can I get your car? Okay. I'm not standing around. Listen, I'm not under arrest. I don't have a warrant. I don't have any. Hey, officer. No. Matter of fact, look at my ID. You got the wrong guy, I'm telling you. Wrong ID, motherfucker. You guys got the wrong guy. You guys are fucking stupid. That's not you. You guys are racial profile thinking I'm somebody. I got him, bro. Take the cuffs off. Sir, I got him. Take the cuffs off. I'll take both of you motherfuckers right now. This guy got the cleanest record. Y'all just. I'll take both of you motherfuckers right now. Take the cuffs off. For me, y'all guys are fucking stupid, man. You guys are the dumbest motherfuckers. Well, they want to get tough. You are stupid. I don't know how you become a cop. Matter of fact, anybody can become a cop nowadays. Yeah, so you guys really had no other choice to do? You guys really had nothing else to go to college for but be a cop and harass me? To assume I'm somebody I'm not? No, I'm using my back pocket. Watch how funny this is. No, don't hate me. Look at it. Oh, what does that say? What does that say? Oh, wrong guy. Wrong guy. Oh my God. No, get the fuck off me, dude. Get off me, dude. Bro, you're fucked up. I need your supervisor over here. Call your supervisor over here. You guys are the stupidest motherfuckers I ever met in my life. How'd you guys? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Look at him. He's outside. And this guy here. Yeah, what do you mean? I look like him. I need your guys. supervisors out here. Supervisor. Sir, can you please come here? Are you the supervisor? These guys are racist in front of me. They assume I'm someone that I'm not. I told them I'm not who they think I am. And they said, no, you are. I'm positive you are. So, I need their cards, I need your card, I need your card, I need yes, I request you. Why is that?
No, that was fucked up. No, these are the people.
Yes, I'm the people. Yes, sir. So,
Let's get the crap in the
okay, I would like your card too. Yep. And I'm gonna follow the word for you, and you. Because you guys are all stupid. You guys are the dumbest motherfucker I ever met in my life.
You're glad? Why, bro?
You guys really work?
This motherfucker.
Is that how you guys work on this? You assume someone is someone and that's it? That's all you guys do? Yeah? Oh my God, what is American game? We're allowed to. You're allowed to.
Allowed to what?
Talk to somebody.
It wasn't allowed to talk to somebody. You arrested him.
Handcuff someone and try to.
Right, then he made a mistake, and then once he figured out who he was, he got handcuffed.
What if somebody did that to you? What if somebody did that to you?
I was going to talk anyways.
Huh?
Perfect. I was going to talk anyways.
You got life fucked up. You ain't gonna try to buckle up and just leave.
Let's get out of here. You guys leave. Yeah, leave. You guys get the fuck out of here. No, you guys have a good night. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
Get the fuck out of here. You guys are dumbest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. Get the fuck out of my face.
We're not in your face.
What do you mean? You just
arrested
down
him.
here. You guys just trying to release us.
So if he wants to make a complaint, he will make it.
I will make a complaint. Believe me, I will. I will make a complaint on all three of you guys.
That's fine.
Do your job better.
No,
you guys supposed to be upstanding fucking citizens.
You're not, dude. They're bogus.
I'm bogus as well. That guy's the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met. Go. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Let's go. Come on, man.
Let's go.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever met, man. You good, bro? You alright?
Let's go.
No, there's three times. Tell me about your business.
Africans talk too much, man. Read the bar. They ain't talk too much. They always want to talk.
Nobody did. Somebody
They always want to talk. Yeah, let's go.
That's when you guys try to take someone's responsibility.
Nobody got hurt. Nobody's going to jail.
Dumb motherfuckers. Piece of shit ass cops. You see that shit, yo?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yo.
Why do Africans always want to talk you to death? Somebody tell me. Real talk. Why do Africans always got to talk you to death? Yeah. Why they always got to talk to You said I got one African American brother send a meaningful message to Trump. I like to share it with you. Maybe you didn't see it yet. There you go. You can send it right there. If you hang around, the people will suggest you get a wrench. All right, y'all. Snazzy got a link for us. Hold on.
No, if you're wrong, you're
the same thing.
You're racial approach. Yeah, you're wrong. You're assuming I'm someone that I'm not. Are you Jake? No, I'm not Jake. Hi, you look like Jake. There you go. I look like Jake. You're Jake. No. Yes, you are. No, I'm honestly Jake. You're Jake.
Is that the same video?
Yes, you guys are.
Ain't that the same video, Snazzy? Yeah, the guy was actually an FBI agent. I gave you the email. If you hang around and participate, the people will suggest that you get a wrench. But until then, there's the email. Let me check the chat here. That's what's on the screen. The black guy is FBI. Big mistake. Oh, that was Liz that sent the link. Wait a minute. Who sent the link? Okay, it was Liz. Liz sent the link. My bad. Sorry, Snazzy. Liz sent the link. My bad. All right. Well, y'all was talking. Hold on a second. Y'all got lost here. Where are we at here? Driver says, one of my best friends is white, and I attend a mixed church. BD, they're dragging this man to the ground. Ben says, sorry, I'm in two race. The driver says, BD, if that video doesn't hurt a person, there's something wrong with them. Ben says, if it didn't hurt someone, you can't say that creatures are human. The driver said, it just said, BD, they sucked the breath out of a man for over $20. The man said, he didn't die in vain, bros. He made history. The driver said, BD, someone should have helped him. Ben says, nobody can say racial profiling doesn't exist. Smitty says, at the driver, they arrested an FBI agent from Somalia. Ben says the only way to help him would be shooting 4 of them. Liz says, Snazzy, you have a link. Bin Laden said, I got one African-American brother sent a meaningful message to Trump I'd like to share with you. Maybe you didn't see it. A video. He asked, how could I send a link? Snazzy said, BD, he was FBI. They said, well, I'm glad he made them look foolish. Ben said, thanks. Snazzy said, exactly it, Liz. Now he said, reminds me of the officer in Florida who was arrested by another officer. Snazzy girl said, exactly. Liz said, I would be upset too. Then I sent. Okay, Liz sent us a link, and then we're going to check out, let me go to Liz. Yeah, Liz sent a link, and then we'll go to Ben's link. While I'm playing that, I'll transfer it over from the Hangouts. What are we looking for? Okay, justice for George Floyd is far from the only thing needed to achieve racial equality in the United States, according to BET founder Robert Johnson. Johnson also believes that the federal government should pay $14 trillion in reparations to Black Americans to atone for the centuries of systemic racism, Johnson said in a statement published Monday. Johnson's statement didn't include specific information about where the funds for reparations will come from. The payments will be the affirmative action program of all time and will prevent the country from splitting into 2 unequal societies. Johnson said during an appearance on CNBC's Squawk Box Monday, short answers to long, horrific questions about the stain of slavery are not going to solve the inequality problem. Johnson said on CSBN Squawk Box, we need to focus on wealth and creation and wealth generation, and to do that, we must bring the descendants of slaves into equality with this nation. And that's what I propose in this $14 trillion proposal, to provide reparations not only for the sin or the atonement of the sin of slavery and Jim Crowism and desegregation, both de facto and de jure, but to cause America to live up to the concept and the notion that this nation was born on the ideal of American exceptionalism. A representative of Johnson did not immediately respond to Business Insider's request for further comment on his proposal for reparations. The United States has a wealth gap among racial lines that has only gotten wider in recent decades. In 1992, the median net worth of white families was $100,000 above that of black families, according to a 2019 report by consulting firm McKinsey. By 2016, the median white family was $152,000 wealthier than its black counterpart. During that period, the median of white families grew over $50,000, McKinsey reports, but the median wealth of black families did not grow at all. The wealth gap doesn't just hinder African Americans. The gap reduces the buying power of black families and prevents investment in the housing and equities market, according to McKinsey. If the gap in black and white families were closed, the U.S. would add an additional 4 to 6% to its GDP by 2028. Wealth transfer is exactly what's needed, Johnson told CNBC. Think about this. For 200 plus years or so of slavery, labor taken with no compensation is a wealth transfer. Denial of access to education, which is a primary driver of accumulation of income and wealth, is a wealth transfer. The United States has debated providing compensation for slaves and their descendants since the Civil War, and it became a key issue during the Democratic presidential primaries in late 2019. Business Insider reported, however, a March Insider poll that approximately 25% of Americans favor giving financial compensation and government assistance to the descendants of slaves. Johnson's most recent call for reparations comes as the United States faces a national reckoning over systemic racism brought on by the recent murders of 3 African Americans, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. At the same time, black Americans are dying at a disproportionately high rates of the novel coronavirus. Johnson became the first black American to appear on Forbes Billionaires list in 2001. CNBC reported nearly 2 decades later, only 6 of the 600 plus Americans on that list are black. Jay-Z, Kanye West, Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, David Stewart, and Robert F. Johnson. Johnson dropped off the billionaires list in 2009 as the stock price of BET's new owner, Viacom, fell. If we take that big leap, I'm convinced that the problems that we confront today can be solved, but it takes a big, bold action, and $14 trillion in reparations for damages visited upon the heirs of slaves is an appropriate statement, Johnson told CNBC. Okay. All right. He said he sent the video. Let me look it up. There he is. Share link. All right, we're going to send it to Liz. All right, we sent it to Liz. Hey, y'all, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. If they give black people reparations without training on how to spend that money, without training on how to take it and start our own businesses, if you just give it to them, we ain't going to need them to give it right back. They don't go out there and buy a new car, buy a new house, buy some jewelry, buy some clothes, buy the Xbox 5 and the PlayStation, whatever. Everybody gonna go get the new iPhone. They gonna get the biggest Samsung. Everybody gonna get a 90-inch TV. I mean, tell the truth. That money is gonna go right back out the neighborhood. Ain't nobody gonna take that money and say, hey, let's build a store. Hey, let's build a business. Hey, let's take this money so it can keep making us money. So that $14 trillion can stay in our community. Let's keep that $14 trillion in our communities so that we can compete. So that other races will come and say, hey, you want to do business with us? Because you got our former customers. Can we link up with you? And we're going to say, no. We all right. See, that's the problem. See, I'm going to tell y'all something. I got your link. It's ready to go. I want to tell y'all something that most people won't tell you. As long as they can stay on top of you, other races don't mind having us around. As long as they can stay on top of you. When you decide to go do your own, well, you see what happened with Black Wall Street. You see what happened with Oklahoma. when somebody try to go create a business and start something, it's always a mole being sent in to find something to bring it down. Because they don't want you to have your own. Because they get nervous. They don't want you to have your own. Don't y'all understand that? When you create your own businesses, then you're not dependent on them. You know? So, all right, let me read the chat real quick, and then we'll play Ben Adam Link. He says, hope you like the video. Ben says, I sent you a YouTube video link. Ben says, I like that video. Ben Adam says, true. Said, rap and hip-hop brainwash young African-American brains with this culture. All the songs talk about is money, money, money. Naya said stimulus will be the closest you'll see to reparations. Ben Adam said killing money, sex, cars, guns, blah, blah, blah. That's nice. All right, y'all. Let's get to this link. Let's get to the linky dink. I sent it to Liz. Hey, it didn't go. Hold on a second. It didn't go. Wait a minute. I thought I sent it to Liz. Let me look. All right, this is it, I think. I hope. All right, let's check it real quick. All right, it's working. Come on, man. Sorry about that, y'all.
Hello, my people. I am a concerned United States citizen. I am sending this message to Donald Trump, letting him know that we the blacks, we are not scared of you. Okay? Our black brother is being murdered in a broad daylight. But Donald Trump, you don't have nothing to offer. You don't have nothing to say. But the only bullshit that is coming from your mouth is when the looting starts, the shooting starts. That's bullshit. When the looting starts, shooting starts, that means you are empowering the police to go and shoot those black people and kill them. So fuck you, Trump. Let me tell you, I took an oath that I will protect this country. I took an oath that I will protect each and every one of you. As long as you are in the United States of America soil, I took an oath I will protect you. And I am not going to sit here and silence and watch Donald Trump disrespecting my black community. I'm not going to do that. So fuck you for that, Donald Trump. You are absolutely nothing but a waste. You are absolutely nothing but a waste. So seriously said, you think your mom is lazy for you to disrespect the black community. That's what you think. And we are not scared of you. I am not scared of you. I can fuck you up to the last minute, you Donald Trump. I can fuck you up. You're absolutely a waste of a spam. Because of you today, America will lose respect in this world. Nobody respects America today because of you. Nobody respects America just because of a civil society like you, Donald Trump. Just, you don't have no tweet to tweet. You don't have nothing to tweet. At the end of the day, look, I had just found another racist tweet. The tweet said, by burning American cities will not bring George Floyd back. Can you believe this? It's nonsense tweet. The tweet said, by burning American cities is not going to bring George Floyd back. Okay, now, by blowing up the Middle East, is that going to undo 9/11? Answer me, Donald Trump, you silly sausage. By blowing up the Middle East, is that going to do the September 11th? Is that going to undo it? No! No!
Great point.
Iraq, you destroyed that fucking country.
Great point.
Iraq. Did that undo 9/11? No! America went to Syria. They destroyed that country. Is that going to undo 9/11? Hell no! America went to Libya. They destroyed Libya. Is that going to undo 9/11? No! We see all this bullshit happening under your watch, you silly sausage. America went to Afghanistan. They destroyed Afghanistan. Is that going to undo 9/11? No, motherfucker. You are just a waste. And I am a concerned United States citizen. I'm not going to sit here and watch you motherfucker. you silly such you Donald Trump. You think you would disrespect my black people? Fuck you, I say it. Yeah, I say it again. Fuck you, Trump. You silly such you garbage, you worthless president. Motherfucker, you just a waste. Fuck you. Fuck you, I say it. Fuck you, yeah? Fuck you, Trump. Fuck you, I say it. Fuck you.
And if he didn't get it, he said, F you. Okay, believe it or not, before he started cursing, he made a great point. And let's talk about it. He made a great point. When 9/11 happened and they took down the World Trade Center and all that, they went over there and started a war over there. They started a war over there. Did it bring back the 4,000 people that died from 9/11? So when they went to Afghanistan, when they went to Iraq, did that bring back the people that died in all them bombings? No, it didn't. So the youth did what they see the government do. The government go tear down and blow up and destroy areas. And that's what they did. That's what he was saying. The kids did what they saw the government do. They ain't got no planes. Because if they did, they would have probably went and dropped some bombs on the 4 cop houses. If they had planes, they probably would have dropped bombs on all the police stations and the courthouses. But they didn't. So they destroyed what they could, which was what was around them. He's saying that's no different than you sending the military over there to Iraq or Afghanistan or Turkey or wherever. Iran, Bosnia. They saying that there ain't no difference. But that the kids didn't kill nobody. But they showed their anger by destroying what was around them. So he's saying that the U.S. government has killed millions of people. But why do they keep protecting the cops? Why do they keep protecting the cops? They keep spending the money to protect them. Just give them some money. You don't want me to fix the service? Nah, leave it the way it is. I like it. Keep the black folk in line. Just give them some money. Yeah, I'll move some money from something that's supposed to go to black folk. We'll just move that money over and we'll pay them out. All they're going to do is spend it and give it right back anyway to the economy. So, you know. But y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Keep them streets clean. Had them scared to come outside. Had them scared to get in their car. Keep the pressure on. Keep our streets clean. As long as the crime rate is low, I'm going to get reelected. I get reelected, that means that y'all going to get y'all going to get y'all bonus money. I believe that every time it's a drug raid, all the money not reported. I believe every time it's a drug raid, some departments take that same drug and sell it back to the dealers and then arrest them for it and sell it back to the damn dealers again. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. they get to seize your car, they get to seize your property, and they get to sell it. You haven't seen them police auctions, them government auctions? Yeah, that's when they seize your property and then they get to sell it. So they get the drug dealers' money, they get the drugs, and they get the property. And they get to auction it off. They ain't paid nothing for it. That's why you get it cheap. I got me a brand new car for $6,000. Hey, it would cost me $25 at the dealership. Don't nobody have no comment? Y'all got to realize this is deep. We got about 9 generations. 9 or 10 generations of this. Might be more. Of entitlement. And when we got our rights in the 60s, in the 70s, they switched up. You don't need to have your store. Now you can come shop at ours. You don't need to have your own taxi company. Now you can come shop with us. And there was a lot of white people that said, no, I don't want to have to share no car with no Negro. I don't want to have to share no restaurant with no Negro. I don't want to sit on a train with no Negro or a plane. They should have their own. I don't want to sit around them. But they were beat up in the Civil War. Because see, the thing became, if they got their own, they'd be independent. So if we can't have them work for us for free, let's have them all work for us. So at least we can control how much money they make. Do y'all understand? Now he said, if you have Amazon Prime, I do, unfortunately. All right, y'all. Something is wrong with Nightbot. Hold on a sec. Let me add Nightbot as a moderator. All right. Now, I fixed him, but somehow he lost his moderation status. Give me 1 second, y'all. David just took a dump. You stinking cat. I can't get mad at you. And I know that new kitty litter, I'm not going to smell it, but still. Shoot. All right, put this in the caddy here. Dave, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I just filled that, sir. I just filled your food up yesterday. You done ate half of it already, you pig. You pig. Alrighty, y'all. Sorry about that. So what y'all think about that? If you get your hands on some money, try to invest in a business or your own. Because see, if you have your own, they can't control you. The cops are an extension of that control. If you're scared to get in your car and drive certain places, that's mind control. You scared to go in the store and put your hands in your pocket, that's mind control. Do y'all understand? You know, if you in a white neighborhood and you walking down the street and somebody white walking down the street, they nervous because they think you're going to do something to them. You nervous because you think that they're going to think that and yell something. And white people will come out from everywhere. That's the one thing I couldn't figure out. I remember a white woman told me once, "Oh, you scared me." I'm like, man, I'm looking around and I'm seeing white people everywhere. I don't see not one black person. I'm like, man, I'm more nervous of you than you are of me. Black Wall Street was tore down because a white woman said something that a man did to her. So was Oklahoma. Medgar Evans. Do I need to keep going? Why the hell are you afraid of me? I'm afraid of you. All you gotta do is go help, and I'm done. They may find me hanging from one of the trees. What the hell are you scared of me for? I'm scared of you. And now, not only do I gotta be worried about you, I gotta worry about my own sisters, because they can do the same thing now. How much unfair is unfair? You know how many times I've been around white people and they've said, "How do y'all live on so little?" And we looked at him like, "You like, there's more?" They said, "Oh, heck yeah. Y'all glad sitting here, y'all eating shrimp. Shoot. You come see what we eat. Y'all sitting here because, you know, you got your nice little Ford. You got your, shoot, you ought to come out there and see our muscle cars. You need to come out there and see what a Maserati look like. You need to come see what a Lamborghini look like. Shoot, you need to see what a Hummer look like." We like, and we all said the same thing. We know one black guy that got a Hummer. That guy said, "I know 30. But that shows you the difference. Do y'all understand? It shows you the difference. If you invite them over your house and you got some nice stuff, they looking around like, how you get all this? But you go over their house, they just pulling out porcelain and all kinds of stuff, you know, and you supposed to be like, wow, how did he get all this? What you thinking? You work the same job. How did he get all this stuff? I'm just saying. See, I tell the truth. Some people don't like it, but I tell the truth. We tell the truth here. There ain't no holds barred. We just ask you to be respectful. Ben says money paradigm is died. It's like a headless chicken jumping all over, giving his last breath. Money is a tool to keep and transfer value. Then what is value? Not killing a man in front of everyone is value. Not employing killer racist cops. It's a value. Just take a look at the consequences. I find it amazing you say that, sir. I find it amazing that you say that. Let me show you something when you want to talk about human life versus money. Let me show you something real quick. I need you to take a look at this. Let me make sure it transfer over. Did it transfer over? Wait a minute. We got a delay here. That's the only thing about using this program is less pressure on the processor, but it causes a delay. Don, you ain't changed yet? Come on, say you holding the show up. There it is. All right. Do you see that? You got 1,859,323 COV cases. You got 106,925 deaths. You got 106,925 deaths. You can go back as far as early March. You hear me begging for them to close the country down. I've been on the line every day saying we need to close the country down. We only had a couple deaths when we started. Now we got 106,925, and they talk about reopening. Why can't we shut down for 2 weeks and let the CV people die off, and those that haven't recovered, lock the borders, don't let nobody in, start making our own stuff until the other countries get rid of that CV, so they can prove to us that they don't have it? Why can't we do it? I'm asking the question, why can't we do it? But we sacrificed almost 107,000 people because we won't shut down for 2 weeks. Because instead of having companies change and make masks and make ventilators and make PPE equipment and make hospital beds, we won't have them make the stuff that we order from China. We won't have them the stuff that we get from Japan. We won't have them make the stuff that we get from Mexico. The stuff we get from Indonesia, Taiwan, Malaysia. Why we can't go back to doing what we were doing in the 1930s? We were making our own stuff. We had factories. Why we can't go back to that? You got 106,000. Mine would say 107,000, 75 more. 75 more deaths, it'd be 107,000. You let 107,000 men die for money. You think this country won't let the cops kill men, black men, to intimidate them and make them stay in line? We're not going to give you reparations. We're not going to improve your schools. We're not going to give you anything. Be glad what we give you, because you don't deserve that. And when you get out of line, we got our road police force to kick you in the butt. If we had to kill somebody to make an example, we got to hang somebody from the tree to make an example. This is your United States of stinking America. If they would let 106,000 people die, and a third of these are white people, so they'll kill their own, what are they going to do for you? They know that 46% of people that's dying from this are African American. That's why they didn't do shit. Who cares? Yeah, whatever. It ain't us. When you had Katrina, them black people were stuck on the bridge. Ain't nobody right up there. I'm just telling you. They can see Rodney King get beat like a damn government mule. Well, he's big. He should have stayed down. I wouldn't let him up either. You should have hit him harder. This is what we're dealing with. And you want to keep putting your head in the sand. Over here, we tell the truth. Anybody got any comments? Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. Where's everybody at? There's 7 people here. Where everybody at? Talk to me. Somebody come over here and talk to me. I'm listening. We lost 3 people. Where everybody? Where you ran? Told you everybody can't deal with this channel. You ain't gonna come over here and smiles and Ben says, before we used to pay the sweat, now they're sending money to stay home and do nothing. Sometimes doing nothing is a value, not killing is a value. Not looting is a value. Naya said revolution has begun. If almost half of that 107,000 is black folk, because see, when it was a small number and it was majority black folk, they didn't care. It was only 1,000. They be all right. Then as the number started growing, him and the New York governor arguing over ventilators, number still growing. New Jersey start picking up. Trump complaining. Them daggone governors, they always complaining. Them damn two Democratic governors. Talking about New York and New Jersey. And everybody was laughing. You combine New Jersey and New York together, ain't no country got more deaths from this than those two states. You can't find one country that got more deaths than those two states put together. I challenge you. I'll show you. I don't have to tell you. I can show you. Did we set the numbers yet? Yes, they did. Hold on a sec. New York got 29,998. New Jersey got 11,732. Let's just make that 30, 40, 41,000. 41,000, and that's not exact, but 41,000. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Come back. 41,000. Let's look at the countries, and you tell me, am I crazy? 41,000 deaths. Who got 41,000 deaths? Who has 41,000 deaths? Got to reset. Who has 41,000 deaths? Who has 41? Nobody. Who has 41,000 deaths? Look. Who has 41,000 deaths? Only the UK at 39. The UK at 39. Brazil has 30. New Jersey and New York. New Jersey and New York have a combined 41,000 deaths. Just two states. There's nobody. Only the UK. The UK is 200 behind. That's a whole country. But check it out. The UK has 332 cases. New York has 300,000 by themselves. New York beats everybody here except for Brazil and Russia in total cases. But in deaths, they beat, man. So if y'all think that money don't run the world, if y'all think that money don't run the world, if y'all think money don't run the world, that money is not more important. It's the top 3%, and everybody else don't matter. It's the top 3%. Then if you got a little bit of money and you're white, you're under that. Then come the middle class. Then come the poor whites, like Idaho, or those that's like in the trailer park, something like that. Then come the Oriental. Then come the Mexican and the blacks. That's your order. the businesses that are run by that top 3%, they run the government. They run the government. When are we going to deal with that? When we get it closed down. When Trump heard about this January 28th, he knew where the early cases we had were when we started testing. He could have had them shut down. He could have had Washington State shut down for 2 weeks. He could have closed the border and stopped all airplanes from coming in New York. No inter-travel flight. And he could have shut down New York. And New York wouldn't be what it is. New York almost has more deaths than any country in the world. If you put New Jersey and New York together, they got more deaths. They got more cases than any other country in the world. And they connected. They side by side. Why he didn't shut them down? Because guess what? You can't shut down Atlantic City. You got to let the dice roll, baby. You can't shut down New York. You got the Wall Street there. Can't stop the money. That money is more important than those people's lives. That money is more important than their lives. Ben says, killer cops racial profiling is the cause of riots, is the shadow, the consequences. The shadow of the consequences. Don't tell me they can't comprehend the cause and consequence dynamics. The protesters should take care of the Georgia Guidestones. As long as it stays standing, it means population is sleeping. This monument is an alarm system to know when people are waking up. Madame said the population agenda is working. So take a look at that document, 666 Toronto Protocol 1967. Ben says, thus the exception will be the detonator by which all historical society will collapse on itself in shortness of breath and unprecedented confusion. Coronavirus? You may have a point there, Ben. They say when you get on the ventilator, that's it. It's all right in your will. When they tell you you got to get on the ventilator, you got an 83% chance you ain't coming off of it. They say you ain't coming off it, buddy. 83% chance. Like I said, it's like walking down. You're on death row and it's your day. You walking down to go get in that chair or sit on that table, and you praying the governor call. You got your ear like this. As you then let down the hall, you like this. Come on, ring. Phone ring. They put you in that ventilator. You like, oh. Now, I'm being funny, but I'm telling the truth. It's not my fault I'm entertaining. I just, but I'm telling the truth. See, this is something that white people don't realize. We're so used to having the knee on our neck. We try to flourish with the knee on our neck. We try to flourish. And it trips me out that when you watch a horror film, it's always the black people that die first. We used to not having nothing. We ain't gonna die. We like cockroaches. We ain't dying first. That's your dream. We don't die first unless y'all kill us. But we the first ones to go in the movie. Make us look dumb as hell. Well, you're in the movie. We put you in it. What you crying about? Yeah, we make us look stupid. You sitting there telling us stories about how Jason come out and kill everybody in the camp, and then somebody die, and don't nobody go home. And then we the first to die. You tell me the man out there killing, and you say, Jack got killed last night. All right, time to go. It's time to go. It don't be us that's sitting there. It's the white people. We're gonna do it. We paid our money and we're gonna stay. We paid for 2 weeks and we're gonna stay. Black folks say, we got to go. We don't care what we paid. We got to go. See you. Or won't see you. We got to go. We gone. Not in the movies. We telling everybody to stay. It'll be all right. No, that's not real life. Real life, we say, hey, we ain't used to having nothing anyway. Supposed to have a vacation, don't have it. Hey, whatever, we gone. We ain't dying. See ya. We out of here. But it's the way the media wants you to believe. I remember the Friday 13th when they had the man in the outhouse taking a dump. And Jason put a spear through there. And that man sat there like this. Huh? He did it again. Oh! And then it was silence. I don't care if I had a turd hanging out my butt. I'm gone! He going to catch me. I'll be running with my pants down. He had to catch me. He ain't gonna sit there and wait for you to stab me while I'm on the toilet. Down. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? He was singing and his girlfriend was outside and he sang one part, she sang the other. She didn't sing. Somebody just put a spear that just missed you. You don't get up and run. You still, babe, you out there, babe. No, forget you, babe, I'm gone. Gee, forget that. I'll be Sonny and Cher, babe. I left you, babe. See you later, babe. I'm just giving you an example, y'all. I'm just saying. They ain't got us used to not having nothing. The YouTubers that I used to hang with, they think that I'm crazy. Cause I'll sit here and do a show and try to entertain y'all all day and won't get a donation. If they do a show in the first hour, they don't get a donation. They're like, see y'all, time for me to go. We having a good conversation. It don't matter. I gotta go. I ain't making no money here. So I go do something else. They say I'm crazy. Bro, Doc is crazy. Even Tommy said he'll sit over there with 5 people and he'll sit there 20 hours. Not make no money. He crazy. Big Damone told me, you work for free. I tell you one thing, if somebody said there's a tornado coming down the road, you better believe you'll never see me get this scooter down that stairs fast enough. You'll never see me run around and grab my valuables. I had to grab Davy's carrier and some USB cords. And I'll put Davey in a daggone pillowcase and tie her in. She won't like it. Till I can get to safety, then I'll rig up her courier to the basket in the back of the scooter. And then, you know, I'll tie it down and I'll put her in a courier. But we getting up out of here. Ain't gonna be no waiting. I ain't gonna, oh, what am I gonna do? Oh, dear me, you know, see ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Well, you know, if you leave, the vandals might come in and take your shoot. If God want me to live stream, he'll find a way for me to get another computer. Shoot, I ain't gonna think I'm gonna try and save. You just bought that computer. I don't care. Stimulus bought it, not me. I'm gone. I can get another computer. Can't get no me. Time to go. Gotta go. You see people trying to save stuff. Well, you gotta get this. Like, see ya. We got to hit the road. We used to having nothing. We can survive with nothing. Ben Adams says, now Bill Gates of hell have a new patent. WOTO20060606. Ben Adams said vaccination is in that protocol. He said, this riot triggers to disarm Americans. They need a reason to disarm like they needed 911 to invade Iraq. Bill Gates says 7 billion people should be vaccinated, and there is 7.5 billion humans. Godstone says keep the population under 500 million. Ben said mathematics show a strange complicity. 7.5 billion. 7 billions equals 500 millions. He said if Americans give up the right to bear arms, they will force vaccination. That's the thing. How do we keep them? They keep trying to take our arms. I give you on that. Everybody should be able to bear arms. If everybody have a gun, like I said, there'd be less shootings. In the beginning, the cowards would shoot, but then they get locked up. They get locked up real quick. But the problem would be who will be the advantage of the drug dealers? If everybody got guns, what advantage would they have? What would be the advantage of the armed robbers if everybody got guns? You pull a gun on me, as soon as you turn your back, I blow your head off. You know what I mean? And if you rob me, the person that's with me, as soon as you turn your head around, they blow your head off. You know, it would change the whole dynamic. If a woman walking to her car at night and she got a gun in her hand, and you come from behind and grab her, she can turn around and blow your head off. Or even worse, she might shoot you in the groin. Ain't nothing worse than that. It actually would help. But see, there are people who are scared of guns. Well, you know, I don't want to carry a gun. So I don't want nobody to have none. See, that's your problem. But see, they won't carry the guns, but their bodyguards will carry the guns. No, only the police should have guns. I don't trust no police, do y'all? I don't trust no police for my safety. Why y'all think I got so many weapons in here? You think I'm going to depend on the police? By the time they come here, you lay it out on the ground. Oh, what good are the police? They good to come clean it up. That's what they good for. Come on, get these bodies out of here. That's what they good for. Sitting around looking around. Where the police at? Where the police at? When I used to work in security, the boss would call the cops. And like I said, They would leave when the cops came. As soon as the cops left, you start seeing little kids come around the corner. And then when the cops leave, you see them run. And they run down there and tell them, hey, the cops gone. They come right back. All right, who called the police? I know it was you. Now when you come out, when you get off work and your tires is flat or your windows is busted out, then you'll know why. So who waiting on the police? I'm asking y'all, who's waiting on the police? Who in their right mind is going to sit around and wait for the bobo? Ben said, in a world where justice prevails, there should be no reason for guns, but today's reality shows it can serve a historical cause. Look, whether it's guns, whether it's swords, whether it's mallets, whether it's batons, whatever, if it's bricks, you see that they throwing bricks at the cops. If a man gonna use a weapon, he gonna use it. I remember a dude told me once, he said, you always got that, because I always carried 2 bottles. I had a big one and I had a little one. The little one was the one I used, but I carry a big one for intimidation. Dude was like, yeah, you got that mace on your hip. If you mace me, I'm going to come back and kill you. Well, the dude got his wish, because he was showing off for his friends, and he swung on me. And I maced him, and I kicked him right in his throat. And then I picked him up and body slammed him. Then I sat on top of him, and I was beating him in his head. His friends pulled me off, and I was going to take them on. They were like, nah, bro, enough. I'm still waiting to be shot. I'm still waiting. It's been about, so that was 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That was 7 years ago. I'm still waiting to be shot. I'm still waiting. For them first 2 weeks, every time I pulled up to the job, I was expecting him to be there ready to shoot me. He never came back at all. So, you say when nobody had to do prostitution to pay rent or sell dope and to buy food, no gun needed. I don't mind guns. But my problem is a gun should be your last resort. If 3 people gonna bank you and you pull a gun out and scare them off, that's when a gun is acceptable. If you had to shoot one of them in the leg and they run off, that's acceptable. Problem with that is the next time they come back, they all gonna have guns. Then what you gonna do? See, that's the problem. You hear what I'm saying? That's the problem. You said monetary system and voting system should be updated to today's reality. See, that's the problem you're gonna have. See, the police are scared because they know these young drug boys, they got Uzis, they got AK-47, they got real heat, and they got the little Glock. And they actually are they outgunned. The police are really outgunned. And so, yeah, well, you need to make gun laws so that we don't have to worry about them pulling out them big guns on us. If you going to step to somebody and you coming to arrest them and drag them out the house, I always tell you, when you do something to somebody, and you know what? Somebody stole it. Because I heard a girl in a live in the roast sector. She said it. Somebody sent it to me. She said it. When you attack somebody, you can tell somebody how to attack back. I've been saying that for years. And the people in the chat with Diane, did they tell you? I've been saying that for years. So if you come to my house and you got a battering ram, and you got a 9mm, and I bounce out, what the hell are you doing in my house? And I start shooting. Don't cry. Yeah, he had an AK-47. You shouldn't be breaking in my house. You got a problem with me, you say you got a problem with me. Wait for me to come outside and do something. I'm not going to bring the 47 outside while I'm going to work. But no, they so cowardly, they want to get you in your PJs. They want to get you while you sleep. They want to get you while you're making love to somebody. That's what they want to get you. They can come during the day and say, hey, we coming here with Johnny. Come on, Johnny. The place surrounded. Just come on, Johnny. Johnny, come on. You know what you did. Come on, boy. Because I can tell you something right now. It's a lot of small towns in the South. I guarantee you, the sheriffs and gone around to all the troublemakers and said, now y'all know it's riots going on. And let me tell you, you might not care about yourself. But if you go out here and you start rioting and tearing stuff down, we're not going to take it out on you. We're going to take it out on your grandparents. We're not going to take it out on you. We're going to take it out on your children. And that's why you only see the big cities doing it. I guarantee you. And going around and intimidate the people. People are intimidated. And they're tired. They're tired of being intimidated. You said unemployment and poverty is artificially orchestrated, reality. I'm going to tell you something. There ain't nothing wrong with the economy. They tell you it's down and all of that. No, it ain't. The top 3% ain't making their quota. That's when the economy bad. Long as they making their quota, they good. Everything good. When they ain't making no money in the top 3%, that's when they get mad. That's when it's the economy. As long as they're making money, the numbers don't matter. When they ain't making no money, then all of a sudden, look at this. Unemployment is at 17%. Yeah. But the people that's unemployed still got to pay bills. People that's unemployed still got to buy toilet paper. Still got to pay BG&E. They still got to buy napkins and plates and food. So, them being unemployed, they still got to buy stuff or they're going to starve. So how does that hurt the top 3%? How does that help? How does that hurt the top 3%? Whether you unemployed or not, you still got to eat. Whether you unemployed or not, you still got to pay your bills. You don't pay rent, you'll get thrown on the street. You got to find the money from somewhere. If you the top 3% and everybody else is struggling and you, like, you know, we only made $10 million this week, you know, close the reserves, raise the rates, because we only made a $10 million profit. That's not enough. No. I need at least 20 million. No. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry for you. Ron said nobody should stay without a job. Nobody should stay without a job. It's possible. There's plenty of people that's unemployed. They had to find some fat woman to live with. They got a job until they can get one. They have a name for them. They call Pookie and Ray Ray. Or Jerome. Better call Jerome. Tell him you messed up here, you need a new home. Somebody better get Jerome. Get him. I'm about to bust him upside the head with my phone. Let me stop. Ben says, imagine a lottery ticket, a piece of paper, could be worth $500 million. How? Just give people a job education and credit him by his dedication to valuable occupation. You still miss the point. You can get an education. Well, they don't want to hire you. What if somebody on the good old boy network need a job too? You better than them. See, you asking people to ignore their own to help you out. The same way you keep asking the cops to police the cops. The cops have their own union. The cops have their own review board. Do you understand what I'm saying? You asking the people to monitor themselves. And you expect them to be fair. That's why I say when you have to keep begging somebody, you got to take what they give you. That's why, you know, I don't get the donations the other people get, but I don't depend on them. There are some people that do this for their job. They depend on it. I learned out with the Wi-Fi back in 2018 when people said they would pay for it, and then the time came to pay and they didn't. I learned real quick. Don't depend. Don't depend on them. If you in need, ask. Otherwise, don't depend on it. But you got people that they be homeless if people didn't donate. They be living in their car. It's nice and appreciate it. But I'll still do the show if nobody don't donate. He says, same as they get proof for a crime and can give it a death sentence, just record the time indicated on occupation valuable subject for the people, then credit him sane as you give him death sentence. I think the process for the death sentence is too long. It's got to be nerve-wracking to sit on death row for 25 years, not knowing whether you died or not. That's rough right there. Let me see. I think I put him to the side. Is this him? Oh, yeah, that's when it was fun. Is he on now? It should pop right up. Wait a minute. It should have popped up. Why it didn't pop up? We asked you on this channel. It didn't pop up. Maybe he not live. Let's find out. He is live. I should have asked Snazzy for the link. That's why I should have. What's his name? Who is he? What's his name? All right, y'all. It's 8:49 there. They got an 8 o'clock curfew. Look at him. He got a trailer for the water. He ain't got no shirt on, ain't got no mask on. Somebody should spit the CV right on your chest.
All right, let's get it, man. Let's get it. Things have cooled down. I done rejuvenated myself from walking in Minnesota. Shit. That shit was hot.
What was hot?
That shit was hot.
What we missed?
We gotta get a good spot. We gotta get a good spot. I see the spot. I see the spot. What's up, bro? I see the spot.
The hooligans come out at night.
Good to see you. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, hello.
No mask on.
I just want to say thank you so much to everyone out here. So much love to everyone out here. Thank you to all my brothers and sisters. Every fucking color. All of you. You are so strong. You are so powerful. You are
Jacqueline, no justice, no peace.
Ben Adams says what I mean, if a human being investing his time for benefits, humanity then it's a value. Money is created by the simple occupation of that person given his time. That's why I'm saying new monetary system. Okay. I know you got more than 19 viewers. I got 5. Hold on, this is the man right here. He got 1,165 watts. Come on, man.
Viewers, man. 19. 2 women and 17 men. 17, 2. Wow. Where's Smooth at? Where's Smooth? Oh shit, I can die as hell. Hey, Smooth. I went down to downtown Minnesota, man. I started my video. Hold on, is he here? Hey, Smooth, I went down to Minnesota today. Downtown. Started my video at the Vikings stadium and ended it there.
Yeah, he just got $25 donation. You had to make sure I saw that, didn't you? Had to make sure I saw that, didn't you? Just had to rub it in.
Minister Brother Derrick. What's up, Minister?
Hello. Hey, man.
Minister Brother Derrick. Let's get it, man. Oh. No, I'm cool. I'm okay. No, man. No, you good. I just want to know. Oh, really? Thank you.
It's George Floyd. My name is George Floyd. That's to be my name too. George. But I thank you for coming here. I came here because I am a person who loves you. I'm a person who appreciates God. But I think that is something that this country has forgotten. And why is that so? It is so because we have these people come here to hijack.
Thank you, Reno. Thank you, Reno. Big.
And that is wrong. So I left where I went. And I came here today to share a message of hope. A message of faith. Out of you, Minneapolis, will rise a leader that will make George Floyd's spirit to march his mind, not just here, but across the world.
Do something real quick, chat. Hold on.
That family is the most basic unit of any society. And because of that family, we must heal this community. We must heal this community because if we don't heal this community, then this city will never heal.
Hey, Erdem. Thank you, Erdem. Appreciate you. Shout out to Erdem. Jacqueline, no peace, no justice. Mac Gotts, prayers can take. Prayers can take. Knowledge and wisdom home to make a change in this community. Stream is the best, for sure, for sure. Eat it. Erdem, again, funny pack side of the game. Oh, fanny pack side of the game. Dan Peters, thanks for the work out there.
All right, y'all, I'm getting on these people here. I'm attacking them now. They don't know what they're messing with. They don't know what they're messing with.
The footage and send it to the publishers. Real shit.
No.
Ruby, fuck you. Gabriel, okay, that's not enough. Good. He got food until Friday, but yeah, I gotta get back over there. Yeah, man. Andrew Settle, keep killing the Reds. You kept us informed. Appreciate it. Let's get it on. Let's listen to what the message is.
They call the police.
I just had to regroup. I was burnt.
Don't make excuses.
Now we're gonna be able to hear the message. Moment of silence. Yeah, got a good bullhorn. Hear the message.
Link up, everybody, link up.
All right, y'all. I just got timed out. I just got timed out by the whistles in the chat. Somebody timed me out. So let's look back on out of here. I just got timed out in the chat, y'all. People in the chat over there were trying to talk trash. I had to put it on them. They timed me out. Cowards. They timed me out. I told them point blank, why are y'all sitting there, standing in front of that building when the people in that building is the reason why the cops were called? It's their fault that man is dead. And why don't you come up here and do it? I said, send me a bus ticket. And I told him, I said, how you gonna make a memorial next to the place that got that man killed? That's a slap in his face. That mean not. You gonna put a memorial next to the place or the place that got the man killed. If they didn't call the police, he ain't dead. Well, you know, we need to forgive. So all those stores that got burnt down Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, all those stores that got burnt down didn't have nothing to do with that man dying. But the store that started it all is still standing and y'all in front of it. How dumb do y'all look? Ah, they got mad. They got mad. They got mad. They got mad at me, y'all. That's why I don't go in other people's chats, because when I go in there and start telling them the truth, they don't want to hear. They want to time you out. They want to go over there and feel good. You feel good about burning down all them businesses. People ain't done nothing to that man, but y'all won't do shit. And I said shit to the people that did something to him. Y'all talk all that trash. Won't do shit to George Zimmerman. Talked all that trash. Won't do shit to the 4 cops that beat up Rodney King. I guarantee you, the people in Kentucky ain't done shit to them cops that shot the Breonna girl. I guarantee you, McMichael, Brody, the McMichaels and Brody, Roddy, whatever they call them, sitting down there in the jail. I bet you nobody in the jail ain't done shit to them. Y'all talk a good game, but y'all don't do nothing. That's why they wait. They wait for you, go ahead and destroy some businesses. Somebody that ain't bothering you. That's what you do. You beat up people that ain't bothering you. You bother stuff that ain't bothering you. You get your anger out, and then you want to sit around and just go, hey, hey. I was over there in Reg Live, where we was at. I was in there typing. That's why y'all wasn't full screen. I was in there typing. Just like I'm not full screen now. And see, I'm typing. We was over there. I was showing y'all the same thing. I was over there typing. I was typing my heart out. I went over there and jumped on him. I got timed out. I told them they need some real leadership. How dumb does it look? Dumb people called the police on that man for 20 hours. I don't care what nobody say. I've been a cashier at 6 different businesses. And all of them been the same. They give you a marking pen and they give you one of them lights. And you supposed to inspect every bill. They don't care about the dollars. But all the 5, 10, 20s, and 100s, you got to inspect them. That's your job. And if you take bad money, it come out your check. If you take bad money, it come out your check. But let me guess, foreigners don't do that, right? Foreigners don't do that, right? Is that what it is? I'm just asking y'all, foreigners don't believe in that. I worked at several national chains. And all the policies are the same. If you take a bad bill, you eat it. You pay for it. You allow them, you finish the transaction. Now, it's different if you at a restaurant and the people run, they give you a bad bill and run out the door, and you ain't got no security, then that's different. But this was, somebody came in and bought a pack of cigarettes. I worked at many a store. The Newports, the Camels, all the good cigarettes are at the back. Now, the Riots and the fake stuff that nobody want, the little $3 cigarette packs, they'll have them in the front. Don't nobody want that crap. He went in there and got a pack of Newports. Here in Maryland, they cost 7 something. In New York, they cost 12 something. I don't know what they cost in Minnesota. But I know for a fact, nobody should die for a pack of cigarettes. Explain to me why we got a dead man over a pack of cigarettes. If I went and cashed my check and I went to go pay my rent and I didn't check the money and they said, hold on, you got a fake 20 in here. I took the fake 20. It had been 2 days. Now I'm supposed to go back there, ask them for the fake 20 back, call the police, meet the police over there and say, hey, they gave me this fake 20 2 days ago. I took the 20. I left the store. Once you leave the store, that's it. You can't come back, you gave me this fake money. You left with it. That's on you. You can't come back 2 days later. That's like somebody buying a bag of Doritos, eating half the bag, come back and say, these bag of Doritos are not the real Doritos. These are the wise versions. Somebody stuck them in the Dorito bag. You ate half of them, so go ahead and eat the rest. They must have been good because you ate half of them. Think I'm going to give you a whole new bag? I can't resell this. Now, if you brought the bag back and said, hey, this bag is mislabeled, then I'll take the bag back and let you pick out a fresh one. But once you leave that store, I ain't got to do nothing because you left with it. You were fine. Y'all understand? Yeah, somebody gave you fake money. You know, you took it, but I'm trained to look for it. And this is not real. Please give me another bill. That's all they had to say. They called the police on the man. We don't even know if the transaction was finished. Did he have the cigarettes? If the transaction was never finished, what's the crime? Did he get the cigarettes? Does anybody know? See, I asked the questions. Because if he didn't get the cigarettes and the change back, there is no crime. If they told him he had a fake bill and sent him away, where's the crime? If they finished the transaction, that man was sitting right outside. They knew the man was still there. They could have went and said, hey, buddy, you gave me a fake 20. But instead, they called the police. That's cowardly, one. And two, you got a man dead. For nothing. But they sitting there in front of that store, going in there buying stuff from the man that have him on the ground. It was vindictive for them to call the police over $20. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. That was evil. That was the devil. Well, like I said, he worked security for a strip club. A stripper could have gave him that 20 for watching out for her and walking her to her car. She might not have known it was fake. We don't know. But the point is, if you're a trained cashier, you won't take a fake 20. If you're a trained cashier, you will not take a fake 20. If you're an untrained foreigner and don't know how to do your job, you're going to take a bad bill. And then you're going to get mad about it. I'm going to call the police on him. Why the heck would you call the police on a black man when he ain't done... That's what I'm saying. And suppose he had left and you realized that happened. I would wait till the next time he came in and say, look, you gave me this bill, man. It's not real. Now I need a real 20 for this, please. If he was a good person, he would say, I understand. Here's 20. Give me this back. I'll tear it up. Or give him the option. Maybe he got it from somebody. Let him go back and say, hey, you gave me a fake 20. You didn't do that. You called the police on him. That's my issue. That's my issue with it. Now he's sitting there burning all that stuff down. And that store that started it all is still standing. And they're going to defend it. Man, I tell you, you can't do nothing with these people. You can't do nothing with them. They are defending it. And you wonder why I made the video when you will laugh at you. Look at them out there. Ain't nothing gonna change. We'll just wait till they ain't mad no more. It'll go back to normal. We'll be doing the same thing. How come I can see that and they can't? How come I can see that and they can't? And they're going to ask me, well, why don't you come out there? Banana says, I'm wondering, Bam said he might got fake money and not notice. I'm wondering how many fake bills they found in him. Even they found a bricks of fake, maybe high something, and they gave him $1,000 fake. Well, I can tell you, if it was if it was $1,000 bill, yes. Ben Am said this very scenario happened to me. Store told me it's a fake and I gave another bill. Did they call the police on you? Did they try to have you locked up? Why would this man be handcuffed for $20? Somebody explain it to me. Why was he being handcuffed for $20? So suppose they had called the police on you and you sitting out there in your car and the police roll up and say, hey buddy, I need to talk to you. You're like, oh, what I do, officer? Yeah, they said you gave a fake $20 bill in there. That's what they said, and I gave him another bill, and they said that was fine. So what's the problem, officer? Well, yeah, come on, get out the car. Well, get out the car for? There's no crime done. Yesterday, you tried to pass a fake bill. And when corrected, I gave them another bill. They didn't lose anything. Where's the crime? I'm sure that's what you would have said, Ben Adam. So how is that an arrestable offense? Now, if you had bust somebody in the back of their head and took $20 from them, that's an arrestable offense. You pulled a gun on somebody and all they had was $20 and you took it. That's an arrestable offense. Man said he forced the man to accept his money, then okay. You can't force nobody to take the money unless you put a gun to his head. God damn it. Remember to shoot you. Take this 20, god damn it. You gonna take this 20. I'm just saying, how you sit there and try to justify. I mean, I'm just trying to, how can they justify it? And then they're going to sit there and put the memorial and have everything right there at that store. I would, man. And they going in there buying stuff and what? If he'd have robbed the store, at least he would have done something. If somebody give you a bad bill and you don't know it and you try to use it, if you get corrected, you ain't happy about it, but you know, you do what you gotta do. But I mean, sit there and say, you know, I'm gonna call the police anyway, you know. Daggone Negro trying to come in here and give me a fake 20. Let me call the police. Let me call that police on them. They're gonna put the man on them. That's why I say, why they not angry with the clerk? And then the owner gonna make a video. Yeah, you know, it's sad what happened. We didn't intend for that to happen. Matter of fact, the clerk, when she called me, she was crying. She said they killed that man. So, you know, we're very sorry, and you know, we'll pay for the funeral. I don't want you to pay for the funeral. I would want my relative back. I would want my brother back, my son back. What are you gonna pay for the funeral? What the hell? Well, he said he paid for the funeral, so we forgive him. Yeah, whatever, man. But the people whose stores got destroyed, they didn't do nothing to this man. But you destroyed all of that. The first place they should have started with was that store. You say, why was he forced by guns to accept fake money? He already got the gun. It's better. Yeah, you right, man. That's why I say this doesn't make no sense. But don't get mad because somebody come at you with logic. Don't get mad when somebody say, hey, you're not making no sense. If I was at a store and something bad happened to me, I wouldn't go back in that store. But you know that them people are that evil that they will call the police on you for something this small. I don't understand. That's why I keep asking. And they sitting there in front of the building. That's what killed me. If you ain't gonna take the building down, you took down every daggone thing else. You want to take that building down? You sitting out there dancing and having prayer vigils. Got your anger at the wrong place. They're gonna tell me, well, why don't you go out there and burn it down? I said, send me a bus ticket. Let me go out there and give them some real leadership. Give me a bus ticket so I can get out there. I said, this argument, you ain't gonna win. And they timed me out. That's why I say, I tell my people all the time and they don't believe it. Everybody can't survive in this chat. Because I'm not going to let you say something simple and not call you on it. I'm going to call you out. We don't even really get trolled anymore. They know I'm not gonna get mad. I'm gonna call them out. If I could get up there, you think I wouldn't want to be up there filming, getting all them views? If I could get up there, you think I wouldn't go? Instead of riding on everybody else's coattail, you think I wouldn't rather be out there in the front? Shoot. You know the views I get with the questions I ask? People will be like, oh no, Muhammad Hart gonna get killed. He up there asking the National Guard while they standing there. They gonna kill him. Muhammad Hart gonna get killed, y'all. I'll be right there. Shoot. I'll be asking the people, why are you burning down this stuff? Why are you not burning down the building that started it all? I'll be right there. What are you, sick in the head? When you come out tomorrow, you ain't gonna have no place to go. But one place you should never go is this daggone place again. Let's take it down. You gonna take something down? Take that down. If you're gonna take something down, take that down. And hopefully, nobody will rebuild it and it'll sit there as a memorial. That's what you should be doing. If you're going to do that. But one thing you shouldn't do is never go in there again. And you should let the owner and all the workers know, we see you in this neighborhood, we're going to do something to you. We don't want you around here. Why would you want that kind in your neighborhood? Because they're going to do it again. They did it once. Why do they want to do it again? Ben said they should be the first store taken down, the one that called the police on. Yeah, they out there having a vigil in front of it. They have made a memorial on it and everything. The fact that somebody would go in there and buy something after what them people did. They should find out where the owner live at and where them employees live at. Shake him down and find out what employee was it. And they should go find him. Nope, they won't do that. All the officers are alive. And they burning down people's stuff that ain't had nothing to do with it. But when I ask how that makes sense, you shouldn't ask that. Don't worry about it. It's none of your business. You should be talking about peace. Where was the peace when you was burning down them innocent people's stuff? Where was that peace at? Yeah, they ain't got to kill them, but they scared the heck out of them, so they won't do it again. Because I guarantee you they're going to do it again. 5 or 6 years from now, everybody ain't forgot. They're going to do it again. They probably gonna leave that store, open up another one 2 towns over, and do the same thing again. Man talking about he's sorry. You ain't sorry. He ain't say he fired that employee. Bet you that. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that employee gonna be working. When this is over, that employee gonna be in that same place. Yeah. Yeah, I'm live. We live and we over here telling the truth. You want to come join us? Prayer Nab, come join us. We talking the truth over here. I'll ask you the question I've been asking since this started? I'll ask you, sir. Or ma'am, don't know. Let me ask you. Why do you think that it's appropriate for them to be at the business that got George Floyd killed? They burnt down the businesses that had nothing to do with George Floyd getting killed, but they sitting there having visuals and got all kinds of memorials and all kinds of decorations on that building. The people in that building got that man killed. You say you from India? Well, what do y'all do in India? If somebody come in there with a bad bill, do you call the police? Are your cashiers not trained to know the difference between a good bill and a bad bill? Because here in America, you trained. I don't know. And they here in America. You supposed to have a marking pen, and you supposed to have a flashlight, and you supposed to inspect the bill. You mark it to make sure that it's gold. It's got to be a light gold. And you got to look for the USA symbol. It's a USA symbol on the right-hand side of the bill. So I go all the way down. It says USA all the way down. If the bill don't have that on there, you can't take it. That's cashier 101. He bought a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes are behind the counter. So the cashier got the control. You don't give the cigarettes until they give you the money. So you get the money, you check it out. If it's good, you give them that cigarettes and you give them that change. If it's bad, you got a choice. Hand it back to them and say, give me a real bill, please. Or you hold the bill and say, give me this bill's fake. And you put it to the side. They say, well, you gonna keep my, I said, I am. If you want it, come back with the police. And if they come back with the police, you give it to the officer. If the officer want to give it back to him, that's his discretion. But you've done your job. You've taken that bill off the market so that the other vendors in the area won't get that bill. Now, if the cop give it back to him, ain't nothing you can do. You done what you could do. That's your job. But the customer got to get the cop, not you. There's no need for you to call the police. You are trained how to take that money. If you're not trained, you shouldn't be doing it. If you are not trained, I see people at the flea market. They got the little table up, but they got a marking pen. Next time you go to the flea market, see if there ain't somebody sitting there with a marking pen checking your money. But these people in this store don't have a marking pen. They don't know how to look and see the USA symbol. I'm supposed to believe that. If you a trained cashier and somebody bring you a bad bill and you don't check it, the boss make you pay for it. That's your job. No, it's not an obligation. If the person look violent or might have a gun on them, I give them the fake 20 back and say, give me a real one. And then I would send another employee to the other stores after he left, tell them, keep an eye out for somebody trying to pass the fake 20. See, you look out for each other. There was no need to call the police. There was no need to call the police. That's my point. But if they didn't call the police, he wouldn't be dead, would he? If they didn't call the police, that man wouldn't be dead. That man is dead. Dead. That man is dead. I said dead. That man is dead. Sorry, that's Baltimore slang. That man is dead for $20. I hope my life is worth more than $20. I hope that my life is worth more than $20. That shows you. $20. A man is dead for $20. The cop that had his knee on his neck worked with him as security at the bar. He could have went down to the bar and got $20 toward that man check and came back up and said, here, I got $20 from the job. Here you go, here you $20. If you wanted to go that far, you go enough far to lock him up. You said it's his obligation to go back where he got that fake. I don't like anyone keeping my money. I don't have time to call the cops to collect my money. But see, that's an option that the cashier has. That's an option. They can just hand you the money back and say, give me a real one. Or they can hold it. No, I'm not letting you put this back out here. But if you want these cigarettes, I need some real money. They got the option of doing that. It's an option. You know what I'm saying? It is an option. Because because in reality, if you don't remember where you got it from, where are you going to take it? I'm just asking you. I haven't seen that on the books anywhere, but I do know that at the 6 stores I've been at, the policy been the same. So it's common practice. And I've cashiered at restaurants, convenience stores. I even cashiered at a small club. You say the Secret Service handled counterfeit money. They should have called them to further investigate. I'm trying to figure out, what did you call the police for? And you gonna have a man arrested for $20. $20. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. If they was going to burn any store, it should have been that one. If they was going to burn any store, it should have been that one. But see, that anger is on the police. But who called the police? That's what I'm bringing up. They don't want to talk about that. Who called? The police didn't just meet up with him and say, come on, boy, you're going to jail. No, they were called. Somebody sicked them on him. Like you sick a pit bull on somebody. You can't sick a pit bull on somebody and not expect them to come back at you when they get bit. You can't expect it. But they sitting there yelling, and we'll pay for the funeral and everything. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Because somebody should be getting ready for your funeral. I'll pay for the funeral. Shoot, at least they ain't blaming us. They ain't trying to kill us. Yeah. I'll pay for it. Yeah, no. Whatever you want, whatever you need, yeah. Don't kill me. Yeah. And see, that's what I say. There's a disconnect between your generations. Yeah, they mad at the cop, but who sick the cop? Ma'am said this should be very clearly indicate in all business and state they may have reminder signs everywhere because they get scared to get sued and they don't have any reminder on location. You're right, Ben Adam, but also Naya said perhaps a lawsuit against them will send a message. Yep, I haven't heard nobody mention that. That man's suing everybody else. Why don't he sue them people? You called them. You civilly liable. You called that police for $20. $20. Now let's keep in mind that the officer worked with George Floyd. Let's keep in mind that George Floyd was dating a white woman. But they opened the door for the police to come. If they don't call the police, there's no problem. You got to go to the source of the problem. Yes, the cops committed the crime, but they called the cops. Without them calling the cops don't come. The cops don't come, there's no crime. You say, any thoughts on this military talk? Military talk about what, Tommy? They out there singing Kumbaya song when you know and I know that a month from now it's going to go back. The haves are going to have, the middle class is going to have some, and the black people at the bottom are going to be the have-not. It ain't going to change. Ain't nothing going to change. All they doing is waiting for y'all to stop being mad. Trump said he would send the military. Yeah, whatever. There need to be a shakeup. That wouldn't need to be done. They need to bring out all the records of all the police cases, and let's see who's corrupt and who ain't. And the corrupt people need to get out. That's what need to happen. That's what should come out of this. Seriously, if y'all don't want to go after the people, then let's try to prevent it from happening again. If the state does not send the National Guard, Trump says he will take care of it with the military. So if he send the military in and they shoot the kids up, all that's going to do is make the kids hate him even more. And then suppose the kids say, okay, we're going to start picking off officials. Then what? You open up a can of worms, are they sure that they're going to be able to do it? Are they going to be able to open up a can of that can of worms? They got to be able to do it. Minnesota already look weak. They put a curfew out there and they ain't enforcing it. They let them sit out there all night and burn stuff and loot and pillage and then do nothing. Now it's happening across the country. Yeah, long as it's not from the BBC or long as it's not from the BBC or what's that place called? The Daily something and TMZ. Long as it's not from one of them, I'll play it. I'm just saying, I bring the truth, and I'm not going to back down, even if I'm out of my territory. I'm not going to back down from the truth. People want to hear what they want to hear. That's fine. Y'all stay over there and do what you want to do. I got my own platform. Might not be as big. But people can come over here and say what they think. Even if we don't agree. I'm going to call you out on it. But I ain't going to block you. I'll call you out.
This idea needs a website, so go to
Shucks. Who it is? Oh. Should be okay. All right, y'all. Our prayers.
Thank you very much.
Y'all can say it.
My fellow Americans, my first and highest duty as president is to defend our great country and the American people. I swore an oath to uphold the laws of our nation, and that is exactly what I will do. All Americans were rightly sickened and revolted by the brutal death of George Floyd. My administration is fully committed that for George and his family, justice will be served. He will not have died in vain. But we cannot allow the righteous cries and peaceful protesters to be drowned out by an angry mob. The biggest victims of the rioting are peace-loving citizens in our poorest communities. And as their president, I will fight to keep them safe. I will fight to protect you. I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters. But in recent days, our nation has been gripped by professional anarchists, violent mobs, arsonists, looters, criminals, rioters, Antifa, and others. A number of state and local governments have failed to take necessary action to safeguard their residents. Innocent people have been savagely beaten, like the young man in Dallas, Texas, who was left dying on the street, or the woman in upstate New York, viciously attacked by dangerous thugs. Small business owners have seen their dreams utterly destroyed. New York's finest have been hit in the face with bricks. Brave nurses who have battled the virus are afraid to leave their homes. A police precinct has been overrun here in the nation's capital. The Lincoln Memorial and the World War II Memorial have been vandalized. One of our most historic churches was set ablaze. A federal officer in California, an African-American enforcement hero, was shot and killed. These are not acts of peaceful protest. These are acts of domestic terror. The destruction of innocent life and the spilling of innocent blood is an offense to humanity and a crime against God. America needs creation, not destruction. Cooperation, not contempt. Security, not anarchy. Healing, not hatred. Justice, not chaos. This is our mission, and we will succeed. 100%, we will succeed. Our country always wins. That is why I am taking immediate presidential action to stop the violence and restore security and safety in America. I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Therefore, the following measures are going into effect immediately. First, we are ending the riots and lawlessness that has spread throughout our country. We will end it now. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets. mayors and governors must establish an overwhelming law enforcement presence until the violence has been quelled. If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them. I am also taking swift and decisive action to protect our great capital, Washington, D.C. What happened in this city last night was a total disgrace. As we speak, I am dispatching thousands and thousands of heavily armed soldiers, military personnel, and law enforcement officers to stop the rioting, looting, vandalism, assaults, and the wanton destruction of property. We are putting everybody on warning. Our 7 o'clock curfew will be strictly enforced. Those who threaten innocent life and property will be arrested, detained, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I want the organizers of this terror to be on notice that you will face severe criminal penalties and lengthy sentences in jail. This includes Antifa and others who are leading instigators of this violence. One law and order, and that is what it is. One law. We have one beautiful law. And once that is restored and fully restored, we will help you, we will help your business, and we will help your family. America is founded upon the rule of law. It is the foundation of our prosperity, our freedom, and our very way of life. But where there is no law, there is no opportunity. Where there is no justice, there is no liberty. Where there is no safety, there is no future. We must never give in to anger or hatred. If malice or violence reigns, then none of us is free. I take these actions today with firm resolve and with a true and passionate love for our country. By far, our greatest days lie ahead. Thank you very much, and now I'm going to pay my respects to a very, very special place. Thank you very much.
Why he answering my question? All right, we need everybody on alert. We don't miss none of the action. Oh, the coverage ended. Okay, what's this? This is live.
And seeing the numbers in Dallas County are going back up. There's certainly high numbers at the jail of not just inmates, but also jailers and people that work at the jail. And so to have all, and I asked him that, I said, you guys are arresting people, you arrested 100 people and you're possibly going to arrest more tonight, yet you're worried about COVID and you're trying to release people from the jail so that they don't get infected. And now you're going to put all these people there. They have all these people like jammed on into buses and vans yesterday, as well as down at DPD headquarters. And so possibly, I guess what they're seeing now is the decision not to do that because of the threat. These protesters, while they are peaceful, they were, there on the bridge. They weren't causing any problems, but they were blocking a thoroughfare. So, but again, there's just a lot of confusion at the top of the Dallas Police Department about how to handle this whole situation. Officers say that they have been getting mixed orders, from the beginning they were told not to arrest anybody, and then they were told to arrest somebody, and then they were told not to arrest. And there's just been not a consistent message from the commanders at the Dallas Police Department about how to deal with this. Chris.
All right, thank you very much, Rebecca. And again, I just want to bring people up to date. If you are just joining us, this has been the activity on the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge for quite some time now. And now we can see a group of protesters walking that way. But again, just to widen out now and give you a sort of a bird's eye view of what's been happening, the protesters left the area around the courthouse and were going west on the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge, which is just outside of the curfew zone. And that's when the police started to move in on basically all sides and blocking them from crossing over into the eastbound lane and coming up in front of them and behind them. Some of the officers were telling them to lie there on the ground. And we saw some of them kneeling and being arrested one by one. Let's get out to our political reporter, Jason Whiteley, now to get some insight on what he's been seeing and hearing so far tonight. Jason's on the phone with us now. Jason, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Chris. You know, I guess the bottom line here is keep in mind there are two different groups of people we have seen in Dallas and Fort Worth nationwide. There are protesters, then there are the rioters and the looters. The people we're watching right now on the bridge that you see on your screen right here, these are protesters. There's nothing to riot or loot on the bridge right there. You have 300 people up there. I mean, we heard Chief Harvey a moment ago say it's going to take as long as it would take if they were arrested. The police department does not want to arrest 300 people for peaceful protests. Yes, they are violating law. Yes, they are in the middle of a bridge. But the cops don't want to go in there and spend their entire night, a lot of man hours, actually doing that. Here's the takeaway, I think, Chris and Cynthia, though. Think about this for a moment. This was a strategic move by protesters. Just a mile back to the east, less than that probably, is Riverfront Boulevard. Riverfront Boulevard is the cutoff for the curfew zone. So these guys strategically thought about where can we go tonight to cause a disruption, to get attention, but not necessarily be arrested. So they chose this location here. As I drive the bridge frequently, the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge. It's not a super busy bridge. The Woodall Rogers, as you drive west of the Woodall Rogers through downtown under the tunnel past the Perot Museum, it dumps into the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge if you don't get on 35 north or 35 south. I guess my takeaway as I watched this tonight, a lot of people were thinking, a lot of leaders were thinking that, you know what, Friday was bad, Saturday was bad, Sunday in Dallas we had a curfew. Maybe Monday, everyone who's out here is going to go home because they have to go back to work on Monday morning. My takeaway from this tonight is what we are seeing, these protests, not the rioting and the looting necessarily, but the protests, the nonviolent protests, they are sustained. They are not going away anytime soon. This is happening after hours. It's happening at a time when people may have gotten off work. Who knows about that? But at the end of the day, police officers do not want to arrest 300 or so people. It would take forever to process them, and these folks are not making any, massive crime here. Sure, they're blocking probably dozens of cars, but we're not talking about a major thoroughfare. It's an iconic bridge, but it's not super busy, especially this time of night, Chris and Cynthia.
Jason, as I looked at all these protesters and discussions with Chief Harvey and Rebecca Lowe.
What about here?
Further to the east, but that was rather interesting. You would think that they would have stayed here and focused on this crowd if their goal was to get them to disperse, but it looks like they got in here for a few minutes and are now leaving the scene.
Eliana, I wonder if it had anything to do with the fact the protesters got down there on the street with their arms raised over their heads. We've seen banners saying, hands up, and that's what they did. It's kind of a slogan that's been attached to many of these protesters. Do you think that had any effect on the sheriff's officers who were there and then they just left?
It very well could be, Chuck. Or the other thing that I'm thinking is there are a number of other calls in the area, calls that I could describe as more pressing. We know that there's still quite a bit of looting going on in the area, and we have seen dozens upon dozens of arrests. So you saw the sheriff's helicopter there in my shot just about a minute ago. I'll see if I can capture him one more time. But I know there he is. He's monitoring everything from up above, so he very well could have told the deputies on the ground, hey, I'll keep an eye on these guys. You guys continue on to those more pressing calls, and I'll just keep you posted on where they go from here, because besides blocking traffic, and there really isn't too much traffic at this point, these protesters really haven't been causing any issues. They have not been responsible for any of the vandalism or looting that we have seen today. And now they're continuing here eastbound on Sunset, coming up to Hayward.
You know, we can tell you our other chopper's in the air as well. News Chopper 4 Bravo. It's on its way to Riverside. We understand there are as many as 200 to 300 protesters in the downtown area there, sort of where the Mission Inn is, if you're familiar with that area. I was monitoring some of the pictures coming in upstairs. We know that sheriff's deputies and Riverside PD are getting ready to move in on them. So we'll keep an eye on the situation. We'll get to that. Ileana, this is one area in Hollywood right now, Hayward and Sunset. You've been flying all over this afternoon. Can you give us an idea of where some of the larger groups of protesters are right now, other than this?
This is probably the largest group that we've seen within this last hour, but we did go take a look at that protest group in the Westwood area. That was the group that you saw on the 405 freeway near the Wilshire Boulevard exit. We went to go take a look at those protesters to see where they were, and we actually found a good number of them. I'm going to say at least 24, if not 36 people, very close to, I believe it's going to be Beverly Glen and Wilshire, roughly that area near the golf course. And we saw that they were all being taken into custody by the LAPD. We did not notice any protesters near the Westwood Federal Courthouse. That whole area has cleared. The freeway has cleared, but we did notice that a number of the individuals that had been involved in that protest that eventually ended off on the 405 freeway, a lot of those people.
Bridge, where for the past few hours now,
okay, we were already there.
Heard it.
We were already there.
Anybody
else live?
Eliana, was this group at all part of the other group that was over on Hollywood Boulevard where you showed us? I guess there were 20.
Yeah, they have them in Memphis too. All right, we in Memphis now, y'all. Memphis, Tennessee.
We're walking back to our cars here. We're on Poplar Avenue. Live streaming. There's some Tennessee State Troopers.
No looting today. Well, it's been looting.
This has been a subdued protest tonight. You can see a heavy law enforcement presence up there. Curfew is now in effect. Some barricades. That's Civic Center Plaza right there. So on my left is Memphis. This is the Shelby County building. This is a City of Memphis building that houses the police department and the Housing Community Development Department, among others.
But nothing going on here. So if Trump made it a 6 o'clock curfew, why aren't they enforcing it?
20 people lined.
I'm just asking. All right, so go back and go to search and
Thank you very much.
they ain't live. Go into the channel.
All right. What's up to everybody online?
Yesterday.
No Muslim marches. This drill goes into underneath the river.
Police vehicle starting to sample equipment.
They not live. You know what I'm saying? They don't leave today. They said they need a reason. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I seen what it was, and I was like, man, you should just leave like right now. It was Tuesday. And I had some things I needed to do that I could have put off. But it was 11 a.m. It was 11 a.m. Tuesday. And I said, if you leave right now, about 10:30, it was 10:30 Tuesday. I said, if you leave right now, you'll be there. I would have got here and hold on. Oh.
Hey, right there, they died. I can't believe. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, John Doe. Tina Marie. Rick James, bitch. Crazy.
So they have an 8 o'clock curfew, and it's 10:06 right now. Tommy says, but the military is for any governor who does not send National Guard military against its own citizens. Crazy stuff, if you ask me, man.
Oh, okay. I see why bricks. I see why the bricks on the stream be getting. I finally caught it. That's what's up.
Alrighty, y'all. I see
Be a class clown too, man.
They have an 8 o'clock curfew. I say it again, and it's 10 o'clock there. So that means 2 hours. So you trying to tell me that they letting them come out there again? Curfew been in effect for 3 days, and they ain't paid it no mind.
Not again. Are you serious? Oh man, they really feel that way. They really feel that way. I don't think they're gonna come, man. I know the police is thinking about, like, you know, this is the 1 week anniversary of that man's death, and law enforcement probably know that a lot of people is mourning, like, really heavily, but now here it go again. All the white boys are going to be building fences. All the white boys are about ready to be building fences. They finna lock us in. They're going to lock us in. Here we go again. Well, all the white people, they're getting ready to make the fortified fort. They're getting ready to make the fort. They be serious about this shit.
They're going to drive right through it.
What's up, Cash Flow?
They're going to drive right through it, y'all. There's one guy that got a fire extinguisher, but if you're going to block them, what are you going to hit them with? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? If you're going to block them, what are you going to hit them with?
Yeah.
Do y'all understand? If you're going to block them, what are you going to hit them with?
You think so? I don't think so. I don't think so, Cash. So I think they're gonna be like, you know, people mourning because of the 1 week anniversary. I don't know. I just don't believe they'll show up. They out there though. They out there. We seen them. I seen they station. It's on my videos. They stationed down there in the well, there's some there at the police department in downtown Minneapolis. There's some stationed right downtown by the police department. Then they was rolling out deep. That was caught on video too. Like maybe 3 different squads were going out of military. I don't know, probably about like 6, 7 deep vehicles. Yeah, no problem, Mama, really.
Where the trampoline girls at? Yeah, the trampoline. Wish they didn't have that music playing.
They're going to military plane saying, okay.
Well, Trump gave the order. It'll make him look bad. Alright, that should make it run a little bit better. That's time.
Patrick Hudson, been watching the last 3 days. Thank you for the coverage.
Oh no, I'm in the wrong folder. No, I went instrumental. My bad, y'all. I just wanted to block out some of the music. My bad. I'm in the wrong folder. No, I'm not. I was in the right folder. That song don't belong there.
It's the guy who smoked that bad weed yesterday. He tripping again. Hey y'all, it's the guy who was throwing the tampons and shit. Who threw the tampons, found that blunt that I didn't smoke. That blunt I found, I didn't smoke, but he smoked it. That's him right there.
All right, are we still on? Yeah, well, let's go. Full screen.
Three little homies was on him. Soft ass dudes. It was 3 homies. It was 3 little homies on it. Hey, the little.
All right, we good. All right, now we good, y'all.
Rushing them.
Ben said they had to plan and go home before curfew.
The 3 little homies was rushing them. They
now they're committing offense.
If you could have seen that, the 3 little homies that was trying to rat pack him, all 3 of them little fools came up to his chest. It looked funny. put his hands up in front of him and they couldn't hit him. It wasn't much. Watch, where they at? These little dudes. Look, they little men, little guys. It's three. Them little big dudes. Little bitty dudes. Little big dudes. See? I'm trying to tell you, they was little. They couldn't even reach him. He stood up on his toes, somehow put his hands up like just crisscross over his face. Oh, shit. That was hilarious. They couldn't even...
They just sitting there like waiting for them to come.
Shit.
Oh, they coming, y'all. Here we go.
Yeah, I see. They got the guns out.
Here we go. They coming. Let's get it. There they come on. My song, you ready? Come on. Doggone it.
Shit finna get real. Oh, whoa! Oh,
wait a minute, hold.
Oh, shit.
Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on a second. Let me pause that. All right. I think we can get it now. There ain't no music playing right now. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Oh, shit. Damn. And they got the military gun at the top. Ah! Oh, they got an army full of soldiers in the back.
So what do y'all think? Y'all think they're gonna attack from the side?
Oh, shit. All right, yeah, take care. And I parked my car in the wrong spot. I parked my car like
All right, y'all, what y'all think? Y'all think gonna happen? Oh, they running.
fuck. Cash flow. Cash flow. How did you know they was coming, cash flow? Shit. Cash flow, you called it. Cash flow. Cash flow called that shit. Man, they on the other side.
Like I said, I think this is crazy.
Damn.
Our tax dollars used against us. They might allow. Now says they might allow the protest to remain. Well, let's get it. I think Red gonna try and make it to his car. That's not me, y'all. That's his camera. His phone, not mine.
They're here. Yeah, they're here.
I think Red made it. I think he made it to his car, y'all. Yeah, he made it to his car. Oh, that look like one of them gas bombs. Was that a gas bomb, y'all? Was that a gas bomb? All right, he changed his mind, y'all. He not leaving. He changed the line. Tony says, don't mean to be a broken record, but I really think Sharon, Mexico, has a much better way. Be rid of the fictional government. Naya says, not sure. Well, he was thinking about leaving, but he going back, y'all. Tell the helicopter their eyes in the skies. Come on then. Don't break up now. This is reception, y'all. We don't have no problem.
Hey, hold on, guys. I gotta reboot my other phone. Just try to get you guys straight, so.
All right, come on. You know, the reception ain't that good in Minnesota for him, but still, he on the ground, boots on the ground. Y'all understand what I'm saying? He boots on the ground. So let's oh, he offline. No, he back.
Shit, man.
I'm going, man.
What's up, bro? What's up?
Done. All right, y'all. Those police cut down to the.
No. Someone else was right too, man, that the curfew was at 10 p.m. So I don't know what happened. Man. Can you get a water?
All right, y'all. So the curfew was at 10.
I get it.
I don't know how it got from 8 to 10.
All right, thank you.
But the curfew was at 10 now. So,
tear gas side of the game. Hold on, you guys, let me fix something real quick. My pants, and pull my pants up. Yeah, man. The down chopper won't go away. Hold on, you guys. I gotta buckle up my pants and get everything situated. Hold on. I know they surround this place. Hey, this I've been around this block before, right? It's not hard. It's not hard to surround this little facility, you know what I mean? Hold on. Everybody on their phone. Everybody on their phone. Everybody on their phone too right now. Can you imagine how many people are on their phone right now doing their little Instagram and Facebook? You feel me? Just to show their family that they're here, their homies reposting, going live. That's what it is right now. That's what it is. Because there ain't that many people out there. You feel me? It's just everybody's going live on some type of device right now. Hey, if you can, and you want others to see the aftermath, especially if you're in those states. Let me keep it real with you, right? I never say nothing, right? Too much with a strategy. You in a state right now that has a lot of looting and uprising. Say uprising, not looting. Just uprising. You should be trying to share this channel, you know what I mean? This moment on your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You should be trying to share this moment, you feel me? So try to hit the like button. For you trolls, you know what to do. Hit that goddamn dislike button. Do your part. Trolls, do your goddamn part. Hit the dislike button. But yeah, everybody else, hit that like button and share it, you feel me? This is because what you're witnessing right now.
Yeah, y'all, everybody hit the like button.
This is the first time they actually really came here like that. With the military behind them.
Hey, Jesse James.
Hold on.
What's going on, buddy? We waiting, sir. Oh, hold on. Let me, Hey, man. He ain't gonna realize it. He not even gonna realize it.
I'm gonna try my best to keep this what's it called, stream on. Listen, I don't want to be caught by surprise and have my glasses off and try to have them on and try to get them off quickly, you know what I mean? But what I'm gonna do is try to pay attention to the signal and shift around and put my bandana on, all right? So I'm gonna put my bandana on and take the glasses off and move around and see what, show y'all guys some shit. But share this shit, like this shit.
Alrighty, y'all. While he putting his bandana on, let's get an update.
Hey, we see where the National Guard station is today, right? When I was walking, they didn't drive this way. They didn't drive this far for nothing. You feel me? They somewhere posting up.
All right, y'all. They actually pulled up to that barricade they had, the first one, where the bus is, not the one where the guys made the little barricade, and they all pulled up, and then they went to the left, and they went down. So I'm thinking they're gonna hit them from the side.
Wet this bandana and put it
I'm thinking that they're gonna swing around, and then they're gonna come this way. It must be an alley or something that they can swing up. I think they're gonna try to surprise them if they come. But it's a lot of them out there. It was a lot of vehicles, police cars and National Guard. And so Jesse James says, "I'm ashamed to be an American. This is shameful. I understand the anger, but looting and burning down businesses are just wrong." Jesse James, I agree with you, but I also don't understand the one business that they should have burnt down, they won't touch. They actually see it as a haven. The business that called the police on George Floyd for a $20 bill and got that man killed, they act like he's Santa Claus. They act like that building's sacred. That's the people that called the police. There would be no death if they didn't call the police. I'm the only person that understands that. I don't get it. I went over there to his chat and tried to tell the people. I've been asking on and off all day.
Just get on your face, that should be burning.
Trying to get the message to Red, maybe he'll spread it. Why y'all feel so tight with that store when a cashier in that store, she's the one that got the man killed?
That's a trip.
She called the police, cashier in the store, over a $20 bill. That man lost his life. And they acting like that place is a gold mine. That's the place they should have took down. And when I told them that, you're not supposed to be talking like that, and they sat there and burnt 4 blocks. They're gonna tell me I shouldn't be saying why you didn't get the most important one. I'm crazy. Somebody talk to me, Jesse James.
I figured out the little white
talk
boy
to
right
me.
here.
Am I crazy?
On the white boy side of the game, the white team side of the game. He's a coordinator.
Tommy said you ain't the only one. I agree. Jesse said they do not value black lives. But I'm trying to say to you, why is it that we know who our enemy is, and yet we still want to love our enemy? Because that man said he would pay for the funeral. All is forgiven.
I don't got no good exit plan because where my car is.
Him paying for that funeral is not going to bring that man back.
I'll be, hey, when it really go down, they start.
Why would you call the police?
Before I can get away, not go to jail, I'm gonna have to jump in somebody's
Did freeze?
backyard.
Hold on.
Hey, wouldn't that be a trip? Look, I run with the line, jump in somebody's backyard. There's a big ass rock waller. Rock waller in the backyard. That's the only thing I'm gonna be able to do because my car right there.
We got a lot of. Let me make sure I'm in the best quality.
I had it over there where I can get out.
Yeah.
Go to
480. All right, that's the best quality he can go.
And they block this shit this way, right? They block this shit here and come. They get the other street or
we streaming at
backyard, laying there for the whole night.
He's streaming at 854 by 480. We're live streaming at 2000 by 1125. So I hope that helps the picture.
You ain't gonna be able to get out. All right, bro.
854 by 480. And we streaming 2000 by 1125.
Well, I know where I see some food at. I know where I see.
So we actually live streaming in Baby 2K or Baseline 2K. We doing 2000 by 1125. They say 2K is 2560 by 1440, but I would say that's 2.5K. That's not really 2K, that's 2.5K. Because you 560 above 2,000. Some of y'all will say, well, 2,000, 2560, what's the difference? Them 560 pixels are not draining the phone. That's the difference.
Yeah. You made you sound like 3 kids, but that's what's up, bro.
Now, like I say, I'm not gonna be the dead horse. They're not gonna go after the. They're not gonna go after the people that got the man killed. Okay. They mad at the police. Okay.
Some cold water. Some cold water. It's cold enough. Alright. It's good enough. At least they.
But what's gonna happen?
This is what I seen earlier.
What's gonna happen when they do it again?
Alright.
Sit down, baby. Go sit down, baby. If you didn't share it, I'll pick you up, but you shared too much. You ain't messing my Raven shirt up, even though it's old, I still love it. Jesse James said, Brother Derrick, noticed that a hell or a lot of white people showed up across this country in these protests. I find that strange. A lot of conspiracy theories floating around, but I'm just hoping that this is just pure care for our fellow mankind. All right, they ain't talking about nothing. Let me turn the volume down a little bit. Y'all can still hear it. All right, y'all, check this out. As I've said several times, upper white people, middle-class white people, and poor white people benefit from the rogue actions of the police. The police are directed to treat minorities a certain way to keep them down, to keep them in their place, okay? It's been that way since the beginning. Been that way since slavery, okay? But when the politicians and the police go too far, and normally it's the police that go too far. The politicians tell them, go ahead and do your little rogue stuff, you know, but keep it on down low. We don't mind it because the crime rates are down. We don't mind it. But when they go too far, even the white people say, oh, come on, man. Yeah, now, you know. When they hear us talk about police brutality, they go, don't do nothing. You won't have to worry about it. When they see things like the Ahmaud Arbery, when they see things like Breonna, when they see in their face, them kill a black man in their face, even the white people who benefit from that kind of activity are going to say, wait a minute, man, what are y'all doing? Is that how y'all been treating black people all this time? Now some are going to go, whatever. But the majority of people are going to say, look, man, I'm seeing this with my own eyes. It ain't that bad. Only you see this? What the hell are y'all doing? All these cases y'all keep pushing under the rug. We see it. It's one thing when you killed the person and we only got your version. But we see this with our own eyes. We're not blind. What the hell are y'all doing to these people? That's what's fueling this. And we've known this all the time. But now everybody having cameras. The police wearing cameras. Now we got proof. Y'all understand? Now we got proof. So now the people can't say, oh, well, you know, he was just out of, he probably was crazy. He probably was drunk. He probably didn't take his meds. He might have been on that crack, you know. They can't say that. We see the man walking. We see them drag him out the car. They said they couldn't put him in the car. But yet, today, we seen them drag him out the car. First of all, why is he being arrested for $20? I've never heard nobody being arrested for trying to pass a $20 bill. The only time I could even think of that happening is if you go into a mall and you try and spend the bad bill and you can't get it, and you go into another mall and you can't get it, and you go into another store in the mall, you can't get it, you go into another store in the mall, you can't get it, and finally the security guard say, hey boy, come here, let me see what you got there. You done tried all these stores. I think I need to arrest you. I can see that. You trying to pass this $100 bill off, and you done been sent out of 8 stores now. You gonna keep trying to somebody dumb enough to take it? Nah, bro, I'm taking it. And they would take the bill. Got a problem, call the police. My security booth right there. Got a problem, call the police. But you ain't gonna spend that here. Now when the police come, I give it to the police. That's the only way I can see that happening. Otherwise, you tell them, give me another bill. They give you another bill if they want the product. If they don't want the product, they're going to walk out. Let them walk out. That's none of your business. You a trained cashier, you ain't going to take a bad bill. If you're a trained cashier, you're not going to take a bill. Man, these police are so slow. Now, they just made a threat that they were going around and sneak attack them. And now they sitting there waiting. They on the ground waiting. And they taking their time. They taking their time coming. They have a curfew. Now I thought it was 8 o'clock, it was 10 o'clock. Tommy says, I'm white. The police have messed with me plenty. I am not a fan of the police. I am not a fan of anyone who claims to be my authority or anyone's authority. Well, Tommy, sometimes being white ain't enough unless you part of that 3%. Because I got news for you. They'll treat you the same way they treat us. If you take them off, if you disappoint them, if you let them down, they'll treat you the same way. We've seen that in history. Unless you're part of the elite 3%, those are only people that's untouchable. You just have better protection than we do, but you ain't totally protected, sir. They'll do everything not to have to hurt you, but they'll hurt you. Don't get it twisted. They'll think about it. But don't get it twisted. You know, we got 106,000 people dead from the COVID. We got 1 million people that's infected right now. 46% of that are black people. That means the other 54% is white, Mexican, Oriental. So that means that if you just do it, maybe 38% are white. They didn't mind that 38% dying. Rather than close the country down for 2 weeks, they didn't mind. They didn't mind at all. Otherwise, they would have been closed the country down. You know? You said a human being is only a human being, no matter what the costume they wear. You are absolutely right. And I'm going to tell you something. If you and I are walking down a dead road, and there's some cops that had a bad day, and they decided to target me and you, they wouldn't have no problems killing me. But they would have to kill you reluctantly. Because guess what? You might snitch. So that's when your protection go away. I was just saying, I'm telling it like it is. Well, you know, we don't want to kill nobody. Hey, he might snitch. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we got to take him out. Yeah, there you go. The police serve us. We don't serve them. But they give the police all the rights. They want the police to only have guns. And they use the police to keep people in line. And they protect them. That's why they pay all this money out. They pay all this money out. Rather than protect the citizens. And it's our money they paying. It's our money. You gotta remember, we pay the police salary. Even when you buy something at the store, if you paying sales tax, that goes toward that salary. The government worked for you. But somehow we got it twisted. They want to give all the rights to the police, but the police is supposed to protect our rights. Y'all understand? They're supposed to protect your rights. But instead, their rights are protected. If they say you did something, boy, you better have a good lawyer. You better have an ironclad alibi. You better have some videotape footage, something on audio. You better be able to use Google tracking, location tracking to prove you wasn't there. I was on the other side of town, man. If they say you did something and you ain't got no proof, you in trouble. Because their word is law. That's the problem. Now you will have an easier time, Tommy, proving it.
All right.
Tommy says, yes, we pay through extortion. How is the government any different than the mafia? It ain't. It ain't no different. And if you want to survive in this, you have to learn how to stay out of the way and navigate and not get on the radar. When you talk smart to a police officer, they don't forget that. And while they having their donuts, they talk to each other. Be like, hey, you know that guy over there? Yeah, I know him. Yeah, he got a mouth on him. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll get him one day. He gonna mess up. So now everybody is like, wait a minute now. If we see him mess up, we'll get him for you. And it don't matter what color he is. You against the brotherhood. The brotherhood gets.
Yeah, how about that? Let me take a break.
All the break. You see how they pay money to protect these police officers to do anything not to lock them up. And all they do is pay out money and they send them to another state. You said this is why I told you the other day I do not believe in the function of government. True, Tommy. But what I want to see is, I want to see the people. I want to see the people get thrown out in that government, that local government. I told y'all they was going to try and get the cops off. If it wasn't for that video kills them. If it wasn't for that video, they would have said the man was on drugs, and sure enough, their examiner said that he had heart disease and another disease and said he was on intoxicants. Didn't say what they were, but gave the impression, yeah, he on drugs and he got all these problems. That's why he died. They did the independent examination. They came back and said it was the combination of the 3 officers, the 2 on his back and the 1 on his neck, that compressed his lung and his heart, and did not allow the blood to flow, did not allow the oxygen to travel through the body, and that's why he expired. Totally different. An independent examiner, totally different. Because they were going to say that and let them cops off and let them continue to do what they do. Keep the black people in line. That's what they were going to do. That video messed them up. That's why they released the video blacked out. They didn't want you to see nothing. Then somebody came out with video from the other side. They had to release something. Then they're going to put out the black bars in there. They still ain't shown. Now somebody got a video showing that they pulling him back out the car when they said that he wouldn't get in the car. They said he was resisting. But we see him walking across the street. He ain't happy. I wouldn't be happy either, 29. You locking me up with the damn 29. I wouldn't be happy either. But he wasn't resisting. Now they saying he wouldn't get in the car, but he was in the car. We see him being drugged out. He was drugged out the car. Do y'all understand? Now he says she'll be right back. He was drugged out the car.
I met 19 people throughout this journey here. Wait, 19 people. I'm gonna try to take the big girl.
I don't understand why the police are there on slow. The curfew was 10 o'clock, according to Reg. So 10 o'clock, right? It's going on midnight here.
Everybody on their Facebook.
Tommy says, I do agree with you, my friend. Just keep the example of Sharon Mexico in your mind, my friend. True anarchy can work out. True anarchy is not violence. It only means without chief. Well, how do you get the chief out the way when they...
Yeah, that's why
70% of the population.
Because ain't nobody listening to them, I think.
When they hold all the power and got all the money.
Chinese sound like the Chinese.
And got the army, the military, and the police.
That's why the signal went bad.
So,
everybody on their phone.
You know. This is what we got. We can try to fix it, try to improve it, try to make it better.
It sounds like German too, though. No, he is Chinese. Japanese.
But the one thing we can't do is not say nothing and let it keep going. That's the one thing we can't do. That's the one thing we can't do.
Gotta be Chinese. Asian.
you know, the people that come over here, they get to hear what's going on the screen. But they can come over here and voice their opinion. But they don't like what I'm saying. I went over there and tried to talk to them, but they timed me out. They don't want to hear it.
I don't know. Maybe he's black and Chinese. I don't know. See?
That's the store right there. That thing's still standing there.
Now you look black. You look black. I had it wrong.
Tommy says exactly, I need to spread the idea. I'm gonna tell you something, Tommy.
I don't know why it's 2 hours. I gotta figure it out.
I love all people.
Gotta figure that one out.
But I'm a loner. I'm fine to be alone. But when I'm put in the crowd, I become the life of the crowd. Because the minute they leave, I get to go back to doing what I want to do. That's why I can survive under any kind of tyranny. Because if I have to do what you want to do, I'll do it. The minute you go about your business, I get to go back and do what I want to do. If everybody was like that, the world would be fine. Come together when we need to, go about our business when we don't. But people gotta be looking over the fence and seeing what you're doing in your house. People got to be worried about where you work at, worried about what you drive, worried about what's in your pocket, worried about who you sleeping with, worried about how you raising your kids. This is the problem. Everybody want to worry about what somebody else doing and ain't taking care of what they will be doing. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I don't know why I'm talking to the phone. Had the microphone right here. I'm talking into the phone. But this man ain't talking about nothing, so I'm trying to keep y'all entertained. Tommy said again, so I agree, my friend. Yeah, but the problem is, Tommy, you and I don't run the world. That's the problem. If we had some power, we could make some changes. I got a lot of ideas. Sound like you got a lot of ideas. But what do we do with them? Everybody else is satisfied the way things is. As long as they got their little cell phone, they got their little jewelry around their neck, they got their little watch on, got their little iPhone watch. As long as they got the clothes on, they got the Jordans on, everybody seem happy. You know?
I don't think the crowd is high enough to understand. Oh, that was funny.
when you see people sit together like that, you realize all people really are human beings.
Everybody's clapping because they happy he's done.
Yeah, I agree. I'm glad he done too. Yes. Where the mattress girls at? Yeah, he was boring. I kept talking. This is boring. I want to see the looting D. It ain't gonna be no more looting because they gonna come in there and get him. That looting done.
Yo, you the same for everything, Red. We all really appreciate it. We cannot be afraid. 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 We really appreciate it. Appreciate the coverage. Stay safe. Much love.
Hey, Dogbo 69, I'm gonna tell you right now, sir. Uh-oh. Did it freeze again? Hold on. We got a lot of windows open. And there we go. Good news is you ain't missed nothing. Hey, right there. That man put me to sleep. That's why I kept talking. There ain't no looting. Donald Trump put down the Donald Trump put down the curfew 6 o'clock and said he authorizing all governors to use the National Guard. So they ain't playing no more. But I don't know what's going on in Minnesota. Minnesota won't do nothing. I'm dead serious. National Guard took care of every other place they out there. The Guard and the police are out there in every other state, but this one. Now see, if I leave this, something gonna happen. I know it. All right, y'all, let's go look around the world. That's the benefit of he got 2,000 people in his string. But here's the benefit. We can go look at something else. We can go look at something else. All right, let's see what's going on here. Y'all can see. Look at him, police right there. They got their hands up. No justice, no peace. Hands up, don't shoot. But they ain't doing nothing. They marching, but they ain't doing nothing. Hey, they got the boys out there. Look at them. They got the boys out there. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. I can't breathe. Hands up. They at least have some commentary. I mean, you know, what they fell asleep in the booth? Let's see if something happened. Speed this up some. Let's see if something happened. And then in the middle. Well, they ain't got no sound. No action. They ain't got no action going on here. Let's see what else they got. Anything else live? No justice, no peace. What about here?
Situation at this point in that particular area.
And Chris, President Trump earlier said that violent protests are acts of domestic terrorism. We were talking about
this is live. There ain't nothing going on.
What he said from the Rose Garden around 6 o'clock tonight.
The following measures are going into effect immediately. First, we are ending the riots and lawlessness that has spread throughout our country. We will end it now. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets. Mayors and governors must establish an overwhelming law enforcement presence until the violence has been quelled. If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them. I am also taking...
President Trump earlier today saying his first and highest duty as president is to defend the great country and the American people. I want to go back to Rebecca Lopez in downtown Dallas. You were saying something before we broke to President Trump, Rebecca?
Well, no, I was just saying that these protesters that are being released, and one of the things that one of my sources told me earlier today was last night they arrested some people just like this that were breaking the curfew, but they were young teenagers, they were younger people, and that they actually had some of the protesters crying down at DVD headquarters, probably not expecting to be arrested and thinking that the city would take that curfew as seriously as they have. But they did arrest over 100 people and then have been processing them throughout the day. Some of them are in the jail at this time. But this group of people that were arrested are being released, and you can see right now they're headed
they going home.
Down. No police escort.
They going home.
Don't believe
I tell you that. Hey, around. They going home.
But that's what's going to happen to all of the hundreds of people that they detained on the bridge. They're going to eventually bring them off.
Mommy ain't trying to lock me up, Mama.
That's where they're
You trying to knock me up, Mommy. Y'all are mean. Why y'all so mean? You want to put me in there with your freaking eggs? You think cover their faces? Yeah, look at them cowards. And you see they stop, they go home. You ever leave, they go home. They ain't look back. All right, what's going on here? I don't even see no protest. Oh, there they go. Ain't a lot of them. They be over there eating again. Why don't you go to sleep? Well, everybody breaking out. Y'all see the police coming. Everybody breaking out. They fired tear gas, clear protesters. Doggone it, how I missed that? Let me see if I can wind back. Okay. You see any action? like somebody got arrested. Hold on, let me back up a little bit. I think you got the doors open. Pouring. Any action? Yep, they're handcuffing him. So, of course, they missed the pepper spray and all that, right? Man, this coverage sucks. I'm sorry, it sucks. Helicopters suck. I don't see nothing else live. I don't see nothing live. Did everybody go home? Did everybody go home? Wait a minute. Is that live? No. Anybody got any links?
Hold on, let me see something. Why was Raw M timed out? Hold on, let me see something.
Let's let me see if I got to find something to watch.
Why was Raw M timed out?
Off the top here, I know that we have some video that we want to show everyone tonight, and this is a second reverse angle of what happened to George Floyd. And in this video, Chandler, we're seeing what the other officers are doing. So let's roll that and talk about the difference between this video and the original video that we've been seeing, Chandler.
Do y'all see that? Do y'all see how that man pinned down? Y'all see how that man is pinned down? Seriously. Do y'all see how that man pinned down?
So, Chandler, first question I have for you, as we see that video, what is revealed there that we didn't know before or didn't see, and how does it kind of match up with what police reports and official records are saying about what took place?
Vinny, that video is key, and it's different because we're seeing from the other side of the patrol car. We're seeing not just the one officer who was charged and arrested today. Derrick Chauvin, who had his knee pressed on Floyd's neck, but we're seeing two other officers who are also helping pin him down to the ground as he wails out that he cannot breathe and suffers in pain. It is difficult to watch. And you know, while it is difficult to watch, we must remember this video because this is the catalyst for all the protests. Everything that's happening right now in Minneapolis and across the nation. That is why we are here. That's why charges are here today, Vinny. And this is another important piece of evidence against these officers.
All right, so that video very revealing and may somehow in the investigation play a huge role because you're talking about one officer today. So what is the latest? Give us a rundown of where we are tonight.
Well, a big arrest and charges for the officer who had his knee pinned on George Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes on Monday night. He's facing murder and manslaughter charges today, Vinny. Let's take a closer look at those charges that were in the criminal complaint.
We already seen that.
First charge with murder in the...
Anything going on yet?
People need to use restrooms. There's porta potties all around here.
Is he back out yet?
Check. All right.
What's up, Derrick?
No, he bailed out. Nope, he bailed out.
Mark Roberts, EE. She said she told you why she deleted the comment. The chat is moving pretty fast. Damn, the chat is moving pretty fast. Nah, National Guards ain't arresting no one. I don't know what their strategy is. They pulled up, they took off. I don't know if they get a plan together to come through.
I was typing in the chat, y'all.
Angles, I don't know.
I ain't get timed out this time.
That was kind of weird.
I didn't get timed out. We waiting on the National Guard to come clear him out. Bring the tear gas and the rubber bullets.
Oh, man. No, huh? He's letting everybody fall asleep. There's a few news agencies out here, though. At least I say like three of them.
They got locked up. I wouldn't come back neither. They got locked up. I wouldn't come back neither. Yeah. Where the Metros girls at?
I made it. Yeah, I hate to have to do that, but I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave in 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 25. Yeah, 20 minutes for sure.
He said he gonna leave in 20 minutes. Don't nothing happen, huh? I guess he getting tired. He been out there every day. Let me look at my home screen and see if anything popped up that we could use. All right, we got some action.
Today I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers.
Yeah, but where are they?
What's
a hose?
Guys, move.
Let's go. Come on. Guys, we gotta go.
Yeah, put on him. Anybody else? What?
Aleve provides fever and pain.
This is Voice to Nigeria.
You know, about, 600 years ago, white supremacy wasn't really a thing. 600 years ago, it just, there were human beings in the world.
Darwin said he couldn't find none that was in
some from Africa, some from Europe, some from Asia. They're just people. And then the Europeans began to go exploring. Their ships were able to go all over the world, and so they got greedy as fuck, and they had the musket. And 1455, the Roman Catholic Church made a law, and they split. They gave Portugal the right to the west coast of Africa, and they gave them the right to enslave Africans, to plunder them, to rape them, to rob them, and steal from anything they wanted from them. The Roman Catholic Church started the whole goddamn thing. And then, of course, they gave Spain the right to go out into the New World, conquer, steal gold, land, whatever they want to do, rape, murder. And that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly it. It started, over 500 years ago. Today's 2020, and this is 1455. And the first ship, 1526, the first slave ship from Portugal landed in Brazil. And the whole goddamn thing began. And that's how we got where we are. And so why did white supremacy start? To justify the greed. Portugal and all these European, France, England, the Netherlands, the Dutch, all these people, the Europeans, decided to proclaim that white people were superior and therefore had the right to imperialize, to colonize, to steal and enslave and rape and murder. And all these things were justified in the name of white superiority, in that we can have dominance over all black and brown people by nature. And that was the myth and the lie that was started to justify the European greed
and evil. And that shit's been running for 500 fucking years. And here we are now, 2020. And white people are still a bunch of fucking white supremacists. Not a goddamn thing has changed. The only thing that's changed is the technology. You can see racism now. I saw a video of 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery being hunted down, tracked, and lynched by 3 racists. That was a mob. That was a lynching. And it's a felony lynching, which is against the law. Now it's against the law. It didn't used to be. Civil rights laws passed. There's something called felony lynching. It's a hate crime. And anyhow, he was murdered. By the way, Ahmaud Arbery was a hell of a warrior. He fought for his life, and he lost that day. But his mom said, I hope his killers get the death penalty. And you know, I don't believe in the death penalty because our justice system's so fucked up. But in this case, let those motherfuckers fry. Because without accountability, without white accountability, without racist accountability, this shit will repeat itself. So there has to be accountability applied to all racists. And I mean all forms, the covert, the overt, the passive. And you know, the thing, whites, and I've said this many times before, but here we are. And that's the whole thing about white supremacy, is it all comes down to greed, economics, and privilege, and dominance. That's what white people, that's what this nation, America, was built on. Was that this country was built exclusively for white people. And that's a fact. It always was. They don't say that. They didn't openly state it, but obviously it's true. And that's how white privilege works. A white person today in 2020 can go jogging down the fucking street, can walk into a house in construction and not be hunted down and fucking lynched in the fucking street. That shit doesn't fucking happen. A 12-year-old boy, Tamir Rice, playing with a little toy gun, if that had been a white kid, the cop would have said, hey, buddy, what are you doing? Instead of racing to a fucking park, jump out of the car and execute a young child. Emmett Till, going back 40, 50, 60 years ago, all he did was walk into a fucking store and the white lady lied and said he's harassing me. Lynched. This is how white supremacy works. And the other way white supremacy works, and what we're indoctrinated to do from birth, all of us, no matter who you are, if you are white, you are taught this shit, and you're taught it either directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously, you're taught it. And you're taught it by all kinds of different ways, all kinds of different messages, but it's taught. And there's all kinds of proof that it's taught. But we're taught to not give a fuck about our brothers and sisters that are black and brown. To not give a fuck about anybody outside of white. That's why that screaming silence you hear, or that you don't hear, from white folks, when there's lynchings, and when there's huge, crazy injustices happening. In 2015, black people were 5 times more likely, unarmed black people were 5 times more likely to die from being killed by the police than white people. Today, I think 2.5. That's crazy. They're being lynched. If they're not being lynched by the police, they're being lynched by white, Trump-loving, Christian, white motherfuckers. And by the way, it's always been Christians, white Christians, that's behind this shit. The Roman Catholic Church started the whole goddamn thing. Look it up, folks. They started the whole fucking thing. The indigenous genocide, the black Holocaust, the Atlantic slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. It was the Roman Catholic Church supporting all that shit. And if you look at today, look at the people who killed Ahmaud Arbery. Christians, white Christians. They're racist. White Christians are largely racist and fucking hypocrites. White Jesus has been used to kill millions of people, indigenous people, and it's still going on today. And I'm not against Christianity. I'm against the way Christianity has been used. And I'm against white Jesus. White Jesus is a fucking lie. Even the Bible says Jesus wasn't fucking white. It's all a fucking lie. So all of you white Christians out there that are racist, Fuck you. You fucking low down fucking hypocrite. Check yourself. Check your fucking racism. And all the other white people in the world that remain silent. You're complicit. You're guilty. The only reason racial injustice and white supremacy thrives is because of the collective silence of fucking white people. White people just like me. That look like me. That won't say a goddamn thing when horrible fucking things are happening to our brothers and sisters. Racial disparities in every fucking institution in our fucking nation, and not a goddamn one of you give a fuck. Not one of you. If you do give a fuck, send in a fucking comment if you're white. But the majority of you, you know you don't give a fuck. You know it to be true. I don't know, is it 95%? Is it 90? Is it 99%? I don't know. But it's a lot of you. You don't give a fuck. And it's that fucking silence that is consent.
Yeah, there was that.
That is why people are being fucking killed in the street.
I was waiting to see if somebody was going to say something. I was just waiting for somebody to say something. I told you, that's what you're not going to get over there. We're going to find something to look at. All right, this is 9 News. Let's see what they got. They got more helicopters. They always say another guy hating on white people. I'll tell you the problem. I mean, there's 6 of y'all here. Somebody's going to say something eventually. Yeah, I was just waiting. Ain't nothing going on. They just walking. They ain't got no commentary. All right, let's go back and see. He said he was going to be there 20. We were gone for 10 minutes. So is he still alive?
Right back. Thank you.
All right, everybody got up.
Thanks for the great reporting, Reg. Be safe. Hey, appreciate you, James, Eric, Duffy.
So is something going on? Is something going on? So that's 1 black person, 2 black people, 3, 4. No, she's what? No, she's not black. So okay, that's 4 right there. I see 4 black people. So what happened? Black people went home? It's crazy. Cops and black people around.
Arrested.
The stereotype.
For being outdoors. For getting together.
Well, what do you mean stereotype? A lot of them are corrupt. And they use their blue shield to keep them silent. Because if they snitch on the bad cops, they become the enemy then. So they complicit and don't say nothing. The same way that they stood around and let them kill that man right in front of everybody. The local government know who the road cops is. They see the complaints. But they want cops like that because they keep the people in line. And when they mess up, they cover it up and they pay for it. And put them right back out there. And they would have done that with this case if it wasn't for the videos. Videos, they already had their corner lie and say that the man had health problems and that the man was on something, that's why he died. They were going to put it under the rug. They broke in there in Kentucky and killed that woman, Breonna Adams, whatever her name is. They just kicked the door in and you know, didn't say police. They came up with something called no knock warrant. What human being would produce something called no knock warrant? If you kick my door in, I got a gun, I'm going to shoot. You kick the door in and I got darts, I'm going to throw them. If you kick my door in and I got pepper spray, I'm going to spray it. And your answer is to just shoot from every angle, all kind of bullets through the house. If that ain't sick human being that came up with that law, I don't know who is. You just go kicking people's doors at 1 in the day morning. People got to get them go to work and school because you want to sneak up on somebody. You kick the door in, what do you think somebody going to do? Then you sit there and kill an innocent woman, put 8 bullets in her. The man shot when they kicked the door in. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but he hit a cop in the leg. They locked him up. And it's been 2 months, and none of them cops are behind bars. But the man whose house they broke into, because they kicked the door in and he shot, they didn't know who the hell it was, because they didn't say police. They locked him up immediately and charged him with attempted murder on a police officer. You gonna tell me that's not corrupt? Look at all the corruption with the Ahmaud Arbery case. It took almost 3 months, and it took the daggone Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, to actually get an arrest done. It took somebody leaking the video for there to be an arrest done. They're going on with their lives for 3 months while Ahmaud Arbery is dead and gone. And they ain't the only one. It's hundreds upon hundreds of cases like this. That's why it's riots all around the world. People are tired of this mess. It's getting to the point the young white folk are saying, look, we ain't stupid. We've been hearing it and hearing it. And we hear our fathers come home and laugh about it. But now we've seen it with our own eyes. Don't tell me what I didn't see. That's why they out there. Don't tell me what I didn't see. And by the riots around the country, there are a lot of people that are saying, hey, don't tell me what I didn't see. I see this. I know what happened to so-and-so. This is their chance to say something. Well, what would you like to say? You said, you say that's the only reason in committing crimes and the cops stop killing black people. That's how the effing works. That's how the U.S. works. To charge someone for murder is a huge deal. Open your eyes so you can read this instead of talking. Okay, I'm listening to you, Darbo, and you saying the only way to fix this is to fix the stereotypes. Well, all right then, you want to talk about a stereotype. How come it's body cam footage, but they won't release it? How come it's 3 videos of the people that were there and the camera from the actual store? We seen that, but why we ain't seen the police cam uncovered? Why ain't we see how they tried to lie and say that he broke out? They tried to lie and say that he wouldn't get in the car, but yet the new video we saw showed them dragging him out the car. Why did the person that did the first autopsy say the man was on some kind of intoxicant and that he had health problems? Yet the independent one that was done says that it was the police that did it. So how is that not corruption? How do you not say, wait a minute now, something don't sound right here? How do you trust the police? I'm asking you, how do you trust the police? If you got people already shooting video and we've seen it, just the first video alone was enough to arrest that cop. There had no reason for him to have, because all you saw was his head sticking out and the man knee in his neck. And the fact that you hear the people begging them to get off of him, you hear his own fellow cops saying, maybe we should get off of him. That should be enough right there. That's probable cause to make an arrest. Then you don't have this. But no, we're just going to keep it on the down low, and the people are going to get mad and they'll go away, and then we'll just go ahead and give the family some money in the end, and we'll keep our cops out there working. That's what it seemed like. You said showed the guy refusing to get out of the car. If you took that man past one cruiser and took him all the way across the street and put him in another cruiser, why the hell would you take him out of it? Take him to jail. I'm listening. We talking about $20 here. A $20 counterfeit bill. You said showed the guy refusing to get out of the car. They made the man sit on the ground for 5 minutes. Then they picked him up and took him across the street. They put him in the car. The video stops. Now they say that he wouldn't get in that car. That's what they said days ago. He wouldn't get in that car. Now a video come out and it shows them reaching in there trying to pull him out. If they got him in the car, why are you pulling him out? Take him to jail. What are you pulling him out the car for? If you got him in the car and you say he wouldn't get in the car, then you had a cruiser right there behind his original car. The man sat there on the ground and looked at a cruiser for about 5 minutes. You don't put him in that cruiser. Instead, you drag him across the street and put him in the back of another cruiser. He's in the cruiser. Why don't you take him to jail? Why are you taking him back out the cruiser? He was already in it. I'm just saying. You said he didn't get in the car. We showed the video today that he did get in the car. We see the cops reaching in there trying to pull him back out of it. If he's in the car, why not take him to the jailhouse? Why are you trying to pull him back out for? Why are you pulling him back out on the ground? I'm telling you, it's something more to this story. And that's why they're not releasing the footage. I believe, and I might be wrong. Look, man, I'm looking at the screen. And stop cussing at me, all right? It ain't that serious. I am reading it. I'm reading it and you ain't saying nothing. You telling me to open my eyes up, type something I can read. You're not making no sense. Crap, you know how many videos I showed today, man? Shit, I don't know if he even got them. Hold on. Man, we got so many videos. Hold on a sec. Let's just back it up. Let's just start at the beginning. Is it this one? No, it ain't that one. We cover a lot of stuff. No, it ain't that one. What about this one? No. We got a lot of videos. What about this one?
Mike Max right now. He's been quiet for a while. Maxie, what's going on? You're still there at Bobby and Steve's.
My bad.
Yeah.
It ain't that one. Man, we got a lot of videos here. I've been streaming since 2 o'clock this afternoon. No. God darn, how many links do we have? What about this one? We got so many links. What about this one?
Good evening. Parts of the US are at flashpoint tonight. Protesters looting and attacking police. Some even...
No. Oops. Let's go back. Okay, we on... Let's check out this one. Yeah. Remember, it was breaking news. What about this one?
Our young generation is clearly lost, man. Clearly lost.
Now to an ABC News exclusive, we are joined live by George Floyd's younger brother, Terrence Floyd, along with his minister, the Reverend Kevin McCall. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for your time this morning. And first and foremost, Terrence, our condolences.
Okay. If it would be, it was 2 videos, right? So where's the other one? What about this one?
When allergies attack,
You gonna make us watch the whole ad? Are you serious?
ABC News exclusive, we are joined live by George Floyd's younger brother, Terrence Floyd, along with his Ben Like. I know that you traveled from New York to be there.
Okay, that's not it. Man, we show a lot of videos. Okay, is this it?
We're going to continue with the investigation into the death of George Floyd and the new details about the former Minneapolis police officer now facing third-degree murder charges.
Could this be
We're
it?
going to speak with George's younger brother, Terrence Floyd, in just a few moments. But first, Alex Perez is there in Minneapolis with the latest. Good morning again, Alex.
Hey, good morning, Robin. Take a look behind me here. The scene now a massive memorial for George Floyd. This morning, we're seeing new images of the officer accused of killing Floyd as it all unfolded. This morning, investigators looking at new...
Right there! They reaching in the car. Why are you reaching in the car to pull him out? Why are you reaching in the car to pull him out? I'm listening. I'm listening.
Video of what appears to show the moments before George Floyd was pinned to the ground and died. Floyd can't be seen in the video, but you do see an officer leaning into the police car, scuffling with Floyd. Minutes later, fired officer DERRICK seen in that horrific
so let's back that up.
before George Floyd was pinned to a new video of what appears to show the moments before George Floyd was pinned to the ground and died. Floyd can't be seen in the video, but you do see an officer leaning into the police car, scuffling with Floyd.
So if they got him in the car, why is they trying to pull him back out? You taking a man for $20. Why are you scuffling with somebody over a charge for $20? Why, if he's in the car, why are you trying to pull him back out? Just take him down to the station. I'm just asking the question. I'm listening. Back it up.
This morning, investigators looking at new video of what appears to show the moments before George Floyd was pinned to the ground and died. Floyd can't be seen in the video, but you do see an officer leaning into the police car, scuffling with Floyd. Minutes later, fired officer DERRICK seen in that horrific video, jamming his knee into Floyd's neck while he was handcuffed on the ground. Chauvin now behind bars and on suicide watch as he faces charges for third-degree murder.
So if he is handcuffed and in the back of the cruiser, why don't they drive him to the station? Why are they pulling him back out and putting him on the ground? There was something. We already know that DERRICK Chauvin knew who he was because they worked together at a strip club doing security. They work together. Now, we don't know if they friends or pals, but if I work with you, I would be like, hey, I work with him at the club. He's the security guard. Well, what are you doing? No, this man is reaching in there, yanking him out and put his foot on his neck. Tell me why. I'm listening. I'm listening. Why were they waiting for an ambulance? You have a man that you suspect tried to give somebody a fake $20 bill. Where does the ambulance come in at? I'll listen. Because if you're going to say they were waiting for an ambulance, the man is only charged. Why he charged, I don't know. I would feel real stupid if I was the judge and somebody was standing in front of me for $20. Be like, you wasting a court time for $20. But like I said, DERRICK Chauvin knew this man. Why wouldn't he vouch for him? Can I ask you that? Why wouldn't he vouch for him? Don't vouch for criminals. He worked with the criminal. That's somebody you know. Why would you work side by side with a criminal? If you're a police officer, why would you work side by side with a criminal? See, you're sounding stupid now. He was good enough to work alongside that cop. He was good enough to work alongside that cop. What do you mean until then? He wasn't even the officer on the scene at first. What do you mean he didn't know he was a criminal? That man worked at the nightclub alongside him. It's possible that one of them strippers gave him that fake 20. That's possible. But neither here nor there. Hey, what did he do? Oh, they said he tried to give him a fake 20. Fake 20? As somebody with common sense, what did you say he stole? What did he steal? How do you know he didn't know? How do you know he didn't know the bill was fake? And how was he allowed to steal? How was he allowed to steal? If you're a cashier, you check the money out. So the money was fine, and you gave him the product. Then after he leaves, they want to call the police. No, something ain't right with that. We talking about $20. We ain't talking about $2,000. We talking about $20. A guy you know and work with, you treat like trash because of $20. If I was Derrick Chauvin, I would have said, he don't have another 20 on him? Look, I'll loan him the 20 until the club opens, and that night he'll give it back to me. But this is crazy. Why are you arresting this man? This man is a security guard. I work alongside him. This man is not a criminal. Let him go. That's what I would have done. Black or white, Chinese, Japanese, whatever. If I'm your coworker, and I see you in trouble and all you need is $20, I'm not going to let you go to jail for $20, whether I like you or I don't. You said the owner of the company, the cashier, had already reported forgery before. Show me a video on that. Give me a link. First time I heard that. That's the first time I heard that. Did the cashier say that he gave her fake money before? You just had me go look for a video. Why can't you go look for the video? You just had me go look, sir. And I did it. You just had me go look for a video. Why can't you look for a video and put it in the chat? Come on now. See, you talking, but you not backing it up. I backed up what I said. I went and found the video and showed you what I saw. Now you telling me something I don't know. And I'm asking you, show me. And instead you want to deflect, because that's deflecting. You are deflecting, sir. You are deflecting. Yeah, I just proved you wrong and I went and pulled it up. Then you turned around and said, well, they were trying to get him out the car to go to the ambulance. We talking about $20. You gonna tell me that they had to handcuff this man and put him in the squad car and take him downtown? It would cost more money for the stationery to write up the report than they do the case. But now you're going to tell me that they took the man up off the ground, drug him across the street, threw him in the car, just to throw him in the ambulance. Why didn't they leave him sitting there on the street? See, when you ask a question, I ask a question. I'm trying to make it make sense. Now you saying, you must be saying the man didn't want to get in the ambulance. Is that what you saying started it? They were trying to drag him back out the car to get in the ambulance? I'm trying to make sense out of what you're saying. See, unlike you, I haven't insulted you. I ain't called you the F word. All I ask you to do is back up what you say. That's all I ask you to do. If you got information that we haven't heard yet, I would love to hear it. These kind of stories change every day. When we first started covering the Ahmaud story, I thought it was both of their faults. But now that we've done the research and spent a week and a half on it, now I know he was running for his daggone life. Before, all we saw was the video that Roddy was showing. But Roddy didn't show the whole video. Couldn't have. There's got to be more video, but they ain't chasing him down one street and back up another street. All you see them doing is coming down to that intersection. That's what we based our judgment on. Then somebody broke it down and said, look, he was cut off by Roddy, and then Roddy came and almost ran him over in the grass. That's 2 times. Okay, he's involved. I ain't got nothing to do with it. You see what I'm saying? But if all you see is the video, you don't see that. So you telling me he was in distress and the man didn't want to get in the video? But I remember I don't even know what that video, I probably had to look for a long time. But I know, I saw a video that said they were trying to get him out the car. I mean, they were trying to put him in the car, he wouldn't go. While we waiting, let's see what's going on with let's see if anything happened. Is he still alive? Yep, he's still alive. Did something happen? Can y'all see it? All right, he dropped the link. How you get way down there? So is he back yet?
Man, I just gotta give it to them. These white people, wherever they are, whatever they're a part of, they're not playing. They're very serious. very serious about this.
Did something happen? No, they ain't doing nothing. They ain't, no, I don't see nothing going on.
T.Y. Thank you. Yeah, that's lined up for sure.
They're lined up.
No, they ain't doing nothing. Alright, wait till you get back.
Shout out to them, man. That's what's up.
Maybe there's something I ain't seen.
So that one's pretty fortified, like.
Now it's
like they just gotta take them down and push through. That's a lot of work. I don't know, man. That's a nice barrier though, right there that they got. And then I guess this is just like. This is not a strong barrier as compared to that one, but it's like they got two sources of I don't know, lookouts. He's way up there now.
Nope, they still down there. They ain't came yet.
He's sleeping on the job. The other one sleep. The other guy sleep, man.
Is he back yet? Alright, he back. There ain't nothing going on, so let's back it out. Get back to the main page. Alright. Hey, we've been on for 11 hours and 34 minutes. Whoa. Alrighty.
Of anger turns to rage. Protesters surrounding the Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd precinct. Businesses nearby looted and burned.
I cannot allow criminal acts to occur and threaten the safety and also, again, compound the trauma that already exists.
The trauma from this arrest that left George Floyd dead. The video runs more than 7 minutes. Floyd pinned to the ground, a knee to his neck, unable to move or breathe. You can't see every vantage point, but the video doesn't come close to what police initially described, that Floyd was resisting. Surveillance video obtained by CNN from a nearby restaurant also doesn't show him resisting arrest. Donald Williams witnessed Floyd's brutal arrest.
His blood coming out of his nose, and I'm noticing it now. At the point, his eyes are turning a different color, you know, and he's talking about his belly hurts, which is pretty much your last bowel movement in your life. And so that's when I started, you know, pleading with the officers.
Courtney Ross was Floyd's girlfriend.
This is nothing but an angel that was sent to us on earth, and we demonized him, and we killed him. I just want to get on the phone and call my baby and hear his voice. He cannot die in vain. Yeah.
The 4 police officers now all fired, many calling for them to face charges. The officer with his knee to Floyd's neck, Officer DERRICK,
had 18 complaints lodged against him. It's not clear what for. He was punished for 2 of them. Another of the officers was sued for excessive force in the past. That suit settled by the city.
Do you think that was murder?
I do.
You do?
I'm not a prosecutor, but let me be clear. The arresting officer killed someone.
With businesses looted and burned overnight, Floyd's friends and family are pleading for justice and calm.
I want, everybody to be peaceful right now, but people are torn and hurt because they're tired of seeing black men die.
All right. You said read it? Hey, I paused you. I just paused you. What are you doing? Thank you. It started with a routine police call reporting someone used a counterfeit bill at a store in Minneapolis. What followed was a series of events that ended with George Floyd, 46, dead after a white police officer used his knee to pin him down in an incident captured on video. Floyd, who was black, died Monday night after he was arrested for the alleged forgery. On Thursday night, Minneapolis police released a transcript of a 911 call that led to his arrest and death, which has sparked outrage nationwide as protesters demand justice. 911, what's the address of the emergency? This is 3759 Chicago Avenue. Operator, how can I help you? Caller says, someone comes our store and gives us fake bills, and we realized it before he left the store, and we ran back outside. They were sitting on their car. We told them to give us their phone, put their thing back and everything, and he was also drunk and everything, and returned to give us our cigarettes back so he can go home, but he doesn't want to do that, and he's sitting on his car because he's awfully drunk and he's not in control of himself. Okay, what type of vehicle does he have? He's got a vehicle. That's a 1 second. See if I can see the license. The driver license is BRJO26. Okay, what color is it? It's a blue color. It's a blue van. Blue van. Yes, van. All right, blue van. Gotcha. Is it out front or is it on 38th Street? Caller, it's on 38th Street. On 38th Street. So this guy gave a counterfeit bill, has your cigarettes, and he's under the influence of something. Caller, something like that. Yes, he's not acting right. What does he look like? What race? Now this problem, I got a problem already. This guy gave a counterfeit bill, has your cigarettes, and when she gave him the cigarettes, she accepted that bill. But we'll keep going. Something like that, he's not acting right. She's a tall guy, he's tall and bald, about 6'1.5", and she's not acting right, and so she started to go drive the car. Okay, so female or male? Caller said, is it a girl or a boy? Caller talking to someone else. He's asking audible. 1 second, hello. Operator, is it a girl or boy that did this? Caller said it is a man. Okay, is he white, black, Native, Hispanic, Asian? Caller said something like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Operator said, which one? White, black, Native, Hispanic, Asian, American? Caller said, no, he's a black guy. Caller said, all right, sorry. How's your day going? The caller said, how's your day going? Operator said, not too bad. Caller said, had a long day, huh? Operator said, what is your name? My name is deleted. Operator said, all right, a phone number for you, also deleted. Operator, all right, I got help on the way. If that vehicle, if that person leaves before we get there, just give us a call back. Otherwise, we'll have squads out there shortly. Caller says, no problem. Operator says, thank you. So, she gave him the cigarettes. The deal is done. Okay, now where's your other link? Where's the other one? That damn Nightbot. The second one is most important. Okay. Like I said, school me. Daily Mail. I hit the X. Thank you. All right. The call reported a Cup Foods customer who refused to return cigarettes to a store when they accused him of using counterfeit money after he had left. The clerk said they ran over to his car and asked for the cigarettes and his phone. His phone? However, he said he didn't want to and stayed in the car. The caller claimed around 8:30 p.m. on Monday he's not acting right. However, there is some confusion as when asked to clarify what happened and the race of the suspect, the caller twice replies something like that. There also appears to be confusion over the gender, and the caller is heard conferring with someone else in the store about it. The store clerk who called 911 on George Floyd complained to an operator about an awfully drunk man who was not in control of himself. A call's transcript released by the Minnesota Police Department on Thursday reveals that the caller reported a customer for using a counterfeit bill to buy cigarettes at the Cup Food in Minneapolis. According to the owner, Mike Ambiaya, Floyd tried to use a counterfeit bill but was turned away by an employee. He said to come back a second time using the fake bill. The caller said staff only realized the money could be fake once he left the Cup Food store in Minneapolis. Someone followed him out and demanded he turn in his phone and cigarettes before he was allowed to leave. Turn in his phone? However, when he refused, what took place outside after that was not in our hands, Ambayah said. The murder and execution was something done by the police, and the abuse of power, the police brutality needs to stop. The incident took place outside the Cup Food at 38th Street in Chicago Avenue Monday. A caller reported a customer who refused to return cigarettes when they accused him of using counterfeit money after he had already left. They told the operator he was sitting in a blue van. The caller claimed around 8:30 p.m. on Monday he's not acting right. CCTV footage from a nearby restaurant shows part of the altercation between Floyd and the officers. Let's keep reading. We can go back and watch the video. In the call, the employee can be heard explaining to the authorities that the suspect ran off once paying with the fake bill. Someone comes into our store and gives us fake bills, and we realize it before we left the store. We realized it before he left the store, and we ran back outside. Wait a minute. This ain't making sense, Darbo. Darbo, this ain't making sense. Somebody lying. That don't make sense. He gave us a fake bill, and we realized it before he left the store. You realized it before he left the store, and you let him leave the store. You ran back outside. He was sitting on his car. You said the man was drunk and couldn't control himself, but yet you realized it was a fake dollar. It was a fake 20. But he drunk and stumbling, but you ran out the door after him, but he was already sitting on his car, which was parked a little bit away, across the street. So this drunk man stumbling, you couldn't catch him. He's sitting on the car, just lounging. If he drunk, how did he do that? If he's stumbling drunk and can't control himself, how is it that he not only made it out the store, when you say you realized it before he left the store, and then you ran out to get him? How did he make it all the way across the street, down the street a little bit to his car? I'm just asking. So you ran out there, he drunk, you ain't. But by the time you get to him, he's sitting up on the car chilling. I'm a little with that. Let me look. Let me see if he said anything. But I have a problem with that. We realized it before he left the store. We ran back outside. So you got a man that's stumbling drunk. You realize before he leave the store, he gave you a bad bill and you go run after him. But by the time you get to him, even though he's stumbling drunk, he ain't made it across the street and down the road and sat on his car. Something ain't right about that. He on the car chilling. But okay. Floyd was accompanied by 2 people at the scene. However, their identities are unknown. We told him to give us that phone. Why would he give you the phone? You supposed to ask for the cigarettes and your change. You are supposed to get your change back. It says right here, but we realized it before he left the store and we ran back outside. They were sitting on the car. How a drunk man stumbling, you realize it's fake before he leave the store. You ran back outside. That doesn't make sense. You realized it was fake before he left the store, and you couldn't catch him before he left the store. You realized it was fake before he left the store. And it says we ran back outside. So this man is stumbling drunk. You realize it before he leave the store, and you ran back outside. Ran. And he was sitting on the car. So a drunk man came out that place, made it across the street, and then made it down the street. He's stumbling. You running. Then you ask him for his cell phone. Why would somebody give you their cell phone? Some cell phones cost $1,000. Somebody gonna give you that phone? For a pack of cigarettes, and he gotta get his cigarettes back too, and he gotta give him the phone. What about saying, give me my change? Because you had to break the 20, right? You had to break the 20. Why they didn't ask for that change? They asked for his phone. Explain to me why they asked him for a phone. But you said he can barely control himself. So how is he running? But then you ask for his cell phone? Why would he give you his cell phone? I'm just asking. Why would he give you his cell phone? He gave you the cigarettes back, so depending on what they cost in Minnesota, I don't know. Here in Maryland, they cost $7-something. Right? So you figure it's 12, between, I don't know what they cost, between $8 and $12 is the change. Instead of asking for the change, you ask the man for his cell phone. Whether he drunk or not, I know he's saying to himself, why are you asking for my phone? I'm supposed to give you my phone? Wait a minute. He said, we tell them to give us their phone. He didn't say give us our phone. He said their phone. If he bought a phone, you can get a phone for $12 in Minnesota. But if they got a, what do you call it? Maybe they got, hold on. We need to understand this. If you stole something of mine, it's mine. Give me back my phone. Not give me your phone. I'm just saying, it's a whole lot in this translation. It's not making sense. I'm trying to be fair and impartial. I'm just asking the questions. You give me a hard time. I'm just asking the question. If I see something that don't sound right, don't get mad if I call it out. But if it's my property and you took it, that's my phone. That's not your phone. That's not their phone. It's my phone. If he took it and he's stumbling drunk and y'all sat there and let the man take a pack of cigarettes and let him steal a phone, I'm just trying to follow this. Because for $20, I'm supposed to give you my cell phone? But let's go back. We tell them to give us their phone and put their thing back and everything. And he was also drunk and everything. And returned to give us our cigarettes back. And so he can go home. But he doesn't want to do that. I'm confused. I'm confused because first they say we tell them to give us their phone, put their thing back, and everything.